she drawls, more playfully this time. He watches her from his spot on the bed, his tail thumping softly against her sheets. He knows he's not supposed to be up there, but he also knows she's gone soft today. A better trainer would set him straight, but she's never minded a little precociousness now and again. Margaret slings her rifle over her shoulder. "Want to go outside?" His ears perk. "Come on, let's go." He springs off the bed and races downstairs. Margaret can't help laughing as she follows him. Outside, the shadows are deepening as the sun sets. In the distance, pine and fir spill over the mountains and toward the ocean like the slow dribble of syrup. She goes to the paddock fence out back and calls for Shimmer, her gray gelding. He comes running, only to look betrayed when he sees her carrying the halter. Once she ties him to the post, she brushes the dirt off his back and tacks him up. Her thighs ache from days of riding, but she forces herself to climb up onto his back and nudge him into a trot. As they make their way toward the tree line, Margaret dares to cast a glance back over her shoulder. She should start bringing Wes out so he can get a taste for hunting, but she needs to focus today. Besides, he'll scare away all the quarry in a 5-mile radius as soon as he opens his mouth. "Trouble," she says. "Track." He pauses, nose lifted to the sky, then takes off into the underbrush like a fired bullet. The silence that settles over the woods in his absence is eerily complete. There's no sound but the steady drum of Shimmer's hooves. She pats his neck as he snorts uneasily. They come to a stretch of woods she doesn't recognize. Ferns grow thick and too green on the embankment of the trail. Patches of flowers grow wild, choking one another, and overhead, new growth bursts from the trees and oozes sap, too tender to survive the sudden cold. Everything here is too alive. It's starving itself, and the air reeks of decay. She knows this is the Hala's doing. Whole orchards rotting, whole swaths of the forest falling on the blade of its own growth. It reminds her of a sketch in her mother's notebook, one she locked away a long time ago, of a serpent devouring its own tail. Margaret clutches the key around her neck. The Hallinans and the Harringtons have already been victim to the Hala's blight. How many more of them will suffer before the cold moon rises? How much suffering is worth the promise of glory? The sound of her name hisses through the leaves. She goes rigid in her seat. She doesn't like the shift in these woods. Her woods. Once, nothing about them bothered her. Not the croak of a raven or the trilling of jays. Not the unblinking gleam of a jackrabbit's eyes in the dark. But right now, she's watching for a smear of white against the trees. Her breath plumes in the cold. Trouble bays. He's found something. Margaret kicks Shimmer into a canter. Cold wind buffets her face, and rocks clatter down the slope as they ride toward the sound of his call. Margaret leans forward, her legs burning, as Shimmer leaps over a felled redwood in the path and breaks into an even clearing. Trouble stands on his hind legs with his front paws against the trunk of a massive redwood, tail whipping. He tosses his head back and bays again. Spittle flies from his jowls in thick strings. He's so pleased with himself, the show-off. "All right, I hear you." She slides off Shimmer's back. 10 feet overhead, she spots her target. A plain red fox, pressing itself flat against a lichen-covered branch. Margaret unstraps her rifle and raises the scope to her eye. Its wood-paneled body is smooth and cold against her cheek. It still smells like wood polish and oil. Although she despises alchemy, one of its core tenets has always resonated with her. Everything, from humans to foxes, is composed of the same primordial stuff. All is one, and one is all. At their core, they are all the same. all of them trying to survive. Her mother would call that kind of ethical application misguided or sentimental. But Margaret is nothing if not her mother's daughter, and she is far from sentimental. The truth is simple and amoral. She will live because the fox will die. In her crosshairs, the fox pins its ears back and lashes its tail. It's relieving to see an ordinary fox, one full of mortal fight and not eerie detachment. Over the pounding of her heart in her ears, all Margaret hears is shh as the wind rattles the leaves. It sounds like hushed anticipation rippling through a crowd. Margaret draws in her breath and holds it deep in her gut. There. She pulls the trigger. The resounding crack sends birds fluttering from the treetops. A small red body strikes the earth with a dull thud. The forest sighs along with her, sweeping hair into her eyes. Margaret approaches the crumpled shape in the leaves. They're rusted brown, like dried blood. The fox lies in a circle at the toe of her boots, tail to open mouth. The image of the Ouroboros startles her. It must be some kind of message, or warning, or... No. The Hala is nothing but an animal. It's not watching her, much less trying to tell her something. The pressure of the hunt and her own confused feelings for Wes must be making her paranoid. Margaret lifts the fox by its bushy tail, and the weight of its body hangs from her fist like a purse full of coins. Its golden eyes are just as fierce in death, still full of fire. As the forest forgets the gunshot, life returns in trickles. A raven croaks. A hare rustles the underbrush. Even Trouble dares to move now. He trots to her side and leans his full weight against her, nearly toppling her off balance. When she thumps his flank, the sound is pleasingly resonant, like patting a ripe gourd. Good boy. We can do this. Another 2 weeks to train a mostly retired hound and horse to be the best in the country. More outlandish things have been done. But the rattling in the trees still makes her feel uneasy. The longer she stands here, the more convinced she becomes that the wind really is speaking, that it's imparting some wisdom or warning to her that she can't possibly understand. By the time they arrive in Wigton, tonight's fanfare is in full swing. The sun scatters coins of light over the sea and drapes all the trees with a shawl of red. Over the years, the ones along the coast have been wind-whipped so thoroughly they lie with their bellies flat to the earth like cringing dogs. Margaret knows the curve of this shore as well as the grooves between her fingers. But the coastline is the only thing familiar about Wigton tonight. It's as startling as the first time she saw her mother emerge from her office after David died. The same bones, the same skin stretched over them, but something dark and changed behind the eyes. Crowds sweep through the streets like water sloshed from a laundry basin. They bubble out alleyways and eddy over the cobblestones, which are streaked with the glow of torches burning on nearly every corner. Children dart beneath legs, their cheeks gashed black with painted whiskers and foxtails swaying from their belt loops. Adults wear eyeliner elongated to vicious points, dressed in fox fur stoles and coats. Overhead, strings of lights twinkle, and the colorful fabric knotted on telephone wires flutters in the wind. It's a razor's edge at her throat, sharp and cold with salt. Somewhere on the other side of all these people is where she needs to be, the rock-lined path that leads to the shore, where she will shoot to secure their place in the first flight. Wes rests a hand on the small of her back. It's an innocent enough gesture, only to get her attention, but his every touch electrifies her. He seems oblivious to it at least, or maybe he's pretending not to notice. Either way, she's grateful for the casual way he keeps close to her side, solid and safe amid the chaos. "How are you holding up?" he asks. "I'm fine." She tucks a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. Warm orange light from the fires and street lamps spills over his shoulders. "You should go on ahead. Enjoy your night." "Sick of me already, Margaret. Without you, I'll just spend it pining. For you and all the things I can't buy." He is so full of shit sometimes. "Would you like a quarter?" His devious expression slackens into surprise. "Are you serious?" "Very." Margaret fishes her purse from her jacket pocket and rummages until she finds one. Taking his wrist gently in hand, she turns it over and presses the coin into his palm. "Go wild." Little of the ambient light reaches his eyes, but Margaret can still see them shining in the darkness. He looks wistful, almost sad, before he remembers himself and shakes his head. "I'll pay you back." "With what money?" Good point." He doesn't say anything, but that languorous smile and the way he examines her from beneath his eyelashes speaks volumes. Margaret hates that her face warms under his attention, even when he is insincere. It makes a fool of her. "Surely there's something else I can do." "No, just leave." He laughs good-naturedly, letting his hand drop to his side and into his pocket. The memory of his touch still burns against her back. Fine. Are you sure I can't do anything for you? I can at least stay to throw some elbows for you." "I'm sure." He's already done his part. Tonight is for her to worry about, and Margaret knows she can win. "What time does it start? I want to see you shoot." 6:30. I'm not sure it'll be worth the wait, though. It's tournament style. Each round is over in seconds.
"Of course it'll be worth it,"
he protests.
"You did promise me a demonstration. Besides, how else am I supposed to know if I've made a terrible mistake throwing my lot in with you?"
She doesn't resist the tug of the smile on her lips. "I'll try not to embarrass you."
"You won't."
He grins back at her, one of his rare, earnest ones that warms her from the inside out.
"Well, good luck. I'll find you later."
When he slips into the current of people, she feels more alone than she did in the woods, even surrounded by crowds and 100 shouted conversations. Margaret braces herself and shoulders her way through. The air smells like wood smoke and salt, mouth-watering with baking breads and roasting meats. Market stalls line the streets, selling wide-brimmed hats woven with intricate felt flowers, riding chaps and leather boots, and all sorts of alchemical goods. Artisanal alembics, blown plump and shiny as periwinkle shells, hand-shaped glass in every color of seaside pebbles. In the square, show dogs and their handlers preen in front of a panel of stern-faced judges. A few people glare at her as she passes. The sound of her name dogs her every step, as low and hissed as the wind through the rye. Her chest tightens with fear. All her life, surviving has meant making herself small and unseen. But tonight, she will be in the limelight, and that is as terrifying as any demiurge. When the cobblestones stop at the bluff overlooking the ocean, she breathes easier. Margaret slides as gracefully as she can down the rocky embankment and wades through the yellowing beach grass until she hits the shoreline. The water is rough tonight, frothing itself into a mist so thick she can scarcely see the moon beyond a veil of silver. Bonfires burn every few yards and spatter the sand with orange light. The largest one silhouettes her fellow competitors, who are hunched against the autumn chill. And far above them on the edge of the cliffs, spectators begin to gather and filter down to the beach. Margaret approaches the other sharpshooters until she can see their features outlined in firelight. She recognizes almost none of them. Many are older than her, dressed in regal hunting jackets and gemstone shades, and carrying rifles embossed with gold. She can only imagine what their hounds will look like, sleek and powerful as bullets. A shiver of unease runs through her. She can feel someone glaring at her. As she turns toward the cove, she meets Jamie's eyes through the darkness. She's accustomed to his indifference, his distaste, but she's not prepared for the unbridled hatred in his gaze. It makes her belly swoop low with fear. Composing his face into some illusion of cool, he breaks away from the group and swaggers toward her. Mattis, as fawning as an anxious hound, trails a few steps behind him. Instinct tells her to shy away, to hide. But the anger she usually swallows bubbles up within her, too hot to tamp down. Maybe she's been spending too much time with Wes, or maybe she's had enough. But shrinking has never given Jamie any less of her to despise. He hates her. He has always hated her, and he always will. If she must be seen tonight, she will be incandescent. When they stop in front of her, Margaret says, "Jamie."
"Maggie."
Jamie's breath reeks of whiskey and chewing tobacco.
"Where are your mongrels tonight?"
She doesn't answer. He and Mattis laugh, as though she's delighted them with her silence.
"You know, I heard an interesting story about Winters. It turns out he's actually made quite a name for himself in the city. Did you know he's failed out of every single apprenticeship he's ever gotten?"
I didn't take you as the type to listen to idle gossip.
"It's not gossip,"
Mattis snaps.
"It's the truth."
Jamie shoots him a glare, as though he's interrupted something important. Mattis falls obediently quiet. Shaking his head, Jamie continues.
"I thought it was strange that someone could be that much of a loser. But I've finally gotten to the bottom of it. He's a Bonvishman."
What does that matter? Her voice sounds smaller and more uncertain than she intended it to. Where could he have heard such a thing?
"Because he's Sumic. They're practically animals. Aren't you afraid? All alone in the house with him?"
Margaret has heard a whole host of things about Sumics. That they worship idols. That they carve unborn Catharist children from their mothers' wombs and devour them raw. That they're here to establish the capital of a new Sumic empire on New Albion shores and pledge their allegiance to the foreign nation of Umbria, where the Pope sits on his holy throne. But all she saw from the Winters family was kindness. "No," she says. "I'm not."
"I see now. I should have guessed that you'd like to warm your bed with beasts. You deserve each other. The Sumic usurper and the Uadir conspirator."
He sneers.
"It'll be a pleasure beating you tonight. My friends and I are going to ensure you don't stand a goddamn chance, Maggie. I warned you."
A blast of a horn silences the crowd. When it fades, all she can hear is the hiss of the waves. She trembles with fury and shame. Jamie turns on his heel and stalks back to the shield of his friends. Mattis lumbers behind him, casting an uneasy look at her over his shoulder. Coward. Margaret knows Jamie meant to rattle her, which makes it sting all the more that it worked. His voice echoes through her skull over and over again.
"I warned you."
All around her, the crowd looks hungry and wild and wicked. What was she thinking? Against them, against Jamie, she is powerless and alone, just as she's always been. Her mother isn't here to protect her, and maybe she won't ever be again. Maybe she has doomed Wes along with her. Her heartbeat thuds against her eardrums, and a cold sweat breaks out on her temples. Through the thickening haze of dread, she thinks she hears the MC's voice crackling through a microphone and the answering roar of the crowd. But everything around her feels surreal and distant, as if she's submerged herself in the autumn sea, and she knows she's teetering on the brink of another episode. The feeling bursts along with the peal of gunfire. Margaret startles back into herself with a strangled gasp. The competition has begun without her noticing. "You're here," she tells herself. "Focus." If not for her own sake, then for Wes's. Smoke wafts up from the shore, and when it clears, she sees two men standing at the edge of the water. One turns to the crowd with a grin on his face, his features stark and warped in firelight. The other casts his rifle into the sand and stalks off. Already the first of them has fallen. While the alchemy exposition is judged on multiple criteria, the rules of this game are simple. 50 points for each victory, 0 points, and the end of the line, for anyone who loses a matchup. Wes scored in the top third of alchemists, enough to position them well for the point threshold for first flight. With roughly 100 teams in the hunt, Margaret will need to win at least 5 of 7 rounds. One imperfect shot will cost them everything. She steadies herself by focusing on the rhythm of the event. The MC calls a pair of names. There's the glint of firelight on rifle barrels, the crack of a fired bullet, the exhilarating smell of gunpowder in the air. As her heart kicks up in anticipation, she wipes her sweaty palms on her thighs. "Margaret Welty and Kate Duncan!" It's finally time. Nerves sour her stomach, and she feels woozy from the heat of the fire as she approaches the shooting range. A few meters in front of her, a small island breaches the waves. Torches guide a flickering path across the water to a rickety wooden structure, where a target sways on rattling chains. The ocean hisses at the toe of her boots, and a particularly rowdy wave surges up and soaks her to the knees. Cold seeps into her bones, but she concentrates on the firelight running into the water like blood. Out in the distance, moonlight dances and sparkles, iridescent like silver scales against solid black waves. Margaret raises her rifle and lines up the target in her sights. She draws in a breath and holds it. 2 more thuds of her heart, and the world goes perfectly still. Her mind goes blank. Her stomach settles. Her finger curls around the trigger with the familiarity of a lover's touch. Then she fires. Smoke drifts over the ocean like mist. It slowly dissipates, unveiling the hole blasted clean through the target's center. The crowd erupts in cheers, and she finds Hallian's familiar face among them, broken out in a wide, triumphant grin. Margaret slips away before she can let her gaze settle on her opponent's gutted expression. There's no satisfaction to be had there. None at all until she hears her name called with the rest of the first flight. As she slips back into the crowd, she hears Jamie Harrington enunciated clearly over the ruckus. He clips her shoulder as he strides past, then takes his place at the edge of the beach. Margaret has been watching Jamie fire a gun for as long as she can remember. He always fidgets before he takes a shot, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck like it'll make a difference. But tonight he goes through none of his ritual. He simply lifts the sight to his eye and fires, a thing done without fanfare or relish, like he doesn't care at all, or has nothing to lose. The target rattles on its chains, and her stomach drops at the sight of the neat entry hole in its center, a twin to hers. A perfect shot. Jamie turns to the crowd, smiling beatifically. It rankles her, but her unease runs deeper than that. Has he practiced that much since she last saw him fire a gun? He's gotten astoundingly better. Or maybe he hit on a vein of luck this time around. That has to be it. But the next round he does it again. And the one after, too, matching her shot for shot. He moves with unnatural grace, with a precision that's almost otherworldly. Margaret can't figure out how he's doing this. She can't figure out how he has come to match her in skill so quickly. The light of the bonfire paints the steel of his gun with an eerie red that reminds her too much of Rubedo. When she's called up for her fourth round and raises her rifle, she feels precarious, as though she's clinging to one of those rocks jutting out from the waves. 2 more rounds, she tells herself. 2 more rounds, and she'll lock them into the first flight. Margaret aims, but she squeezes the trigger too hard. The gun shifts, just barely, and the bullet strikes the target left of center. She sucks in a breath through her teeth. Careless. That was a careless beginner's mistake. And it could cost them everything. Her stomach doesn't stop churning until her opponent's bullet pings off the chain. God, she needs to hold it together. What does it matter if Jamie's doing well? What peace will it give her if she dissects his technique? The only thing that matters is this. If she goes head-to-head with him and can't keep her nerves in check, she will lose. Margaret clears out of the range and sinks heavily onto a rock to collect herself. She closes her eyes and tries to anchor herself to the earth, cataloging the rush of the waves and the salt on her lips and the cold against her cheeks. Only 1 more round and they're safe. She can do this. For our next round, we have Jamie Harrington, the MC calls in his brassy radio voice, and Margaret Welty. Margaret's eyes snap open. Across the beach, their gazes lock. In the firelight, his hair shines like beaten copper, and his smile is that of a man who knows he's already won. 19. Wes thinks he may rattle out of his skin from the excitement of it all. With so many people, all unrecognizable and smiling and dressed to be seen, it feels like being back in Dunway. His heart thuds to the beat of a song playing somewhere in the distance. He wanders the festival, jostled by the crowds, until he is more or less thrown into the side of a red-painted stall selling apples dipped in caramel and candy glaze. They gleam like pendants in a jeweler's case, resplendent in shades of amber and garnet. He tightens his fist around the coin Margaret gave him. Her unexpected kindness makes him feel off-kilter. It reminds him of how his father used to give him and his sisters a single nickel, as precious as gold, and turn them loose in the candy shop. The memory hits him harder than he expects. He breathes through the sting of tears at the back of his throat and tries to focus on something, anything else, like the charming shade of red Margaret turned when he teased her. Wes bites back a groan. No matter where he turns or what he does, everything leads back to her. He hates it. He hates how he admires her, how imagining her reading those books in her room at night has become his new favorite method of self-immolation. How vulnerable and desperate she makes him feel. For so long, he's kept himself whole by refusing to examine himself too closely, by never letting anyone sink their claws into him too deep. But of all the women in the entire world, Margaret, severe, taciturn Margaret, has reduced him to this. Christine used to tease him for falling in love with every woman he met, but it's never been serious. It's never been real. Once he falls, he'll fall hard because he's never let himself do a thing halfway. But he can't afford to place his heart in anyone's hands until he makes it to the top. He can't afford to have a weakness yet. You want something, kid? Or are you just going to stand there collecting flies all night? The vendor looks at him impatiently, gesturing to the line that has begun to form behind him. Yeah, sorry. I'll have one. Someone across the street waves to get his attention. There, only a few yards away, is Annette Wallace with a dead fox draped around her neck. Its jaw hangs open, revealing pearl-white teeth that gleam wetly in the torchlight. Her hair is loosely curled, and her lips are painted the exact shade of blood. When she meets his eyes, his stomach sinks with dread. But the anger he expects never comes. Annette smiles at him radiantly. His thoughts short-circuit as she begins weaving her way toward him. Last week, he made her cry. Apparently, he's now forgiven. There's no way it could be that easy. But the prospect of having company beats out his wariness. Talking to Annette will provide a much-needed distraction from his own wallowing. Before he can question the ethics of using Margaret's money to buy something for another girl, he says, much to the vendor's relief, "Make that 2 caramel apples." As soon as he's made his purchase, he ducks out of line and Annette seizes him by the elbow. "Wes, I was looking everywhere for you." "Were you now?" His voice sounds higher and more alarmed than he'd prefer. He clears his throat. "How convenient. I happened to end up with 2 of these, so maybe you could take one off my hands?" "How funny. Me too." Before he can blink, she swaps one of his apples with a steaming, overfull mug of something that smells sweet and cinnamon-spiced. For a few moments, they stare at each other in silence. Then she says, "Truce?"
Truce.
"I'm so sorry about the other day. I shouldn't have melted down like that. You were right, and I realize now I must have sounded so—"
Annette,
He cuts in.
it's all right.
"Really? Are you sure?" Wes feels suddenly exhausted. Absolving her would mean finding out what exactly she's sorry for, but that would require having a serious, potentially difficult conversation. He doesn't think she's a bad person. Not really. At the same time, if he's being honest with himself, he's not sure everything is all right, or whether her silence means she's complicit in Margaret's suffering. Fortunately for Annette, he doesn't have much interest in being honest or alone with himself at the moment. For his sanity's sake, he can keep things light. He can swallow his own misgivings.
Really?
Okay. Her relief is a tangible thing. Well, thanks for the apple.
Thanks for the... What is this exactly?
Cider, she says, so angelically he can't help being suspicious. She slides her hand into the crook of his elbow and leans her head against his shoulder. Drunk, if the affection and the flush on her cheeks is any indication, he feels absolutely nothing, which disturbs him. Some magic has drained from the world if a beautiful woman on his arm does nothing for him. When he peers into the copper mug she's given him, he finds that the liquid inside is the same color as Margaret's eyes. It makes him a little queasy, but he won't let it put a damper on his mood. "Enjoy your night," Margaret told him. He intends to, one way or another. He takes a swig, then nearly chokes. Alcohol rakes its way down his throat and resolves in a sparkly burn of clove and apples. Annette laughs. "Sorry, I should have warned you. I played bartender."
And what a generous bartender you are. God, what did you put in it, motor oil?
"Whiskey. It's got a little extra kick to it, though." She stands on her toes to whisper in his ear. "Alchemy. Don't tell anyone." Alchemized liquor is definitely not legal, mostly because prudish Catharist legislators think it's responsible for violent crime. Or maybe they just don't want anyone to have any fun. Nowadays, only those in the know can buy it at speakeasies or from home distilleries. But with so many alchemists packed into Wigton, it's no wonder contraband liquor flows as free as water. He's always wanted to try it. And having it now feels a little like the time Mad stole an expensive bottle of wine from her rich ex-girlfriend's pantry. They'd snuck onto the fire escape after Mam went to bed. And since they didn't own a corkscrew, they bashed it in on the stairs and fountained it into their mouths. His tongue bled, and he probably still has shards in his liver. But it's one of the sweetest memories he has of Mad. It was the night she got her first job, the night he first tasted alcohol, the night he turned 14. His first taste of something bigger than himself.
I wouldn't dream of it,
He says.
Your secret's safe with me.
Already a lazy, contented warmth spreads through him. Wes bites into his apple. It's crisp and so sweet it makes his head tingle. Or maybe that's whatever Annette poisoned him with just now. So what do you think? She asks. For the first time, he notices the gold powder she's dusted on her eyelids. It shimmers beneath the lights strung above them, which seem to have gotten brighter in the last minute. He wonders if colors have always been so vibrant.
Of what?
The festival, she presses.
Oh,
Have words always been so elusive?
I like it. Have you been before?
Once. My brother participated in the hunt a few years ago, and my whole family went to cheer him on. Rode out with the hunt and everything. It was quite a production.
So you've seen it? The Hala?
Oh, I've seen it. Her voice grows more serious. Have you?
Yeah.
Wes strains the last of the spiked cider with a grimace. He's hardly had a chance to swallow before she pours him another round from a metal flask she's procured from somewhere on her person.
And what about the hunt? What's it like?
It's complete chaos. You can't really watch unless you follow on horseback. But you can hear it, and you can smell it. It's not something you'd ever forget. Like brimstone in a butcher's shop.
Lord, why does anyone do this?
God and country. She clinks the flask against his cup. All men want to be divine. He wrinkles his nose.
I don't know about that.
No? So what about you and Maggie? Why are you doing it?
I can't pretend to know what goes on in her head.
Then speak for yourself.
This is my last chance to make my dream come true. It's the only chance I've got to help my family.
And here he is again, mired in his feelings. Wes finishes his drink in a single gulp, desperate to escape them. Well, let's not think about that right now. He can't read her expression behind the firelight reflected in her eyes, but she's wearing the most peculiar smile. What other mischief can we get up to tonight? The suggestive lilt to that question startles him. Before he can reply in kind, a horn echoes through the square. A few tourists, himself included, cringe. A baby cries and the crowd whoops. People hem them in as they surge toward the beach.
What's going on?
Wes shouts over the noise. The shooting competition! Right, the shooting competition. The reason he's here in the first place.
Oh, we should go watch.
She presses closer to his side and makes a face. Do we really have to? Of course they do. He has to see Margaret. He can't understand her reticence, but before he can press her on the matter, they're yanked apart. Between the crush of people and the din of 1,000 voices, he can't hear or focus on much of anything. Somewhere in the chaos, he loses his mug and, more tragically, his apple. At least the stupefying warmth of the alcohol dulls the brunt of his panic. Wes follows the flow of traffic, bobbing along like a leaf on a river, until he's spit out onto the beach. Bonfires lick at the horizon, arching toward the moon. With only a week until the hunt, it watches him like a half-open eye. The darkness sways and wavers around him, but through the nauseating churn of his vision, he can make out the competitors lining up by the shore. Almost immediately, he finds her.
Margaret.
She stands off to the side, alone among all these people. The wind tangles in her hair and lifts it from the back of her neck, as if it's preparing to clasp a pendant at her throat. He imagines he can see the delicate patch of shorn close hair at her nape, and then imagines how he might find it with his mouth. He wants to know what sounds she would make if he did. He wants to drag her down onto the sand right here and make her look at him the way she did in her mother's lab, wild and wanting. He wants to kiss the salt off her lips and slide his knee between hers and... God, this stuff is way too potent. Dimly, he registers that someone is glaring at him. When he turns his head, he sees Jamie Harrington looking at him with a startled fury in his eyes. Through the sparkly haze of the whiskey, everything goes red. Margaret warned him to stay away from Jamie, but tonight he doesn't think he wants to. There you are! Annette grabs him by the arm. Do we really have to stay and watch this? It's so boring.
Just for a little bit. I want to see Margaret shoot.
She's good. Really good. What else is there to know? It's too dark to see much of anything. The announcer says,
Jamie Harrington and Peter Evander. I want to watch Harrington, too.
He shrugs her off and pushes his way to the front of the crowd. Annette's strangled noise of frustration pursues him. With every step, the earth lurches under his feet, and the sparks hissing off the bonfire fill his vision with an orange glow. Yet as he watches Jamie swagger up to the range, everything comes into sharp focus. He fires his gun, and the air ripples with energy as subtle as a heat shimmer. Realization strikes Wes like a sledgehammer. He's cheating. Wes looks around, but no one seems to pay it any mind. Did no one else see that? How can no one notice how obvious it is that his gun is enchanted?
I think he's cheating.
Annette stiffens beside him. How do you figure?
The gun.
He gestures vaguely.
It's clearly been tampered with. It's cheating.
How can you possibly know that?
I just do.
You just do? She lowers her voice pointedly, as if to tell him he's shouting. You're completely zozzled, Wes.
I'm grand.
You're really not. She cups his cheek and guides his face back toward her. Come on. Let's get out of here.
And go where?
Somewhere else? Her free hand slides down his chest and presses flat against his ribs. She looks at him like she is trying to impart something very important to him. I don't want to talk about Jamie or Maggie. I don't want to talk about anything at all. He sucks in a breath.
You don't?
No, I don't. Please? Please. If a single word could kill him. It would be so easy to succumb. With alcohol muddying his thoughts, he can't bring himself to worry as much as he should about anything. Her unspoken promise makes it hard to think beyond the horizon of the next 30 minutes. Besides, she's right. No one will listen to him when he's this drunk. Jamie's cheating may not even impact him and Margaret. Why didn't he lie to you? He remembers Mad snapping at their mother. He's a selfish child who's never thought about anyone but himself a day in his life. Mad's right about him, too. Maybe this is all he will amount to. Maybe he hasn't smothered his feelings as much as he's deluded himself into believing he had any noble ones to begin with. After all, this is exactly what he wanted. Something uncomplicated. Something to make him forget his own vulnerabilities. Winning the hunt is an abstract dream. One that will wreck him if he tries and fails to achieve it. But the feeling of Annette's body pressed against his is certain and comforting. So, she tugs him closer by his tie until their foreheads touch. Her breath is warm and sweet with cinnamon. "Jamie Harrington and Margaret Welty," the announcer calls.
Margaret.
The sound of her name turns his stomach with guilt. And there's a feeling about someone other than himself. God, Matt is so wrong about him. About everything. How could he let himself lose sight of that? He can't abandon Margaret now. Not only because it's his ambitions on the line, but because he cares. About his family, about his country. About her.
I'm really sorry.
He carefully removes Annette's hands from his tie and lowers them to her sides.
I have to go.
Wait! He slips away from her and toward the shooting range. Someone hisses at him when he steps on their foot, but he hardly has time to apologize. Margaret and Jamie will be shooting soon, and he has no idea what to do. Jamie is a cheating son of a bitch, but unless he can figure out what he's done to modify the gun, he can't undo the enchantment. Unless, of course, he orchestrated some sort of wider-scale malfunction. An idea strikes him. What is gunpowder anyway, but potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur? He just needs to get close enough to perform negredo. And find something to draw with. He's got a piece of chalk, probably crushed halfway to dust, in his pocket, but it won't stick to his skin well enough to work. He scans the crowd until he spots a young woman, a vision all in white, save for the shock of red fur around her neck and the black slashes of face paint on her cheeks. That should do nicely.
Whiskers.
He can't remember how to formulate a coherent sentence at the moment, so he infuses the word with as much longing as he can muster. She looks puzzled, then points to her own face. What? You want some? He nods. She reaches into her bag and hands him a pot of what he can only describe as goop. His vision doubles, and he almost drops the lid as he twists it off. He's never been so goddamn drunk in his life. As carefully as he can, he dips his fingertip in the paint and manages to scrawl a transmutation circle on the back of his hand. It goes on thick and cold as funeral sod.
Thank you, ma'am.
He hands the paint back to her. I have to go now. Okay, honey. Good luck out there. Jamie steps out of the crowd, his shoulders drawn back, and takes his place by the water. In another second, it'll all be for nothing. Hey, Harrington! Wes shouts. It's nearly drowned out in all the noise, but Jamie hears him. He cocks his head and regards him, a malicious glee in his eyes. Wes saunters toward him with all the self-assurance he can muster. It doesn't take much acting for him to convincingly lose his balance. As he stumbles forward, he claps one hand on Jamie's shoulder. The other, marked with a smudged formula for negredo, catches on the body of his gun. And that's all he needs. Muffled white light sparks beneath his palm, like an electrical socket shorting, and a thin wisp of sulfuric smoke curls between them. God, he hopes it worked.
Maybe you ought to take it easy, Winters. You're making a goddamn fool of yourself. Sorry. I just needed to tell you to go for... good luck.
Jamie's face flushes a murderous red. A few people jeer impatiently. From the water's edge, Margaret skewers him with those beautiful brown eyes of hers. She doesn't need to speak for him to know what she's saying. "What the hell are you doing?" He winks at her. But before he can savor the prize of her reaction, someone drags him back into the crowd. It's Jamie's lackey, Mattis. He growls,
"Get yourself together, man!"
The same red-haired girl he saw at the Blind Fox, Jamie's alchemist, smirks at him and leans in to whisper, "Nice try." Jamie approaches the ocean and unsteadily lifts his rifle. He pulls the trigger, and the gun wheezes out a pathetic pop, like a sputtering engine. The bullet sails through the air in a languid arc and plops dully into the water. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Mattis's grip on his arm slackens. The girl's lips part in horror, and when Jamie turns over his shoulder to glare at him, Wes knows he knows. Maybe if he were sober, he'd feel an ounce of self-preservation. But right now, drunk out of his mind and high on his own brilliance, all he can think to do is remove one hand from his pocket and wave. Margaret is disconcertingly quiet. She won, but she's not at all happy. Through the dreamy fog over his vision, Wes watched her shoot with the same efficient precision she does everything else in her life. But even when the MC declared her the victor, even when he read out their names on the list of the first flight, even as they broke free of the worst of the crowds, Margaret's stony expression didn't change. Wes can only see her in profile now, her features traced delicately by lamplight. But he can tell that she's worried and watchful. He contains himself until they reach the edge of Wigton, where the cobblestones give way to dirt and swaying brome.
"Margaret."
When she ignores him, he drawls,
"Maggie?"
"What?"
"What's on your mind?"
It's only now that he has her attention that he realizes how badly he wanted it. He wants so many things from her right now. More than anything, he wants to see her smile.
"You did it. We got first flight. Shouldn't we be celebrating?"
Margaret finally condescends to look at him, but he almost wishes she didn't. She studies him with some mixture of frustration and confusion, as though it should be the most obvious thing in the world why she's upset. "Are you drunk?"
"No,"
he says defensively. She opens her mouth, probably to scold him, but of all people to save him from her tongue lashing, it's Jamie.
"Hey, Winters."
If he were a better man, he'd keep walking. But his shoes scuff the cobblestones as he stops and turns around. There is ice in Jamie's eyes. They're a startling cold blue.
"Oh," Wes says. "Hey."
They stare at each other in seething silence. He can hear the laughter of people making their way back from the beach. The distant beat of drums rattles his ribcage. But it's only the three of them here on this deserted street.
"Both of you have a way of sticking your noses where they don't belong,"
Jamie says. Wes. Margaret's voice is even, but he hears the strain in it. "We should go." Wes rolls his shoulders back.
"Stay out of this, Margaret." "Oh, no. He's not going anywhere until we've had a little heart-to-heart."
Jamie closes the gap between them. Craning his neck to meet Jamie's baleful stare makes Wes a little dizzy.
"You shouldn't be in the first flight. What was that stunt you pulled back there?" "I didn't pull any kind of stunt. You, on the other hand..."
Jamie laughs bitterly.
"You're a fucking meddler. And you're a fucking coward."
Wes reaches into his pocket and brushes his fingers against a piece of chalk. When he pulls it out, Margaret and Jamie gawk at it like it's a switchblade in an alley fight. He revels in the rush of power.
You still want to try me? It was your gun earlier. What else do you want to lose tonight? How about I incinerate all the carbon in your skin?
Decomposing something as simple as gunpowder is one thing. Setting an entire person ablaze requires a hell of a lot more expertise and sobriety than he currently has. Still, he can't help himself. He wants Jamie afraid, just as he's been afraid. But then the fear on Jamie's face morphs into smug superiority.
You won't do it. You're no alchemist. You're just a drunk.
Wes drops the chalk with a brittle plink on the cobblestones.
That's what I thought. Now go crawl home like a good dog. A dog of a filthy, you-are-dear rat.
His vision blackens. Jamie insulted him, but worse, he insulted Margaret. Maybe Annette is too much of a coward to stand up to him, but Wes has had enough. He swings his fist and cracks it into Jamie's sneering face. It's going to hurt like hell as soon as the adrenaline wears off. But the sweet sound of Jamie's pained shout makes it all worth it. There's a heady thrill in seeing his astonished expression. His busted lip is as swollen and purple as an overripe fig. Why stop there? But right as he's about to land another blow, Margaret grabs Wes by the back of the collar so hard he stumbles backward. That's enough! Wes has never seen her look as brilliant and fierce as she does now. Her eyes sparkling beneath the golden light of the street lamps. One hand rests on the gun strapped to her back. Jamie glances back and forth between them, calculating. He spits a wad of bloody saliva on Wes's shoe.
All right, Winters. All right.
There's a threat somewhere in those inarticulate words. We're leaving, Margaret says.
You're finished is what you are,
Jamie says.
You hear me? Finished!
Finished. It echoes down the empty street. Margaret hooks her hand in Wes's elbow and drags him away. As soon as they're out of sight and out of earshot, Margaret rounds on him. She smacks him on the shoulder, hard enough to startle him, but not enough to actually hurt.
Ow!
He rubs where she hit him.
What the hell was that for?
What were you thinking? That was incredibly reckless, interfering with his equipment like that. And if he tells anyone that you assaulted him, both of us could get disqualified. What am I going to have to say to make you understand? What can I do to convince you to stop? You have to choose your battles, and now you can't anymore. It floors him. During his tenure as an older brother, he's fought more bullies than he can count on both hands. His sisters have always been grateful, but Margaret's acting like he punched a puppy in the snout.
What was there to think about? What else was I supposed to do? I wasn't going to let him cheat, and I sure as hell wasn't going to let him talk about you like that.
Oh, it was about me. Her voice drips with dry condescension.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not interested in being fuel for your ego. If I wanted Jamie to suffer for the bigoted things he says, I'd have punched him myself. Wes doesn't have anything to say to that. Shame curdles in his stomach. Margaret sighs heavily and pinches the bridge of her nose. The passion drains slowly from her face. He probably won't say anything. He'll be too embarrassed to admit what happened. But you need to stay out of trouble until the hunt.
Trouble finds me.
No, you seek it out. And I can't be around to keep you in line all the time. Wes laughs incredulously.
You don't need to.
Clearly I do.
That's not your job. You know that, don't you? It's not your job to babysit me or clean the house like a maid or make dinner for us both every night or God, Margaret, it's not your job to take care of everyone but yourself.
She flinches from him like he struck her. And it's not your job to protect everyone. Nor is it worthwhile to try and prove yourself to people who would think less of you anyway.
What are you talking about?
You threatened to kill him.
Oh, come on.
I didn't mean it. It doesn't matter if you meant it, she snaps. Did that make you feel good? He can't deny it. It did. For that one glorious moment, he felt unstoppable. Is that really what you want to do with your life? Your alchemy? She continues. You want to be just like Jamie? Like the rest of them? You want to be a bully? It strikes him like a bullet in the center of his chest. Before he can say anything regrettable, he turns on his heel and stalks off toward the manor. Wes! Margaret calls after him impatiently. Wes! He doesn't look back. Margaret is wrong about him. This world is filled with bullies, but he's not one of them. They're the people who own his apartment building and raise the rent month after month. They're the people who own the factories and refuse to take any responsibility for his father's death or his mother's injury. They're kids like Jamie Harrington, who think they can walk all over everyone because they were born rich on New Albion soil. As long as people like them exist, people who wield their size and their money and blood like a police bludgeon, Wes can't protect anyone. Because that is his job, his purpose. No matter what Margaret says, the fundamental tenet of alchemy is all is one and one is all. As above, so below. To protect one person is to protect all of them. But he can't do that without alchemy. He can't do it without power. 20. When Margaret throws open the front door, the manor is, as always, deathly quiet. Of all things, it angers her. She's angry because she's afraid of what she saw in Wes's eyes, afraid of what Jamie will do now, afraid because she cares. Wes, she calls. Are you home? Only silence answers her. For years, she has kept this house. It has been her refuge, even in its disrepair. Every corner, every nook, and every warm sunlit spot is filled with memories. Reminders that this was once a home full of life and joy and happiness. But right now, its emptiness is a bitter reminder that she's the only one left. That if the shadows swallowed her whole, it wouldn't matter at all because there's no one here to mourn her. Where is her mother, demanding where she's been and who she's been with? To tell her not to associate with boys who pick fights with the son of the wealthiest, most powerful man in town. What she would give for Evelyn to scold her. Trouble pads out of her bedroom as she climbs the stairs. His tail droops sleepily, but still wags for her. He yawns, a high-pitched sound that cracks the oppressive weight of her mood. Margaret drops to her knees beside him and pulls his ears through her hands. You're a good boy, Trouble. For once, he doesn't protest as she leans her forehead against his and whimpers. She can never hide her feelings from him, even if she wants to. Dogs always know. The lock of the front door twists open, and the hinges creak like the death rattle of a wounded animal. Trouble jerks away from her and lets out a low warning bark.
Ah, shut up, Trouble, Wes says. It's just me.
Margaret presses herself deeper into the shadows of the second-floor landing. From her perch, she watches him peel off his shoes without unlacing them, and nearly trip as he tosses them into the foyer. Next, he fumbles with the buttons of his jacket. The rustle of fabric and several muttered ows let her know he's having a hard time divesting himself of it. With exaggerated care, Wes makes his way up the staircase. It groans beneath him, and when he eases his weight off each step, the nails give off an almost comical peep. The logical thing to do is to go into her room, lock the door, and shut off all the lights so he doesn't think she's awake. It's not productive to talk to him right now when he's sullen and stormy and drunk. But when she sees him and the salt-stiff mess of his hair, the kernel of anger that has taken root within her kindles like a flash fire. It's irrational and inarticulate, which only makes her feel unmoored. She likes to file things away, to pin their skin back to understand them, to keep everything orderly, inside and out. But Wes has broken something within her. She couldn't hold her feelings back anymore if she tried. Margaret accosts him as he tiptoes into the hallway. In the dim blue light filtering through the window, his eyes are as round and shining as harvest moons. He has the distinct look of a dog caught sneaking scraps from the countertop. "Margaret?" he stage whispers. She wants to ask him for whose benefit he's being quiet, or who else it would possibly be, but she's too exasperated with him to get off track. Without answering, she closes the gap between them until they're nose to nose. The first question that comes to mind is, "What are you doing?" "Going to bed," he says defensively. "What are you doing?" "Waiting for you." "Why?" "Because I was worried that Jamie would come back for you on your way home." Some of the impertinence fades from him, but he's still got a haughty edge to his voice. "Well, you can rest easy now. I've returned in one piece and entirely alone." He clearly means for his exit to be dramatic, but as he turns on his heel, he loses his balance and catches himself on the banister. Through the darkness, she can see the fingers of his right hand beginning to swell. Margaret heaves a long sigh. "I'll bring you some water." "That's not your job," he told her. "It's not your job to take care of everyone but yourself." But it is. Once her father left, it became her job to take care of Evelyn, since she was so determined to self-destruct. Without her, how would the world hold together? How would she hold together if she couldn't occupy herself? And perhaps the most burning question of all, when did Wes get sucked into her contained orbit? She had become such a sucker for his cheap words and showman's smile. Without waiting for his response, she hurries downstairs to fetch a glass of water and a bag of frozen peas from the icebox. By the time she returns, his bedroom door is closed. Margaret knocks softly and waits. When she doesn't hear him inside, she nudges the door open with her hip and meets resistance. Did he barricade himself inside? She wouldn't put antics like that beyond him. Grunting with the effort, she shoulders her way through and flicks on the light. There certainly is a barricade. She kicks aside the pile of clothes on the floor and scans the rest of the room in dismay. His things are strewn everywhere. Ties draped over the back of his desk chair. Books arranged in haphazard stacks on the ground like a small cityscape. Scraps of notebook paper littering every surface like snow. He's no better than her mother. And he is gone. She stands like a fool in the center of his empty room with her water and her peas until the door swings open with such force it slams against the wall. Wes appears in the threshold, looking at her with a great deal of consternation. "What?" she asks. "You can't just come into my room unannounced. What if I was naked?" "What if, Wes?" "Oh-ho! Were you trying to catch me out again?" He slurs his way through it admirably, the delivery landing somewhere between mock offense and flirtation. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She rolls her eyes and gestures to the edge of his bed. "Sit." He obeys. Margaret sits beside him and takes his hand in both of hers. His knuckles are already mottled blue and red. His breath catches when she runs her fingertips over the bruises. Does it hurt?
No.
Of course not. The moonlight streaming through the window is as delicate as lace. It paints his black hair with a coat of silver and softens the moody darkness of his eyes to the deep brown of coffee. A small part of her, the same part of her that sighed his name into her empty bedroom, wants to linger on the sight. She still hasn't finished grappling with whatever she feels toward him. But right now, he needs discipline, not fawning. Margaret clamps the bag over his swollen fist and ignores his muffled sound of protest.
Treat me gently. I'm delicate.
You'll live. She pins his hand in place on her lap. His palm is warm against her knee, a welcome contrast to the chill of the frozen peas between them. This is your own fault anyway.
I guess.
He falls silent for a moment.
I don't get it. Jamie made first flight too. And it's not like he needs the prize money.
It's not about money for most of them. It's not even about the safety of the town. It's about killing the Hala. And more importantly, it's about who kills it. Margaret keeps her eyes downcast. That's not an honor they'll hand over to people like us.
What do you mean by people like us?
He suddenly seems more sober. People who aren't like Jamie, she manages. Whoever kills the Hala is doing God's work. And that's the most patriotic thing there is. It's all symbolic, defining what a hero is, dominating nature. So what would it mean for someone like you to win? The soul of the nation is what's at stake for them.
Then it'll be pretty heroic when we win. Admit it, Margaret. Slugging him was pretty heroic.
She won't. All she remembers is the panic she felt when she saw Jamie looming over him like a slavering hound, and that hungry look in Wes's eyes as he drank in Jamie's bloodied face. Had she not interfered, who knows what might have happened? She still fears what will happen when Jamie decides to quit holding back. Your intentions are noble, but your actions are reckless. You don't know what he's capable of.
Yes, I do, Margaret.
It's the first time she's heard him sound so exhausted.
You honestly think I haven't dealt with people like him before? They're everywhere in the city. And they run this country. They burn Sumic churches. They keep Uadir out of universities and shatter every window in their storefronts. They put immigration quotas on people fleeing starvation and massacres. They force us to live in slums and work jobs that'll kill us.
He cuts himself off and runs his free hand through his hair.
I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of enduring it. Aren't you?
What else can we do?
Fight back.
Frustration edges into his voice.
Riot. Vote. Anything.
It won't do me any good. I'm alone here.
No, you're not.
She can't bear to keep the secret anymore. Not when he's looking at her so earnestly. Not when she's so sick of holding him at a distance. I'm Uadir. In the wake of her confession, there's only the soft rustle of the curtains in the draft and the unsteadiness of her breath. Margaret braces herself for some kind of reaction, but Wes only frowns.
What does that matter? I'm with you.
She's filled with such relief it nearly bowls her over.
I know you think I'm being reckless,
he continues.
But I can't be any other way. I can't be quiet or make concessions if I'm going to change the way things are. By the time I'm through, It won't matter where our grandparents came from.
She can't envision a world like that. But then she's never been able to see further than Wicton's coastline. I want nothing more than to see that dream made a reality. But you can't change the world if we don't win. You can't make it to the top if Jamie kills you first. You have to listen to me sometimes. You have to let me help you. You can't let alchemy consume you. But she doesn't say that. The words stick at the back of her throat. Normally, he's so expressive. But right now, she can't read him at all.
I thought you said you didn't have big dreams.
I just want to survive this. I want to see my mother again. That's big enough for me. Margaret squeezes his hand between hers. And I want to help you see yours through. Our dreams live and die together. Isn't that what you told me? Wes is drunk enough that she can taste it on his breath. It's sweet with liquor and candied apples. He smells like gunpowder and his aftershave and the sea. Like everything that makes her feel alive.
You want to help me?
How? For now, let me counsel you. Let me protect you.
And when we win, then what?
I'll teach you to survive my mother. He shakes his head.
After that?
There's nothing after that. I don't know. Wes lets out a frustrated, conflicted noise.
Don't you want to leave? See the world? Find people who won't judge you only by what god your dad worshipped?
I like it here. It's quiet.
Then maybe I'll stay with you.
No. She startles herself with how forcefully it comes out. Margaret's not sure where this is coming from or what's gotten into him. You'd get bored of me. You'd be lonely.
You'd never bore me,
he says pleadingly.
Think about it. We could build a house right next to the train station. I'd go to the city a few days a week, and we'd go to the market on weekends and make pies or jams or whatever. There'd be a pasture for Shimmer, woods for you in trouble, and all the sunny reading spots you could ask for.
When he describes this future for her, she can almost envision it. He has such beautiful dreams. And for you? When he meets her eyes, she can't remember how to breathe. She has noticed the color of them before. A brown as rich as redwood, as dark as wet earth. This time, the noticing stirs her deeper than wanting. It's true that Wes is a fool. And it's true that Wes is brilliant, ambitious and lazy, giving and selfish, thoughtful and reckless. All of his opposites marrying together in a perfect whole, like an alchemic reaction. At his heart, he's good and kind. And he's looking at her like she is something to be cherished. That scares her more than failure, and more than death.
Do you really need me to say it, Margaret?
Margaret snatches her hands away from his. He smiles at her slyly.
All the beautiful country girls who think I'm worldly.
Disappointment and relief both crash over her. Shut up and drink your water.
Yes, ma'am.
He lifts the glass from the nightstand, takes a half-hearted sip. All of it. He scowls.
Anything else?
No. That's all. Margaret lingers at his side, her hands folded tightly on her lap. It's only when his head lolls and the glass tips in his hand that she moves, grabbing it from him and replacing it on his nightstand. He's going to be terribly hungover in the morning, but there's nothing to be done for it now. He deserves it anyway. In sleep, he looks peaceful. No scheming, no temper, no fire. Margaret turns over the future he offered her like an apple at market, weighing it against the bright, warm memory of her family. What kind of life would they actually have together? Would she remain a shade, haunting a new grand house? Would she continue her days only half-lived, braced for some inevitable tragedy to steal her happiness away? No. She can't bear to lose something so precious again. She can't pine for him, and she can't give her heart to another alchemist. The best outcome for her is the simplest one. They will win the hunt. Evelyn will return and remember how to love her again. Wes will earn his certification from her mother, and then he will leave, off to make his dreams a reality. Margaret brushes the hair from his forehead before she backs out of the room and closes the door on her desires. 21. The next morning, sunlight wakes Wes like a bludgeon to the head. The first thing he notices is that he's fully clothed on top of the sheets. The second, he's so nauseated that the very thought of sitting up makes him wish for death. When he finally rallies enough to peel open his eyes, he's staring down an untouched glass of water on the nightstand. He's never hated himself more. With the scuzzy film over his thoughts, it takes him a few blinks to register where he is. There are all his books butterflied on the desk. There are his crumpled shirts piled in the corner of the room. There's the note he hasn't been able to decipher for days, a shred of paper affixed to the bedpost which says, "Maybe try adjust H?" At least he made it home and to his own bed. Then his hand throbs painfully, and he remembers where he was last night, and exactly what he did. Insulted Annette, again. Punched Jamie and probably broke his goddamn hand in the process. Obliquely proposed marriage to Margaret. How much of his behavior can he blame on the drink? The proposal, he decides at the very least. That one isn't entirely on him. Wes groans through the pounding in his temples and pulls a pillow over his head to block out the too bright sunlight. Maybe it'd have been better to let Jamie kill him. At least then he'd know oblivion. He wouldn't be able to torture himself with images of Annette's wounded face or the sinking feeling that he's gotten himself in too deep with Margaret Welty. The sound of gunfire ricochets through his skull. He tries to tunnel deeper into the mattress to drown out the noise, but it's insistently deafening. Margaret has to be doing this to punish him. Throwing the blankets off, he staggers to the window and draws back the curtains. She stands on the edge of the yard, aiming her rifle at a target she's rigged at the tree line. Glass bottles, slivers of pottery, and cans hang from branches and sit on char-blackened redwood stumps. She shoots, and a bottle bursts into shards like a firework. Shoots again, and a plate shatters. Every shot rattles him to his bones. Still, he can't look away. What am I even doing here? What could someone like her possibly need from him? It's within the rules to enchant guns for the hunt. But when he looks at Margaret, he's not sure what he could possibly do to augment her shot. It's unlike anything he has seen, beautiful in its subtle imperfections. Her focus, her steadiness, it's magnetic. She's magnetic. Wes tears himself away from the window and decides to deal with the fuzzy, sour taste of his mouth. He scrubs his teeth twice over, then showers off the gritty feeling of sea air and alcohol on his skin. Condensation from the hot water mists the mirror. He smears it off so that he can examine his face. He looks as awful as he feels, with a sickly pallor and shadows beneath his eyes. As always, his jaw is rounder and smoother than he'd like. But if he tilts his chin to the light, he can see the faintest shadow of facial hair. It's the product of several days of hoping, but it's enough for him to feel satisfied. Enough for him to lather on a layer of shaving cream and procure one of the ivory-handled razors from his father's kit. When he finishes shaving and guzzling enough water to whittle the edges off his hangover, he goes to the lab. In the weeks since the exposition, he's worked on distilling an essence of buoyancy to enchant thread that he stitched into the horse's saddle blanket. It's probably got a few drops of his blood woven in it, too. Christine does most of the mending, so he's gotten rusty with a sewing needle. With another week until the hunt, he can start tinkering with something else. But he still can't shake the worry that the bullet he made is insufficient. If alchemically enchanted weapons were enough to kill the Hala, wouldn't someone have done it by now? Whether the demiurges are truly divine is arguable. That they're immortal is a fact, which means it's likely that they're fundamentally different from any other flesh-and-blood, carbon-based being on this planet. To destroy something alchemically, you must know what it's composed of. If they have any hope of killing the Hala, he has to find out what it is. Evelyn's strange alchemical texts lie on the desk, taunting him with their untranslatable secrets. She knows, Wes thinks. She has to know. And whatever the truth is, it was dangerous enough to encode. He picks up his pen and flips open one entitled Mutus Liber. It's another book like the Chrysopia, filled with strange illustrations. On each page is another disturbing oddity. The sun with the face of a man, horrifying angels with eye-studded wings, people ascending ladders to nowhere, dead demiurges staring out at him with their white, void-like gazes. The pages are bordered with elaborate geometric patterns and alchemic runes. Unlike the Chrysopia, however, each illustration is inscribed with Evelyn's faint handwriting. She's written instructions, but only every third word is in Albion. She must have cracked the original author's code, only to reinscribe it in her own. Alchemists are strange, secretive, and idiosyncratic people. They always encode their research to protect it from undeserving eyes and to tantalize fellow truth-seekers. Wes squints down at the manuscript, his headache pulsing violently in his temples. Reading is an impossible enough task most of the time, but this is absurd. These instructions are nothing but a hodgepodge of numbers and words in foreign languages, including Bonvish? Finally, the shapes of words he knows. Wes taps each one with his pen. Bos, Avra, Or. Wes doesn't understand much since his parents barely spoke Bonvish at home, but he's absorbed enough to know these are all common metaphors for the steps in the alchemical process. Farther down, there are names of runes and ingredients. Clever of Evelyn, to hide her research in a language few New Albions would know. He's never been a good reader, but he's good at patterns. Even with this small fragment of the code, he should be able to decipher it with enough time. It's only when his bruised hand begins to ache that he sets down his pen. He blinks up at the clock, which claims 2 hours have passed. He lost track of time again, and all he has to show for it are pages full of abortive translations and a few doodles of eyes that look suspiciously like Margaret's. Wes closes his notebook and massages the stiff muscles in his hand. A week isn't enough time to make sense of any of this, if there's any sense to be made of it at all. Maybe Evelyn never solved the puzzle. Or maybe these manuscripts are nothing but an elaborate joke. No, he has to crack the code. If he doesn't find a way to kill the Hala, his apprenticeship and his family's security are forfeit. Which reminds him that he hasn't called home in a week. His mother is probably beside herself. Wes drags himself into the hallway and peers through the double-hung window. Margaret isn't in the yard anymore, And he doesn't hear her puttering downstairs in the kitchen either. But the bathroom door is ajar. A mist of shower-warm air drifts into the hall, along with the scent of her lavender soap. He could slip out without saying anything. But surely she'd like to know if he's going out. Maybe she'll want something from town. Or at least his gratitude for taking care of him last night. Wes cautiously approaches her bedroom door and knocks. Rustling comes from the other side. A lock clicks. Then, her nose and one brown eye appear in the narrow space she's opened in the threshold. Her fingers curl around the edge of the door.
"Hi,"
he says. "Hello?" The exact details of their conversation last night are admittedly a little hazy, but they're on good terms again, he thinks. The uncertainty makes his already churning stomach twist up worse. Maybe it's the whole proposal thing that has her so cagey. God, he wishes he could keep his mouth shut sometimes.
"So," he says, "are you going to talk to me like that, or—"
Margaret opens the door fully, and Wes tries his best not to balk. She's wearing a floral-patterned robe knotted shut at the waist. Her hair is darkened to the color of earth with water, and her skin is still flushed from the heat of the shower. At this point in his life, Wes has largely forgotten what it means to be embarrassed by states of undress. His sisters traipse across the apartment in whatever they feel like: gingham skirts and unflattering aprons, silk slips and corselets, loose pajamas, towels, the one sequined gown they share among them. But seeing Margaret as anything but perfectly composed stuns him into silence. She looks vulnerable, more unarmed than he's ever seen her. Her face is impassive but expectant, like she's gauging his reaction, or waiting for him to say something smart. For once, he has nothing to offer. With an exasperated look, she turns on her heel. She leaves the door open, which he decides to take as an invitation. And just like that, he's in Margaret Welty's room. A girl's room. A girl who isn't his sister. It frazzles him more than he cares to admit. The room itself is horribly plain. She has fewer belongings than he does, which is saying something, considering he's only got a wardrobe full of cheap catalog suits. Everything is clean and white. White lace curtains over the windows, white bookshelves above her white desk. A white four-poster bed, fastidiously made, of course. Wes has a sudden impulse to disturb her precious order. He wants to untuck those careful creases, to loosen the top sheet like a tie after a long day, if only to get a rise out of her. Then he catches a glimpse of the polished row of guns mounted above her headboard and thinks better of it. Margaret perches on the edge of her bed. "How are you feeling?" Somehow, he doesn't think that's the question she wants to ask. He slumps into her desk chair.
"Terrible, if it's any consolation. Thanks for taking care of me last night. I have to admit I don't remember it clearly, so I hope I didn't embarrass myself too much."
She makes a face, then begins braiding her hair over her shoulder. "No more than you usually do."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
he asks sourly. "Did you need something?"
"Do I have to need something to talk to you?"
"You know what?
Don't answer that. I'm going to town to call my mom and wanted to know if you wanted anything while I'm out. Or if you wanted to come."
"Sure." She ties off the end of her braid. "We could take the horse."
"The horse?"
he repeats skeptically. "You do need to learn how to stay upright in the next week."
I know.
It takes everything in his power to resist taking the bait of upright. Honestly, it's like she wants him to suffer.
I need to see if the enchantment on the saddlecloth works, so it's for the best. I like the bathrobe, by the way. You going out like that?
No. You can borrow it if you'd like. Did Margaret Welty just flirt with him? While he tries to recover, she gives him one of her rare secret smiles. A little self-satisfied curve of her lips that nearly undoes him. I'll meet you downstairs. Thoroughly chastened, Wes fetches the saddlecloth and trudges downstairs to wait for her. When she reemerges from her room, she looks like herself again, wearing a skirt down to her ankles, a sweater cuffed at the sleeves, and mud-caked boots. She leads him outside and to the pasture fence, then calls for Shimmer. He comes galloping, eager as a dog, and scares Wes half to death when he doesn't slow down until the last possible second. The beast snorts and regards him with one giant brown eye, clearly as mistrustful of Wes as Wes is of him. Margaret loops a halter over his head and fastens it to the fence post. She fusses over him for a while, knocking the dirt off his back and adjusting the buckles and straps on the saddle. When she finishes, she pats Shimmer on the neck and turns expectantly to Wes. Ready?
No. Yeah. How do I get on?
She offers Wes her hand. Climb onto the fence and swing your leg over. Her hand, warm and roughened from work, fits into his like a gramophone needle on the grooves of a record. Wes hoists himself onto the fence and clambers onto the horse's back. He's far higher up than he expected being, and far more unstable, especially with the subtle upward current of energy flowing from the alchemized saddle. His nausea comes back with a vengeance, but at least he knows the enchantment works. I'll lead him on foot so you can get a feel for riding. Margaret unties Shimmer and clips a lead line to his halter. You're all right up there? He holds onto the reins with a white-knuckled grip.
Never been better.
With a skeptical look, she unlatches the gate and guides Shimmer down the road to Wigton. Once Wes accustoms himself to the swaying rhythm of the horse's gait, it's surprisingly relaxing. The sunlit woods unfurl around them in patterned gold and brown. It reminds him of Margaret, autumn bright and earthy. They make it halfway to town before she brings Shimmer to a halt. Scoot back. I'm tired of walking.
All right,
He's hardly shifted backward before she all but floats into her seat. As she settles against him, he's struck again by the scent of lavender and sea salt. Hold on.
To what?
Me. Wes circles his arms around her waist. She clucks quietly to Shimmer, who gives a resigned sigh before setting off again. With every step, Margaret sinks farther into him until they are flush, and his breath stirs the hair coming loose around her ears. He can feel the ripple of her muscles and every torturous shift of her hips against his. God, will being near her ever get easier? She turns over her shoulder. In this golden light and the fond way she's looking at him, her eyes shine the color of browned butter and honey. Do you want to go faster?
Okay,
he says, feeling a little giddy. She nudges Shimmer with her calves. As if they've spoken some secret language, Shimmer flicks his ear and transitions into a jerky trot. One stride, two, and Wes feels open air beneath him. He yelps and clings tighter to her to keep himself from falling off. Margaret laughs as she steadies them, calling, "Whoa, whoa!" It's the first time he has ever heard her laugh. A warm, soft sound that winds through his blood like wine. As Shimmer slows to a walk and gives them a reproachful look, Wes watches the sun glitter in Margaret's hair and spends the rest of the journey dreaming of how to make her do it again. Margaret hitches the horse in the town square and loosens his girth. Then she fishes a carrot from her pocket, because of course, she would carry one, and offers it to Shimmer. Wes watches in horror at how close those teeth come to her skin, each one like a flat yellow tile. "I'll meet you back here when you're finished." She scratches Shimmer's withers, then dusts her hands off on her jacket. "I'm going to take a walk."
All right. See you soon.
She leaves him alone with Shimmer, who eyes him resentfully. His tail lashes at invisible flies. Wes does not trust this thing, not for 1 second, after it nearly killed him.
You behave while I'm gone.
He considers going to the Wallaces to borrow their phone, but he has a feeling Annette may not want to see him anytime soon. Or ever. It'll be a long while before he forgets the disappointment that flashed in her eyes when he left her alone on the beach. He can spare some change for the phone booth to avoid the awkwardness of that encounter. He ducks down a narrow side street that branches off from Wigton Square, which is as somber as an abandoned fairground. The entire town looks as though it's been ransacked. All the storefronts are darkened, and the cobblestones are littered with apple cores and crumpled paper cups. After dodging a few puddles of questionable mystery liquid, he finds the phone booth at the end of the road. Inside, it's like a confessional with its iron-gridded privacy. He fishes a few coins from his pocket and places them in the slot. They strike the bottom with a merry jangle. The phone rings only once before someone answers. "Hello?"
Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite sister. What a pleasant surprise.
It isn't really. Mad is the last person he hoped to catch. The line crackles.
Oh, what do you want? I'm great, thanks for asking. What makes you think I want something?
You only call when you want something. That's just patently untrue. Wes scowls, but keeps his voice blithe.
I want only the gift of speaking to my beloved sister.
You're full of shit. Then, after a beat, when's the hunt?
Next week.
He coils the telephone wire around his wrist.
You should come. It'll be fun. Assuming no one dies.
Christine and I have to work, and Colleen has school. We can't take off to go traipsing around the countryside for you.
It's a weekend, so Bean can come.
He hesitates.
And if we win, you won't have to go back to work for a while if you don't want to.
You really want to ask Mom to watch this?
She'll be fine. I already told her I'd go to confession. I figure saying a decade or two of the rosary should be penance enough.
Mad snorts. He bites his lip to keep himself from pushing his luck. Joking with Mad is like boxing. You have to know when to get out of the ring.
Think about it, all right?
Fine. I'll think about it. Who do you want to talk to?
You.
The word catches in his throat, though. And even if she stayed on the line, what would he say? That he misses her? That he wants her to forgive him? It'd be the truth, but his intentions have never mattered much to her. Until he fills a bathtub full of gold for her, or fixes Mam's hand himself, no amount of pleading will do him any good. Instead, he says,
"Could you put Mam on?"
"Sure." He waits, twisting the phone cord around his fingers tight enough that the tips go red, then white. After a minute and another coin in the slot, his mother says, "Wes?
How are you, Mam?"
I'm so happy to hear your voice. You haven't called in ages. I've been worried about you."
Well, I've been a little tied up. I'm here now, though. Hale and whole.
Are you really? Are you eating enough? Sleeping enough? Wes drags a hand down his face.
Yes, Mam.
Oh, don't give me that tone of voice. You sound tired, that's all.
I'm just a little stressed. How are you feeling?
The wound's closing fine. I don't have much mobility, though. Don't worry about it, Ahashka. Nothing to be done for it right now. What's bothering you? He has to lie. But as soon as he opens his mouth to give her some evasive answer, his stomach lurches like it's trying to escape. A lot, actually. She goes silent for so long, he thinks she didn't hear him. Then, as if she's afraid of spooking him, she says, "Why don't you tell me about it?" Master Welty still hasn't come back to Wigton. The other competitors are... Telling her about Jamie will make her lose too much sleep. He can't burden her with that. There are a lot of people who want to win. And if we lose, I'll never be an alchemist, and Margaret will be miserable forever, and we'll be homeless, and on top of all that, I think Mad hates me. Your sister does not hate you. Wes wrinkles his nose. I heard that. I didn't say anything. I heard what you were thinking, she chides. Mad is angry about a lot of things, and you're an easy outlet. I'm not saying either of you is right. I'm just saying what is. I don't understand why it's me. She sighs. Madeline would take on anything for the people she loves. So would you. But her love is hard won. Her heart only has room for a few people. And you love everyone you meet. And yet she thinks I'm selfish. Maybe that's what she says. The reality is that you're too idealistic. She thinks you value strangers as much as your own family. But I don't. I know that. But you don't make it easy for her to see. You don't make it easy for anyone to see. And you're too proud to recognize how she tears herself apart for you. I thought you loved me, he says sullenly. I do. Which is why I'm telling you this. Focus on what you can control right now. Do your work and trust that God will provide the rest. We need you. She pauses. Margaret needs you. More like I need her. He doesn't like the heaviness of her ensuing silence. He doesn't trust it. She's a nice girl, she says. Are you serious? He barks a laugh. You know she's not Sumic, ma'am. Well, as long as she'll get married in a church. Does she like children? Lord, he mutters. Language, Weston! Sorry. He runs a hand through his hair. I have to say, I don't think I'm her type. Nonsense. I'm only teasing you anyway. Just be good to her, will you? The poor thing could use a friend. Her mother really hasn't even written. Wes leans his head against the glass of the phone booth. No. Nothing. It's like she disappeared. What kind of mother would do such a thing to her child? I don't care if she's old enough to take care of herself. Nobody should be alone like that. He's thought the same thing countless times. He wonders what Margaret has endured if the very sight of her mother's office was enough to send her spiraling. But he doesn't know if he has the energy, or the money, to encourage his mother's outrage. I know. Which is why she needs the whole Winters clan to show us some love. Are you coming to watch the hunt? I don't know if I can bear watching, but I'll be there. Good. Wes hesitates. I miss you, you know. Oh, Ahashka. I'll see you so soon. Just do your best. Your sister will forgive you, no matter what happens. We'll survive it. I hope so. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I want you to be happy. I know it's been hard the last few years, and I know I haven't made it easier. I've been a bad son, but... He hears her sharp intake of breath. Weston, don't you dare. You make me proud every day. It's only that I worry about you. It's been years since I've seen you smile like you used to before your father died. I don't know if I've ever gotten you to talk to me about what's on your mind since then, and that's just the thing. She hasn't. He didn't want to worry her, but he never considered that closing himself off would hurt her worse.
"Oh, ma'am, please don't cry," he says hoarsely. "I can't take it."
Sometimes you remind me so much of him. I know he'd be proud of you too.
Would he?
His eyes sting with tears. It's been 2 years, but it still amazes him what reopens the wound of his grief. He clears his throat to keep from making a sound. When at last he's steady enough, he chokes out,
"Thanks. That means a lot."
I love you. I'll see you at the end of the week, all right?
"I love you too.
See you soon." The line goes quiet. He's not sure when talking to her will feel less like tearing his own heart out. He's not sure when he'll begin feeling like he's doing the right thing, or if he'll ever be the kind of man who deserves his parents' pride. But for now, Ma'am is right. As right as Margaret was. Until they win, he can't do a damn thing for the people he loves, let alone an entire country. So he will focus on the things he can control. Cracking Evelyn's research notes. Humiliating Jamie Harrington. Placing the Hala's lifeless body in Margaret's hands. After that, both he and Margaret will have what they want. Wes just wonders if it'll truly make them happy. Once Evelyn returns, they'll have to decide that much. If he's honest, he's not sure if he can bear learning from someone as cold as Evelyn, or if he can keep his tongue leashed once he's staring down the woman who ruined Margaret's life. 22. The sea is gray and restless beneath a darkening sky. Every now and again, a white-capped wave rears up, snarling, and breaks on the rocks. Just enough bite to prove it's not a tamed creature. Margaret leaves her boots in the sand and walks the edge of the water, where foam traces the shoreline. It glimmers dully in the waning sunlight, a toothy half-smile. A few yards into the surf, one of the wooden targets from last night's competition sways on its chains like a man on a gallows rope. Margaret finds a jagged piece of it knotted in a slick rope of seaweed that's heaved itself onto the beach. It's a grim reminder that after last night, neither she nor Wes is safe anymore.
"Maggie?"
She turns toward Mrs. Reeford's familiar voice. But her relief dies as soon as she sees Jamie standing beside her. His face looks even crueler than usual, with his lip gashed and dark bruises feathering his cheekbone. Wes will be pleased to see his handiwork. Jamie keeps his mouth shut and his eyes averted, like he's embarrassed to be caught doing something as banal as walking on the beach. Mrs. Reeford cuts him a sharp look, and he mumbles a barely intelligible greeting. Mrs. Reeford sighs. Her face is ruddy with cold, and with the sea spray beating on her flyaways, she is haloed with silver.
"What are you doing down here? Storm's rolling in."
She jerks her chin toward the mountains, where thickening clouds creep down, as light-footed as a bobcat, and unfurl over the dark sprawl of the cypress groves. Mist pours into the cove and eddies around her ankles. Soon enough, they won't be able to tell the sea from the sky. "I thought I might swim," Margaret says.
"Are you out of your mind? You'll freeze to death, or else drown."
She's about to tell her the cold water isn't so bad. But when she turns her face to the sea again, she gets a mouthful of salt. It churns restlessly, and although it's fearsome, Margaret likes it best when it's angry. There's something satisfying about it, the power of all that rage. She hikes up her skirt and ties it above her knees. And what are you two doing out here? Us? We're looking for Zach Mattis. His mother told me the damn fool never came home last night, and I told her I'd bet anything he's still passed out in that debauched cave you all think you're clever enough to hide in. As if I wasn't 17 once and sneaking my parents' liquor in the same spot. She jabs a finger at Jamie. I, however, at least had friends with enough good sense to take me home at the end of the night. I suppose you were too busy brawling. I already told you I tripped, Jamie says, chastened. Margaret ducks her head to conceal her smile. Right. Mrs. Reeford fixes Margaret with a probing look, as though she's expecting some confession. Tripped? What do you make of that, Maggie? I wouldn't know anything about it. No, I suppose you wouldn't. Mrs. Reeford sighs, and Jamie glowers at her. Well, if you'd like to lend us a hand in looking, it'd be appreciated. I think the weather is about to turn for the worse. Wind gusts around them, snatching at Margaret's skirt. The sound of the tide swells in her ears, louder and louder, until all she hears is the hissing of her name. Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. She clenches her fists against the fear that strikes her upon hearing that voice again. Brittle as dry leaves, gritty as crushed shells in the sea. Sand crunches between her molars. The taste of salt and copper coats her tongue. A terrible moan rises above the building noise of the storm. Mrs. Reeford squints into the wind. What in God's name was that? Margaret has heard a sound like that before. Last year, a deer slipped through the Hallinans' pasture fence and got its head caught between the posts. While trying to thrash itself free, it broke its own neck. She found it there, sides heaving, eyes rolled back to the whites, legs twitching and splayed uselessly beneath it. It keened again and again. Horrible pleading sounds. Dying sounds. Margaret delivered it a merciful death, but it still suffered alone. The moan comes again. That sounds like Mattis, Jamie says. They run. The wind tears at them, lashing Margaret's hair against her face and stinging her eyes with salt. The sand is solid black and as glossy as a mirror, sucking hungrily at her bare feet, and her calves burn as they approach a small cave gashed into the side of a cliff. Carved into its stone walls is the secret, quieter history of Wigton's youth. Initials gouged into hearts, phallic drawings, and the odd confessional or snippet of a poem. Empty beer bottles clank together in the sand. As soon as the tide rolls in, the entire cave will be submerged. Margaret measures each step carefully on the unsteady floor. What little light there is refracts off the stagnant tide pools. Margaret can't see much through the gloom and marbled light, but she does see a dark shape crumpled in a heap a few feet in front of her. Mattis. Oh my God, Mrs. Reeford whispers. Kids, don't look. But Jamie doesn't hesitate before splashing through the tide pools and dropping to his knees at his side. Zach! Margaret carefully approaches them and crouches to examine the damage. Mattis's skin is pale as chalk, his lips the same sallow blue as fish scales, the bite wound on his shoulder a shockingly vivid red. It looks as though he's been rent open and soldered back together. Burned flesh bubbles over ragged strings of exposed muscle, and the edges of the wound are caked with a black paste of caput mortuum. Through the gore, Margaret can see all the way down to his shoulder capsule. He reeks of alchemy and the sea and death. The Hala must have found him here alone. The first human casualty of the season. It's nearing its full power now if it's grown bold enough to attack someone this close to town. Then, the faintest breath whistles out of him.
He's alive!
Jamie calls.
Get help!
Don't move, Mrs. Reeford says.
Neither of you move.
Margaret does not. As she watches the faint rise and fall of his chest, she listens to Mrs. Reeford's footsteps sloshing through the shallow water, to her shouts as they are snatched and tossed aside by the wind, to Jamie's mutterings as he springs to his feet and paces like a beast in a cage. Still the sea inches closer. Still the waves hiss her name. Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. Shut up, she whispers. Shut up. Water flows into the mouth of the cave and seeps into the fabric of her skirt. It's so cold it steals her breath away. As the stench of salt and copper and brimstone sours the air, mist swirls through Margaret's vision. The memory of that awful night crystallizes over the real world. She is here, and she is not. She is kneeling in the rising tide, and she is kneeling on the floor of her mother's lab. She cradles Evelyn's head, while her golden hair paints the floorboards with blood. Her mother grabs her wrist. Her fingers are like bands of ice. Maggie, she rasps. Maggie. She crashes back into her own body, gasping for breath. Her skin is slick with sweat and the sea. Mattis weakly clings to her as his eyes flutter open. I don't want to die. At the sound of his voice, Jamie stops his pacing.
Zach, are you... Hang in there, all right? Help is coming. You're going to be fine, I promise.
Mattis's lip quivers. Her pallid, disoriented face is reflected in the glassy terror of his eyes. If he heard Jamie, he doesn't respond. He's in shock, Margaret says. Jamie makes a broken, agonized sound she didn't think him capable of. He buries his face in his hands.
It was supposed to be a joke. It was a stupid fucking joke. I didn't think... I never should have... This is all my fault. God, this is all my fault. Maggie,
Mattis whispers.
I'm sorry.
Jamie stiffens. His gaze darts back and forth between them.
I'm sorry.
Mattis chokes on every word as he begins to cry.
Can't you forgive me?
If she were stronger, if she still weren't half untethered from her body, she would ask him why. Why he's sorry. Why she should forgive him. Mattis has never been kind to her, but his cruelty was mild in comparison to Jamie's. It was rote and mindless, like a dog executing a trick to please its master. Easy to bear, easy to swallow. Just survive, she has told herself for years. Just endure. But she's tired of enduring it, just as Wes is. She can't bring herself to offer him any comfort, any absolution. In this state of eerie detachment, all she can think about is pushing her thumb into his wound to the knuckle, down to that yellow nub of bone beneath the shredded muscle. She wants to hurt him even a fraction of the amount he has hurt her. She wants Jamie to see what he has driven her to.
Maggie,
he whimpers.
Please.
Jamie rounds on her.
Say something!
But what good would it do her to turn the blade of her anger against him? Water drips from the ceiling, plopping as heavy as dropped stones into the rising tide. His hair and her skirts billow around them, blooming like blood in water. You're going to be all right, she says, and closes her free hand on top of his. You're all right. When the paramedics come, they find them with his hand going cold in hers. Rain patters on the roof of Mrs. Reeford's apartment, a creaking set of rooms above the blind fox. Margaret sits at a rickety table that takes up half of the oven-hot kitchen, cradling her head in her hands as she listens to the faint laughter bubbling up through the floorboards. She can't stop shivering, despite all the pains Mrs. Reeford has taken to warm her. As soon as she was all but dragged here, Mrs. Reeford coaxed her into a change of clothes and deposited her in front of the fire. Margaret said nothing as Mrs. Reeford toweled off and rebraided her hair, her throat aching from the simple tenderness. When she finished, tying it off with a thin strip of leather, Mrs. Reeford excused herself to ask the doctor for an update on Mattis. A heavy fur-lined blanket hangs over her shoulders, and an untouched bowl of chowder goes cold in front of her. The brine of the clam and the slick, rubbery texture of it between her teeth reminds her too much of the exposed meat of Mattis's shoulder. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees the same image burned there. Mattis and her mother, one and the same, pale and bleeding out into the foam-laced water. Margaret scrubs her face and tries to forget. The entire apartment smells of brewing beer and baking bread, yeasty and comforting. Bottles condition on the countertop, and what casks won't fit downstairs in the pub serve as a makeshift furniture here. Coffee tables full of stout, chairs brimming with porter. From some hidden depth of the apartment, a radio crackles with static and the jaunty trill of a saxophone. The familiarity of this place isn't enough to calm her. Of all things, she wants Wes. She wants the steadiness of his gaze on her, the easiness of his laughter. He's probably wondering where she is. She promised to meet him by the horse. The door creaks open, and the floorboards whine under Mrs. Reeford's footsteps. She's carrying 2 frosted glasses of dark ale. Her coat is beaded with rainwater, and her hair is matted down with damp. She still smells like the cave they found Mattis in, sulfur and rotten seaweed. It fills her mouth with bile. "Thirsty?" Mrs. Reeford asks. She settles onto the chair across from Margaret and sets the glasses down. Margaret curls her hands around one, grateful for the sting of cold in her fingers. It's something she can feel. "Thank you." "He's going to live." Margaret's eyes flutter shut, and her breath whooshes out of her. With no dread keeping her upright anymore, she's suddenly exhausted. "I'm glad to hear it." Mrs. Reeford's gaze falls on the untouched bowl of chowder. "You didn't eat." "I'm not hungry. Just tired." "Then why don't you stay here tonight? I don't want you riding home in the dark in the rain, especially now that the Hala's gotten its first taste of blood." Margaret resents the idea of being scooped up like a stray cat. "I'll be fine. I make the trip often enough." "When will you stop fighting me, Maggie?" The frustration in her voice startles her. "I don't have any children of my own, so you're as good as mine. For the sake of my nerves, stay. You'll be doing me a favor. It's one night." "Fine," she says quietly. "But Mr. Winters is—" She jerks her chin toward the window. "He nearly busted down my door when he heard you were here, but I told him you might want some space." Margaret cranes her neck. Wes stands underneath an awning, looking half-drowned with his hair plastered to the sides of his face. He's gently pushing Shimmer's head away as he lips at the lapels of his oversized jacket. Just then, he glances up and meets her eyes. The smile he gives her is shockingly bright, tangled up with something else that makes her heart flop over like a dog showing its belly. He can stay too, if he behaves. Mrs. Reeford gives her a meaningful look she doesn't much enjoy the implication of. He's sunny. Margaret takes a small sip of her ale. It tastes malty and dark, like oats and chocolate. She rolls it over her tongue before swallowing. Yes, he tends to be. Do you like him? Well enough. Why, that's about the most positive thing I've ever heard you say about someone. Margaret prays the flush creeping across her collarbones doesn't reach her face. It's true enough. There are few people in her life she's ever gone as far as to entertain liking. He seems to care about you, too. Now that is a thought she can't dwell on. She busies herself with tracing absent-minded patterns in the condensation on her glass. Maggie. The gravity of Mrs. Reeford's voice stills her. Why are you doing this? To make her mother stay. For love. That's always been the answer without hesitation. But in the weeks since Wes has wormed his way into her life, she's begun to question her own certainty. Love is not the sharp-edged thing she's always believed it to be. It's not like the sea, liable to slip through her fingers if she holds on too tight. It's not a currency, something to be earned or denied or bartered for. Love can be steadfast. It can be certain and safe, or as wild as an open flame. It's a slice of buttered bread at a dinner table. It's a grudge born of worry. It's broken skin pulled over swelling knuckles. It's not enough anymore to do this for Evelyn. Maybe it's for Wes, too. But caring for him might kill her. If she wins, he'll stay and become an alchemist. If she loses, he'll leave. No matter the outcome, she is sunk. No matter what she does, she'll forge the blade on which she will fall. Either he'll achieve his dreams and marry a beautiful, worldly woman, or he'll return to Dunway without her. She can't go with him. She couldn't stand it, its gray sprawl and its heaving crowds and all its horrible noise. She would live her days like a Selkie wife, locked away in his home away from the sea. There's no world in which they both can be happy. What's that look for? Mrs. Reeford presses. It's nothing. I'm doing it because I have to. You do not have to do anything you don't want to. My mother. Mrs. Reeford slams her glass on the table. Thick foam sloshes over the lip of the glass and onto the table. You almost saw a man die today. Forget your mother. Margaret flinches. I'm sorry. That was out of line. Mrs. Reeford rubs her temples. Listen to me, will you? I've lived a few years longer than you, which I like to think has given me some perspective. I'm wiser than you in some ways. Very few ways, mind you. But what I can tell you for certain is this. There are few people, if any, in this world worth chasing after. Even fewer worth making yourself miserable over. Do you understand me? Margaret nods. This apparently is not a satisfactory answer. When your mother comes back, what will you do? I'll be happy. And Mr. Winters will have his apprenticeship. But what will you do? And when we win? Wes asked her last night. Then what? She didn't know how to answer him then, and she doesn't know how to answer Mrs. Reeford now. What is there for her beyond the looming wall of her mother's return? Who is she without the ache of her absence and the fear of losing her again? You're still convinced I'm a fool, aren't you? Mrs. Reeford asks. I know full well that she has no idea what you've been up to this month.
What do you expect she'll do when she finds that boy in her house?
Margaret has only considered it with her eyes half open. Evelyn is incredibly protective of her research. And of all the rules Evelyn instilled in her after her father left, these were cardinal. Trust no one and depend on no one. Letting Wes into her life easily breaks both of them. I expect she'll be angry. But if we have the Hala, he'll have the leverage to win her over. Evelyn Welty is not the kind of woman to be bribed. I think you know that deep down. So what will you have me do? Quit? It'd be far better for my nerves if you quit. But I won't hold my breath. What I'm asking you to do is think hard about what's best for you. Not for your mother, not for Weston, for Margaret. What if I don't know? She wants to ask. How could I possibly know? I know you love your mother. And I know she loves you in her way. But there are a lot of other people who love you too. Mrs. Reeford reaches across the table and lays her hand over Margaret's clenched fist. I hope you know that. I do. She lies. Mrs. Reeford's eyes fill with a terrible sadness as she lets her go. Outside the window, Margaret sees that Shimmer has successfully relieved Wes of his coat. He clenches the fabric between his teeth and tosses his head triumphantly. Wes shouts something she can't make out from here, imploringly reaching for the wet, limp mass of his jacket. That boy is something else, isn't he? Yes, Margaret says softly. He is. I'll go let him inside. Once Mrs. Reeford rescues Wes from the horse and lets him inside, she offers him a towel and a place on her couch for the night. He eats Margaret's cold chowder cheerfully, filling the silence with idle conversation until Mrs. Reeford's practiced skepticism breaks. He's cracked another one. Only this time, Margaret feels pleased rather than annoyed that someone in her life has taken to him. Mrs. Reeford latches onto his arm and drills him with question after overly direct question until she's satisfied with his account of his family, his aspirations, and the merits of Wigton over Dunway. After that, it's like they're old friends. Mrs. Reeford laughs until tears leak from her eyes, until she has to leave for her shift at the pub. With her hand on the doorknob, she turns over her shoulder and gives them each a lingering look. I'll be just downstairs, and I have ears everywhere. I'm talking to you, Weston. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Mrs. Reeford's eyes bulge, an unspoken warning. I expect you will. The door shuts behind her, leaving them alone. Margaret settles onto the couch and draws her blanket up to her chin. The exhaustion of the past 2 days weighs her down, and she still feels as though she hasn't resurfaced from the depths of her episode in the cave. The cold hasn't lifted from her bones, nor the thick wall of fog that separates her from the rest of the world. Her numb fingers are folded against her collarbones. It feels like a stranger's hand laid over her chest. She's not sure how anyone lives in Wigton proper. Even the silence is not silent, with the constant thundering of the breakers outside, the drum of the rain, the chatter of tourists in the streets. Margaret. Wes crouches beside her. He reaches for her, like he means to sweep the hair from her forehead or cradle the side of her face. In the end, he clamps his hand over his own knee. Are you all right? I'm fine. You want to talk about it? It's not about the Hala. It's not even about what happened to Mattis. It's about her mother. It's about him. But how can she begin to tell him what she feels without frightening him away? How can she decide what's best for her when everything she wants will hurt her? No. I want to go to sleep.
Sure, okay. I'll get the lights for you.
He crosses the room to flip off the switch. The lights flicker out, and Margaret nestles herself deeper into the cushions. Springs jab into her back and groan beneath her weight. But she's so weary, she thinks she'll fall asleep the moment she closes her eyes. Wes flops onto the couch kitty-corner to hers and turns onto his side. Even in the dark, she can see the cat-like shine of his eyes. The light of the street lamps bleeds gently into the room, limning everything in gold. They lie close enough that she could reach out and touch him if she wanted. As her eyes adjust, his worried expression comes into focus.
The bullet isn't enough,
He says. It was enough.
It was, but it isn't. I don't think it'll kill the Hala. In fact, I know it won't. And if you don't have the means to kill it, then all of this is for nothing.
Her heart leaps into her throat. No, he's wrong. His bullet has to work. There has to be another way. There has to be. Or else what happened to Evelyn will happen again to Wes. She feels herself slipping into the cold waters of her fear again. I can't talk about this. Not right now.
That's fair. Sorry.
He rolls onto his back and sighs.
I just can't stop thinking about if it was you who'd gotten hurt.
It wasn't, though.
That's hardly reassuring.
It's not meant to be reassuring. It's what happened.
I don't get you sometimes. Most of the time, really.
Margaret smiles, which seems to relieve him. I'm sorry I worried you.
Don't be. I guess you're right. That is what happened. But the fact of the matter is, I still haven't finished my job. The only thing I can do is work harder. And I'm going to have a solution for you by the end of the week. I swear it.
He extends his arm into the stretch of space between their makeshift beds, as though he expects her to shake his hand. What's this?
A promise.
You're ridiculous.
I'm very serious, actually.
Margaret takes his hand. Compared to hers, it's smooth and unblemished by work. Neither of them pulls back. Although she can see his features bathed in soft, ambient light, she can't guess at what he is thinking. Wes loosens his grip enough to slide his thumb downward, sweeping it across the underside of her wrist. Her breath catches at the sensation, at how carefully he strokes her skin. She wonders if he's aware he's doing it. She wonders, more urgently, if he's aware of what it's doing to her. Mrs. Reeford said she has ears everywhere, she reminds him.
And?
Once again, she sees his dark eyes gleaming. The weight of his gaze kindles a familiar tension in the pit of her stomach.
There's nothing going on for her to overhear.
He touches her with renewed intensity, every brush of his thumb feather-light. And she squirms at the shiver that ripples down her spine. As she listens to the sudden unevenness of his breathing, she can no longer convince herself that she's the only one imagining his fingers elsewhere. No, I guess not.
Do you want me to stop?
Despite the flirtatious lilt to his question, he does sound genuinely concerned. If he stops, she'll have her wits back. But then he wouldn't be touching her anymore, and that'd be almost unbearable. She doesn't trust herself to speak, so she jerkily shakes her head. His thumb presses in above the curve of her wrist bone. He guides her hand closer to him until she can feel the heat of his breath fanning out against her palm. His lips hovering a bare inch from her pulse point feels like the moment before she pulls the trigger on her rifle. Blood rushing in her ears, heart thudding against her sternum, breath frozen at its highest point. Pure anticipation. But as soon as his mouth touches her skin, whatever this is between them will become concrete, impossible to ignore or dismiss as folly. It's too terrifying to take that plunge. Margaret slips out of his grasp. I'll hold you to your promise then. Wes snatches his hand back and blinks as though he's been snapped out of a spell.
Huh? Oh, good. This time I'll get it right. It'll be perfect.
She wants to believe him. As the minutes tick by, the silence around them softens. She envies how quickly he falls asleep, but it gives her the opportunity to admire him openly. He looks innocent, with his mouth hanging open and the crook of his elbow draped over the bridge of his nose. His hair splays over the pillow like a rooster's comb. Perfect. Weston Winters is so far from perfect, but like this, he may as well be. The warm glow of the street lamps through the window and the sparkling rhythm of the rain make everything feel somehow unreal, like she is dreaming, with her eyes wide open. 23. The next 2 days pass like honey drizzled from the tip of a spoon. Margaret spends her days in the woods, and Wes spends his in the lab, translating her mother's mysterious book. He's made some headway on the first step of her instructions, which seems to detail a particularly complicated transmutation circle. When he gets too frustrated with the code, he pores over records of demiurges' deaths for some hint or sign. All of them are the same. Beneath the light of a full moon, some devout Catharist with a bow, a well-timed prayer, or a particularly sharp rock strikes it down in a fit of righteous fury. Wes doesn't think God'll be lending him a hand anytime soon, given the black state of his soul. Margaret Welty has cast him into a state of mortal sin. At night, when she comes home from training, he moves his work to the library and reads blearily while Margaret curls up with her pulpy paperbacks or finishes stitching the alchemized thread he made into her jacket. It's his favorite time of day because she lets down her hair, and it shines as gold as sunlight through water. He always knows exactly what she's reading by the rising color on her cheeks. It's horribly distracting. Ever since he took her hand in Mrs. Reeford's flat, he feels as though she's bound him with some fey magic. He can't stop looking at her. He can't stop thinking about her. He can't stop noticing every soft whisk of the turning pages, or wishing he could make that passage he read a reality for her. He wants to tear the book from her hands and kiss his own name from her mouth and... Alchemy. Back to alchemy. God, she's not even here and he's half sick with pining. She'd likely skin him alive if she knew the kinds of thoughts he has about her. But Wes has never been good at focusing on what he ought to. There's still more work he has to do before he can douse himself in cold water and pray for forgiveness. But if lust is so perverse, why would God make girls like Margaret? He presses his pen into the paper and grasps at the tattered remains of his concentration. The work grounds him, against all odds. The scritch of his handwriting, symbols giving shape to his thoughts and guiding them soundly away from Margaret, like a lighthouse through a storm. He rubs at his eyes and gazes out the window, feeling too much like a dog waiting for its master to come home. Margaret took trouble in Shimmer Out a few hours ago, and he expects she'll be back soon. Late afternoon sunlight spills over the fallen red leaves, gentle as a lover's touch. It's too hard to concentrate now. especially with this brewing tension headache. He's been working for hours, and he feels like he's going to rocket out of his skin if he stays still any longer. In just a few days, all his problems will be solved. His family will be stable, and he will have the means to secure his apprenticeship. Assuming he can crack the secrets of this manuscript. Assuming Evelyn decides to return to Welty Manor at all. Someone raps on the front door, startling him. Dread settles over him. Nobody comes here unless they're bearing bad news. But when he opens the door, it's Annette.
"Oh,"
he croaks.
"Good evening."
She stands on the porch in a loose dress patterned with blue paisley. The oversized lapels curl around her throat like a pair of hands, and a neat bow is fastened beneath her collarbones. Outside, past the front gate, her car's windows peer back at him, as solid white as the Hala's gaze in the glaring sunlight. "Hi." Annette tucks a loose curl behind her ear. "Do you mind if I come in?" His family has given him many, many chances over the years. Annette, however, must be the most forgiving person on the planet if she still wants to see him.
"No, not at all. Come in."
She brushes past him, close enough that he gets a whiff of her perfume. Cherries, he thinks, as sweetly red as her lipstick. Wes wonders if he ever looked so out of place in this house. As glossy and sharp-edged as a diamond, Annette is far too bright against the earthy browns and coppers of the manor. He's acutely aware of the dust motes dancing in the thick bars of sunlight.
"Can I get you anything?"
he asks. "No, I'm fine. Is Maggie home?"
"She's not, unfortunately."
Annette glances at the front door. "Will she be home soon?"
"I expect so. Why?"
"I was hoping we could talk privately."
"We're alone now."
Annette lifts her brows. "Alone, alone?"
"Oh."
His every coherent thought is replaced with the grainy static of dead air. He prays that the heat clawing its way up the back of his neck doesn't make it to his face.
Sure. Follow me."
As he leads her up the stairs, he can't quite convince himself that this is real. They haven't spoken since the night of the shooting competition. Although he's horribly confused, he's not exactly in a position to deny her. He still feels caged up in his own body, restless, like his skin is too tight. But with Annette in front of him, he finds he doesn't want to torment himself with thoughts of Margaret. This one time, he can be decent enough to give her his full attention. At the second-floor landing, he hesitates. The lab is too disorganized right now, with nowhere for her to sit, and he suspects it's beginning to smell awful, like stale air and sulfur, and his own wallowing.
"We could go to my room."
Perfect. Wes opens the door to his bedroom and immediately regrets it. About 5 days' worth of empty mugs and half a library of books clutter every available surface. Wes snatches his jacket off the back of his desk chair and tosses it onto his unmade bed.
"You can sit there if you'd like."
He perches on the edge of his bed as Annette closes the door behind her. It clicks shut with grim finality. She scans the room with amusement and judgment both before she pauses in front of the window. Warm, late sunlight cuts through the trees and paints the white walls with an orange glow. She snaps the blinds shut. "Is there a key to this room?" His throat goes dry.
"Trying to lock me up? Trust me, there's nowhere else I want to be."
She looks startled, as though she's been caught doing something she oughtn't. Then she laughs. "Oh, just a habit to check. My dad comes prowling around the house every 10 minutes whenever I have company." He flings open the nightstand drawer with a little too much gusto, It shudders when it hits the end of its racks. Fishing the key out, he places it on the nightstand.
To put your mind at ease.
How kind. Annette surprises him by taking a seat beside him. The springs of his mattress groan beneath their weight. It strikes him then just how alone they are. 5 miles from civilization, on the purpling edge of dusk, behind his closed door, her knee brushing his. It's the exact situation a girl like her shouldn't be in. The exact scene her father would check her room for. You look nervous, she says.
Do I?
Mm-hmm. I never took you for the prim and proper type. Could it be that all that bravado is an act?
No. You've just surprised me. I wasn't expecting you.
I guess you wouldn't be. She leans back on her hands. I'm sorry for coming here uninvited and going radio silent, and, well, I'm sorry. That's what I've come to say.
What? Why?
Because you did the right thing that night, standing up to Jamie. You were braver than I would have been. I shouldn't have tried to stop you.
Oh. Thanks. I was just drunk, honestly.
The front door creaks open. Margaret must have come home, although he doesn't hear the telltale clack of Trouble's nails on the floorboards. Annette swats his knee, pulling his attention back to her. I guess I should apologize for that, too. I was the one who plied you with alcohol.
So you were my co-conspirator in bravery.
Or the architect of my own misery.
Misery? I hope you didn't lose any sleep over me.
She smiles thinly. Some. Silly of me, really.
I didn't mean to cause you any grief. It's not that I didn't want to spend time with you. It's just... Damn it.
Now he's thinking of Margaret again. I understand. I really do.
Really? I mean, I'm glad. I'd hate to think I'd wronged you without having the chance to make up for it.
There's nothing to make up for, honest. I'm happy we had the chance to talk. Annette pleats together the fabric of her skirt. It's easy to talk to you. I feel like you understand me more than most people in Wigton. And you certainly challenge me more than everyone else here. It's embarrassing to admit, but I was so upset that night because, well, I guess it's because I like you. And I thought maybe I'd misread how you felt.
No, you didn't. I like you too.
And he does mean it. Annette's a nice enough girl, even if she's sheltered. But as soon as it's out of his mouth, he's not sure if they mean it in the same way anymore. Her eyes lock onto his, wide and hopeful. It makes him feel sick to his stomach. You do? He's never had a problem with this before. He's no stranger to accepting confessions and vanishing when he's gotten what he wanted. Mad has yelled at him for it many times before, and while he's always known it's not his most becoming trait, this feels like a transgression in more ways than one. Margaret's footsteps sound on the staircase, then plod softly toward her bedroom at the opposite end of the hall. Wes runs a hand anxiously through his hair.
What do you mean by like, exactly?
Annette squeezes his knee. Do you want me to spell it out for you? The churning in his stomach fizzles out, then sharpens into a tug of desire as her hand drifts a fraction higher on his thigh. He's been so pent up these past few days, torturing himself with his own pathetic fantasies. It frightens him how badly he wants Margaret, how she consumes his every thought, how she makes him want to be vulnerable, how he's terrified of losing her. But 2 nights ago, she rejected him when she yanked her hand from his. Even if it was only nerves, it was for the best. He can't have her if he becomes her mother's apprentice, and he can't keep her if she won't leave Wickton. But maybe if he has another outlet, he can endure this heartache. He can smother his feelings for Margaret, just like every other emotion that's tried to drown him. Easy, he thinks. All he has to do is let this happen. This time, it isn't entirely selfish to give in. It's self-preservation. Annette shifts closer to him, and her lips find the curve of his jaw. He tips his head back, sighing.
It'll get dark soon.
So? Are you going to kick me out? She asks against his ear. It sends a shiver through him.
Of course not. That would be ungentlemanly.
I don't know that I want you to be gentlemanly. When her mouth slides over his, instinct takes over. His hand digs into the curve of her waist, and hers pulls at the hair at the nape of his neck. He feels boorish and clumsy, like his ink-stained fingers will ruin the delicate fabric of her dress, that he'll tear the sash around her waist as he unknots it. But she makes a soft, encouraging sound and parts her lips against his. She tastes as sweet as she sounds. It feels good to kiss her, like slipping into a familiar sweater. But his heart wants someone different. He wants solidity where she is soft. Golden hair, not brown, twined around his fingers. He doesn't know what it would be like to kiss Margaret, but he thinks there would be teeth and fire to it. Nothing like this, luxuriant and comfortable. He's been comfortable for too long. He doesn't want to hide anymore. He wants to be laid bare and consumed. He wants Margaret. Wes breaks away.
I'm sorry.
Annette's eyes flutter open. They glimmer with stunned hurt. You're sorry?
Yes,
He says miserably.
I'm sorry. I can't do this.
Why not? He braces his elbows against his knees and cradles his head in his hands.
I don't know.
You seemed perfectly capable a minute ago. He hears the sound of fabric shushing as she adjusts her mauled dress and reties the sash. Then something bright and sharp, like metal sliding against wood.
It's not you. It's me. My mind is all over the place right now, and my life is in shambles and...
Is it Maggie?
No,
He blurts out. Then, softer, he says,
no, it's not Margaret.
She looks at him skeptically, but what does she expect him to say? Yes? Wes knows he's many things, not all of them good, but he's not cruel. What good would it do either of them to confess he'd imagined kissing Margaret instead? As horrible as he feels, ending this now is the kinder thing, the fairer thing. I don't know which of us is more a fool for not seeing it sooner. When are you going to tell her that you love her?
I don't love her.
Every word sits heavy as a stone in his mouth. Her expression is peculiar, her voice even more so, cold and composed when she says, "Goodbye, Wes." The door clicks shut behind her. Groaning, he flops back onto his mattress and stares up at the ceiling with its sad collection of cobwebs and water stains. He's got half a mind to finish himself off, if only so he can get back to work. But he feels too miserable and ashamed of himself with the taste of Annette's cherry lipstick still lingering on his tongue. When are you going to tell her you love her? Wes scoffs. He doesn't love Margaret. Does he? Over the past month, he's acclimated to the idea that he's hopelessly attracted to her, as plain as he once believed her to be. It's never been difficult to admit that he admires her quiet strength and conviction, her surprising wit and tenderness, her devotion and tenacity. More than anything, Wes wants her to be happy, to protect her, the same as he would his family. But is that love? Would he even know anymore, when he's so thoroughly deluded himself at every turn? Colleen once told him girls weren't as confusing as he made them out to be. And maybe she's right. Maybe it's people in general who are confusing. Himself most of all. Distantly, he hears glass shatter and skitter across the floorboards. Muffled laughter echoes down the hallway. He recognizes that voice. Jamie. He throws himself out of bed and against the door, but it holds fast against him. It's locked from the other side. He turns to see the key has vanished from the nightstand. Annette must have taken it when she left. God damn it, he growls, pounding a fist against the door. What the hell are you doing? Annette asks, clearly horrified. You didn't say anything about... Glass bursts again, and cold spreads from the metal doorknob in his hand through his entire body. The only shot he has of getting out of here is beating down the door or melting the lock. It takes only a minute for him to circle the doorknob in chalk and clumsily scrawl the chemical composition of bronze around it. Alchemical flame sputters weakly to life, but enough of the metal crumbles into caput mortuum that he can work the door open. The rest oozes onto the floor in thick, bubbling rivulets. By the time he makes it into the hallway, it's too late. Through the windows above the front door, he can see Jamie, Annette, and Jamie's red-headed alchemist running to the car. So it wasn't Margaret he heard come home at all. Down the hall, the door to Evelyn's lab hangs ajar. He doesn't want to see what's inside. But he has to. He has to bear this. Wes feels as though he's moving through water as he approaches it and shoulders his way inside. He stops dead at the gut punch of what he sees. The alembics lie in shards on the floor. The unlocked drawers on the desk have been ripped out and cast aside. Shredded paper litters the ground, turning to paste in the silver liquid that spatters the floor like blood. The enchanted saddlecloth lies in tattered ribbons, and the spools of alchemized thread are gone. Everything he's worked on for the past 2 weeks, all the progress he made on deciphering Evelyn's book, all the equipment in the lab, it's all ruined. But worst of all is what's been written in chalk on the floorboards. One of the slurs is painfully familiar. It was cast after him and his sisters when they applied for jobs, or when he had trouble reading or focusing in his lessons. It echoed down the alleyways when he and his friends came home from the bars. The other is directed at Margaret, and fills him with a rage he can't contain. Jamie has gone too far now. But who will care? No matter what paltry justice this town levies, it won't save their chances at winning, and it won't make them safe. The Hala isn't the only monster in these woods. Humans are far worse. The hunt has never been for him and Margaret. It's never been about protecting this town, or about money, or safety, or glory. It's not even about God. It's about the poison at the heart of this country. The hunt is our oldest tradition, our heritage as true-blooded New Albions, Jamie said on the night of the registration. Because what would it mean, really, for them, a Uadir girl and a Sumic city boy, to claim that heritage? People like Jamie would never accept it. And since he couldn't cheat or intimidate them out of the hunt, he sabotaged them. And now he's going to pay for it. Wes will make him suffer. He will devote his days to learning the exact composition of Jamie's life. It will be his obsession, his magnum opus, to destroy everything that matters to him. He will wither his orchards and tear down his mansion plank by plank. He will incinerate everything he owns until it's nothing but caput mortuum to scatter on the wind. It feels so good to imagine it. More intoxicating than any wine, more tantalizing than any woman's touch. It feels like power. Jamie may be a true-blooded New Albion, but he's no alchemist. He's never touched the divine. He's never reached for anything beyond his limitations. He is painfully mortal and feebly unambitious. And yet all Wes can see is Margaret's accusatory stare. Is that really what you want to do with your life, your alchemy? You want to be just like Jamie, like the rest of them? You want to be a bully? Fuck! Wes finds a mostly intact hunk of an alembic and hurls it against the wall. It splinters and shimmers like rain as it falls. As much as he wants to, he can't stoop to Jamie's level. He can't bear to see Margaret disappointed in him again. 24. When Margaret returns from training, the first thing she notices is the horrible stillness of the house. Sunlight trickles in sluggishly from the high windows and patterns the floor. Nothing stirs, save for the soft groan of the foundation in the wind and the dust that swirls around her as she shuts the front door. She shrugs out of her coat and toes off her boots. Wes? Almost immediately, he appears at the top of the stairs, backlit by the dimly burning sconces in the hallway. His sleeves are rolled to his elbows, the first few buttons of his rumpled shirt are undone, and his hair looks as though he's touched an electrical socket. It'd almost be endearing, if not for the anger palpably radiating from him. She hasn't seen him like this since the night of the shooting competition, so unlike his usual carefree self. What's wrong? Don't come upstairs. As if that's an option now that she's seen him so rattled. Why? He looks at her helplessly as she tosses her coat on the rack and begins to climb the staircase. She knows every crevice of this house, where to place her feet on the tumble-down steps so they won't creak, exactly where the wood in the banister splinters so she won't cut her hand. But right now it feels unfamiliar, like a wounded animal bristling at her touch. Wes intercepts her as soon as she reaches the second floor. Up close, he looks even angrier than he did before socking Jamie. Then, he was drunk and impulsive and righteous. Now he's entirely sober, clear-eyed, and quietly seething in a way that unsettles her.
Margaret, seriously. Will you please go back downstairs?
You're being cryptic. Tell me what happened.
I'm going to kill Jamie Harrington,
is all he says. She follows his brooding stare to the door of her mother's lab, which hangs open in grim invitation. Is he tied up in there?
I wish.
He extends an arm to block her path.
It's bad.
There's nothing in there worse than what I've already seen. Margaret lowers his arm and nudges open the door. Her stomach bottoms out. It is bad. Worse than she was expecting. Shards of glass alembics sparkle in a pool of red sunlight, and wickedly sharp pieces of the window gleam like sheets of ice on the sill. A grisly slurry of coincidentia oppositorum and caput mortuum spatters the floor. Remnants from whatever transmutations Wes hadn't yet completed. It's far from the first time she has found this room torn apart. And she very much doubts it'll be the last. Equipment is replaceable. Even research is replaceable, considering nearly every alchemist can recreate their work from memory. But what stings the most are the words scrawled onto the floorboards with the same determined fervor as an alchemist drawing a transmutation circle. Words she's heard whispered all her life, but no one has dared say directly to her. Words she's sure Wes has endured many times before as well. He appears at her shoulder.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Because you don't deserve to be treated this way.
Neither do you. Silent understanding passes between them. All her life, she's wanted to be small, to be unseen. But people like Jamie have never allowed it, and they never will.
I'm so sick of it,
Wes told her the other night.
I'm sick of enduring it. Aren't you?
She is. Jamie has circled her like a hungry dog for years, never biting hard enough to draw blood. A test of his power, a reminder of her powerlessness. But now that he's finally sunk his teeth in, she will not roll over for him so easily. How did this happen? She asks, surprised by the steadiness of her voice.
Well,
For the first time, she notices the faint smears of red on his lips and jaw, and just how ruffled his hair is.
Annette came over, and I guess I got a little distracted.
I don't need to know the details. Margaret hates the hurt that creeps into her voice. A pang of jealousy drops into her stomach like a stone. What should it matter to her what Wes does with his free time? It's not as though he's kept his interest in Annette a secret. Even if she could have sworn... No. It doesn't matter now what she thought. She's pulled away from him too many times to expect that he would wait. Margaret steels herself for him to make some joke or blithe remark. But he curls in on himself like a kicked dog.
I heard someone come in through the front door, but I assumed it was you. All of a sudden, she started acting strange, stranger than she was already acting anyway, and stormed out of my room. She locked me inside, and by the time I melted the knob off the door, they were gone.
You melted the knob off?
I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do. I'll replace it.
Margaret heaves a thin sigh through her teeth. I understand why Jamie would do something like this. But why Annette? She's never been openly cruel.
No, I don't think she's cruel. Not on purpose, anyway.
Wes frowns.
I've talked to her about Jamie before. She seems to think he'll ostracize her if she doesn't go along with whatever he says.
Over the years, Annette has never said anything overtly unkind to her. In fact, she's avoided saying much of anything to her at all. That's probably true.
I don't think she knew what he was planning. She sounded pretty upset when she saw the lab, but... God, maybe this is my fault. I ditched her on the beach the other night, and she didn't take it especially well.
No, she says firmly. This is not your fault. It's theirs. He gives her a weak smile.
I guess so.
Margaret picks up a thick shard of glass, testing the weight of it. Where does this leave us? Wes shoves his hands into his pockets and surveys the damage.
They destroyed everything I made. And all the equipment. And all the notes I was working on.
The edges of the broken glass press into her palm with a bright, throbbing ache. She drops it as blood beads on her skin. So we're sunk.
No.
His mouth presses into a grim line.
We have 4 days, and I remember how to recreate everything. I can do it.
Then I suppose we ought to get this cleaned up. They work until night blankets the manor like a thick layer of snow. Once they sweep up the broken glass, they slosh a bucket of water onto the floor and scrub until there's no trace of the hateful message Jamie left behind. Margaret watches Wes's reflection ripple on the floorboards, both dreading and admiring the determination she sees in his eyes. She grips the key around her neck and squeezes. With only 4 days left, How much longer can she cling to her fantasy? No matter how skilled he is, no matter how hard he tries, he will fail. There is only one way to kill the Hala, and giving him that knowledge will destroy them both. After 2 days, Wes emerges from the lab. It happens when she least expects it, when she's leaving her room to take Shimmer out for a ride. They nearly bump into each other in the hallway, and for a moment, Margaret doesn't recognize him. He looks even more disheveled than usual. His hair stands up at impressive, stark angles, and, much to her shock, there's the faintest dusting of stubble on his chin. Ink and caput mortuum smudge his face, deepening the shadows beneath his eyes. He looks exhausted, but somehow animated, as though some spirit has possessed him and leers out at her through the mask of his face. It almost frightens her. Oh! He's apparently as shocked to see her as he would be a rare bird. Margaret! It's so inappropriate for the circumstances. So casual, as if he didn't disappear for 2 days and leave her alone with her dread. Where have you been? Working. She wishes that glib answer did not enrage her so much, and that her own anger didn't shame her. She wishes that she could make sense of the storm of emotions brewing within her and the sting of his sudden abandonment. You smell like stale coffee, and you look like you haven't slept in days. Maybe I haven't, he says sourly. You're in fine spirits today. She shakes her head and swallows around the lump in her throat. I'm going out. Some of his irritation fizzles. It's getting late. So? I was hoping you could help me with something. I've remade everything, and I think I've almost figured out how to make something that will kill the Hala. Unease prickles along her spine. Can he truly have found another way? Have you? Yeah. Will you come look? Of course. Her voice wavers. As she follows him to the lab, Margaret once again feels like the scared little girl she is in all her nightmares. Her heart pounds as he pushes open the door. Inside, the air hangs as thick and still as fog. His notes paper the walls, each one frantically written and coffee-stained. A familiar manuscript lies open on the desk. Margaret drinks in the scene with numb incomprehension. His lips are moving, but the meaning of his words fades into a hazy sound like the drone of bees. It's only when he furrows his brow and reaches out to her that she hears him say, Margaret? She snaps back into herself. Yes? Well, what do you think? His voice ripples as if they're underwater. It almost breaks her to see him looking at her with breathless anticipation, like a hound who has performed a particularly difficult trick. Does he truly want to please her? I'm sorry. What did you say? He looks put out. I was saying I wanted to ask you about this problem I keep puzzling over. Why has no one been able to kill the last demiurge? If it was just a matter of making a strong enough bullet, someone should have done it by now, right? I figured there had to be some kind of lost art to it, something we'd forgotten in the last 200 years. And since you said your mother was researching the Hala, I figured she probably knew something about it. Maybe even uncovered what it was. As Wes walks to the center of the room and kicks aside a precarious stack of books, the details of the room grow fuzzier. Her vision funnels tighter and tighter until all she can see is the transmutation circle at his feet, rendered with painstaking detail in chalk. A serpent consuming its own tail serves as the base of the array, surrounded by decisive dashes that look like the sun's rays. Margaret would recognize that array anywhere. It haunts her nightmares. It scars the floorboards of this very room. Its components fill all of her mother's encoded notebooks. The first step of the magnum opus. The formula that will decompose the physical body of a demiurge. With this, Wes could reduce the Hala to ash and, if he deciphers the rest of her mother's research, purify its remains into the raw material of the Philosopher's Stone. I've been looking into this book for the past few weeks. It's full of these bizarre illustrations, but your mom wrote instructions. She must have spent years trying to extract the meaning from them. How? How could he have found the only manuscript in her lab, perhaps the last one surviving in the world, that contains instructions on how to perform the magnum opus? She wrote everything in code, so it took me forever to figure it out. From what I pieced together, she explains how to draw 3 arrays, starting with this one. But she left the instructions unfinished, probably on purpose. He gestures at the empty innermost ring of the circle. If only I knew what was missing, I think we'd be able to kill it. I was wondering if— No, she says raggedly. You can't do this. You can't look into this anymore. He looks utterly confused. But is this really what you've been doing all this time? Partly, but Margaret drops to her knees beside the circle. She knows she must look unhinged by the wide-eyed way he's watching her, but she can't bring herself to care as she smears her palms through the array. Hey! His voice lands somewhere between indignation and concern. Wes crouches beside her and catches her forearms. Her hands curl uselessly between them, white as bone and trembling. His gaze flickers from her chalk-caked palms to her face, and as her vision blurs with unshed tears, Wes speaks to her like she's an easily spooked pony. Margaret, what is going on? Destroy this? Now! Whatever you've found, burn it! Whatever you think you know, forget it. You have to promise me, Wes. Promise me! This could be the only way for us to win. Please, she sobs. Okay. I promise. Wes looks at her with helpless despair. Slowly, his grip on her slackens. Good. You're looking at me like I'm going to do something awful. You have no idea what kinds of things you're messing with. That book, this transmutation, it does things to people. It changes them. You've seen someone attempt it before. Yes. My mother. His lips part with surprise. Then his eyes darken with anger. What did she do? Margaret shakes her head. She feels her teeth chattering more than she hears them. You can tell me. Please. Tell me. She didn't do anything. It was alchemy. His expression morphs into skepticism, the same as it always does when she speaks ill of his precious science. How can she possibly make him understand? She has to make him understand, even if reopening this wound kills her. About 6 years ago, my mother thought she completed the next phase of her research. The night she tested the second transmutation circle she deciphered from that book, I jolted awake because I heard this terrible sound. A scream. At first, it was easy to believe she imagined it, that it was nothing but a fox screaming outside. But then it came again. Maggie! Even now, the memory of it makes shivers erupt all over her skin. It sounded like Evelyn had been rent open, like she'd found David's body cold in his bed all over again. It was my mother calling for me. She never called for me. And she never let me into her lab anymore, so I knew something had gone horribly wrong. Outside the safety of her bedroom, shadows made monsters of the furniture. There was the long and creeping one at the bottom of the staircase, The hunched one lurking on the porch, the one with gnarled fingers scraping on the window pane. All of them seemed vicious and hungry that night. When I opened the door to her lab, it was so hot, and it smelled awful. Like alchemy. Like blood. It's been years since she has allowed herself to examine the details of the memory. And already it feels as though she's scraping against the sun. Her chest constricts until she has to gasp for her next breath. I saw my mother lying there on the floor. For some reason, all I can remember clearly is her hair. She was always so composed, but it was everywhere and soaked in blood. I thought she was dead at first. The greasy shock of her hair was splayed around her like a halo. And beside her, the transmutation circle, carved in chalk and spattered with blood, glowed a sinister, lurid red. But worst of all was what smoked in the center of it. Something blackened and misshapen, breathing as if through racking sobs. It wept a liquid as black as wet earth, as black as the sea at midnight. She can't remember the exact contours of it, no matter how hard she tries. She only remembers that it struck her with a terror that hollowed out her stomach, one that still makes her lightheaded and panicky now.
What did she make?
Wes asks hoarsely. I don't know. It was this half-shaped thing. It wasn't anything at all. It felt evil. Like it wasn't meant to exist. Like she was being punished for even trying. When she turned her mother over, her face was ashen, her eyes sunken and bruise purple. I was so close this time, her mother rasped. I could feel it. I could hear him. Come on, Mother, Margaret said, in a voice she had mastered over the last few months. A gentle, almost stern one her father often used before he left. Let's get you to bed. She remembers how she dragged Evelyn to her feet, how she went limp against her like an overtired child clinging to their mother. One moment I was petrified, and then suddenly I didn't feel afraid anymore. I didn't feel anything anymore. Nothing felt real. Not even me. I just did what I had to do. I got her out of the lab and into the tub. All she said over and over again was, I'm sorry. After that, Margaret went to the kitchen and filled a bucket with water. She climbed the rickety stairs and didn't look for any monsters in the dark. She went into the lab, still hazy with smoke, and emptied the whole bucket onto the floorboards. It sloshed over her bare feet and soaked into her nightgown when she knelt. She scrubbed and scrubbed until her hands and knees were raw and bleeding, until there wasn't a single trace of the alchemic reaction left.
What did you do with?
Wes asks. I buried it in the woods. His face pales. Do you understand now? Margaret can't be sure if she sounds convincing or desperate. Once I believed all the lies. That alchemy is for the greater good. That it's the path to redemption or perfection or truth. But it isn't. It paves the road to hell. I saw it that night. It almost killed her.
Margaret, what she did.
He hesitates.
I don't know what exactly she did, but whatever it was an alchemy that possessed her to do it. It only enabled her. It was her choice to tamper with that transmutation. And if she knew it was that dangerous, she never should have exposed you to it, or left you to deal with the aftermath. But it wasn't her choice. Because if it was,
If the woman her mother became crawled out from some rotten place within her, then Margaret doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know how to suck that poison out. Alchemy corrupted Evelyn. It had to have. Otherwise, what kind of person did that make her? What kind of mother? She can't watch it happen again. Not to someone like Wes. I need air. Wes makes a strangled noise as she darts from the lab. She's drenched with cold sweat, and her head swims, and her rib cage pushes against her lungs like a corset. Even though the sun is beginning to set, and the clouds are beginning to darken, she can't stay in this house for another minute. It will kill her, she knows it. She grabs the gun mounted on her bedroom wall, pulls on her coat, and shoves open the front door. Margaret didn't call for him, but Trouble bounds to her side, his tail anxiously wagging. The sun languishes low on the horizon, oozing red light like a sliver of bloody meat. The wind hisses through the trees, calling her. "Wait!" Wes shouts from the porch. He's struggling with his shoes, only one sleeve of his trench coat on. The wind whips his hair against his face, then rips away his voice. She can only faintly hear him shout her name over the rattle of the dry red leaves. "Let's go," she whispers to Trouble. He whines, but follows close behind, as the shadows in the tree line lengthen toward her and swallow her whole. Margaret runs until she can't think of anything but the exhaustion in her limbs, until her entire body is buzzing with cold and adrenaline, until it feels like every breath shreds into her lungs like nettle. All that matters is that she is far, far away from that house and all the memories she wishes she could scrub away like a chalk circle on the floorboards. When her legs threaten to give out, she collapses onto a rock. Trouble, panting hard, settles down beside her. Loyal and steadfast as ever, he's the only one who hasn't left her, and the only one who won't. He lays his head in her lap and sighs out a warm, relieved breath against her hands. He didn't deserve to run so hard for her sake. Margaret bends over and places a kiss on the top of his head. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" The trees stand sentinel around them, shivering in the wind. The light that filters through the canopy is thick and blood red. On some level, she knows she made a mistake coming out here alone. She's seen what kind of damage the Hala can inflict. But these woods were once her home, her sanctuary. While they haven't been hers for weeks, the manor feels as dangerous as any beast right now. She's glad of the miles she has put between them. Margaret lifts her hair from the back of her neck and leans back until the cold of the stone beneath her seeps into her skin. She lets her hair fall and pool in the grass. Overhead, the brightest stars wink to life in the violet sky, each one shining cold and ruthless silver. Her eyes flutter closed. And then the telltale smell of sulfur begins to rise around her. Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. She lurches upright. The temperature plummets. When she shudders out a breath, it mists in front of her face, and the world behind it shimmers like a mirage. With the smell of alchemy thickening around her, and her worst memories picked raw, she's so addled she can hardly tell what's in her head or not. Coming. A growl rumbles in Trouble's throat, and his hackles rise. The fallen leaves hiss and rattle. Here. The sound echoes all around her. Here. A branch snaps like bone. Her vision shivers again. Somewhere in the thicket, a set of blank, marble-round eyes gleam in the darkness. With only 2 days until the cold moon, its magic has never felt so potent or so malevolent. It hums over her skin like electricity. Hide, she thinks. She has to hide. She flips the safety catch on her rifle and chokes up on Trouble's collar. A few meters off, there's a dip in the earth that leads down to a creek bed dammed with leaves. It's the only shelter they have out here, unless she wants to wedge herself into the flame-hollowed trunk of a redwood. If it finds her there, she'll have nowhere to run. Trouble, come, she whispers. She slides down the embankment, wincing at the twist of her ankle. When she hits the bottom, cold earth seeps into her back, and her boots sink into the muddy creek. Black water burbles slowly around the soles like blood from a wound. Over the sound of its murmuring, all she can hear is the hammering of her heart and Trouble's labored breathing beside her. Margaret gently closes her hand around his muzzle. She tips her head back, if only to avoid his offended look. Finally, there's complete silence. She sighs shakily in relief, just as a creeping swath of decay curls around the embankment like long fingers. It dissolves the earth like fire licking across kindling, like rot fissuring an overripe fruit. Shining liquid puddles in the furrows until it dribbles down, down, and patters onto the top of her head. Here. Margaret bites down on her tongue to stifle a whimper. Another branch cracks in the clearing. Caput mortuum showers her like ash from a wildfire sky. Please leave, she thinks. Please, please, please. She dares to look up. It is staring directly at her. Margaret scrabbles backward, strangling a cry of fear. The Hala stands perfectly still, but the trees seem to arch away from it, groaning and crackling like stiff joints. Its gaze, solid white and miles deep, sucks her in until her thoughts sharpen into a horrible metallic shrill. Its black lips part to reveal a crooked grin of teeth. Trouble growls. Trouble, stay! She fumbles with her gun, but it may as well be a twig in her hands. What good will an unalchemized bullet do? It's not even the full moon. But if she does nothing, she will die. And where will that leave Wes? Swearing, she raises the scope of her rifle to her eye. Margaret fires, and the bullet shears through the fox's shoulder, just shy of a vital point. It doesn't scream or bleed, but a shudder racks its body as if its bones are realigning themselves. She staggers back a step and trips over a root. She strikes the ground, spattering herself with cold creek water. Before she can catch her breath, Trouble tears up the embankment, baying and snarling. The Hala doesn't seem to move at all. It is there, and then it is not. She only sees it again when its teeth sink into Trouble's shoulder. He yelps, thrashing as he goes down. Trouble! Her hands tremble, but she keeps the crosshairs trained on the Hala. She doesn't think, just acts. She pulls the trigger again and again and again until she empties the magazine. By the time the smoke clears, the Hala is gone. A few wisps of white fur float on the breeze. Over the ringing in her ears and the distant roll of the thunder, she isn't sure if the whimpering is hers or Trouble's. Trouble. He lies motionless, his copper fur like a smear of blood in the grass. She throws down her gun. No, no, no. Margaret repeats it like a prayer as she crawls to him. God has never heard her before, no matter how much she begged. After what her mother failed to do in her lab, after everything she's endured in his name, she's not sure he's even out there, or if he cares about them at all. If the Catharists are right, they are imperfect humans, reflections of an imperfect God. What interest could they hold to him? But if he has any kindness, any scrap of it, he'll let her keep trouble. Just this one thing, the only thing that's truly hers. Margaret lays her head on him and lets out a strangled sob as she feels his belly rise tremulously against her ear. Silver liquid and blood dribble from the ragged puncture wounds on his shoulder. But he is alive. Thank God he's alive. The wound is deep enough that she'll need to give him stitches, but it's nothing she can't handle herself. "Trouble," she whispers. "Are you all right?" His tail gives a weak, answering thump against the earth. For the first time in what feels like years, she weeps. In guilt and fear and relief. The Hala let him go. Rain begins to fall, shearing through the bare branches overhead. In the distance, she hears something barreling through the woods. It's too clumsy to be the Hala circling back. It sounds like an entire herd of deer trampling through the underbrush. "Margaret!" "Wes?" "Margaret?" She buries her nose in Trouble's scruff. Now that she's scraped raw, now that she's bared her soul to him, nothing remains but a feeble, stubborn anger. Anger that he dredged up her mother's work. Anger that she was too much of a coward to trust him or face his compassion. Anger at herself because she can't hold her feelings back anymore. With everything crumbling around her, how can she maintain her walls? She doesn't want them anymore. She doesn't want to be alone. "I'm here," she calls softly. "I'm here." 25. As Wes sprints toward the sound of Margaret's voice, all he can envision is that thing and its horrible eyes, its teeth sinking into her neck, her golden hair drenched in a spreading pool of blood. Fear and rage both sting the backs of his eyes. If anything happened to her... No, he can't lose someone again. Panting, he tears through the woods until he finds her kneeling in a clearing with her arms around Trouble and her rifle abandoned in the creek bed. He grabs it, then lays it down beside her. "Margaret." He's never heard his own voice like this, ragged and desperate. "Thank God you're all right. I was so..." When she turns to look at him, there's lightning crackling in her eyes. It takes him aback. "What are you doing out here? It's dangerous." "Clearly." Over the past 3 weeks, Wes has watched her withdraw time and time again. He's so sick of letting her push him away. He's so tired of watching her drown. "I heard you blasting something full of bullets. What the hell happened? And why did you run from me?" Thunder rumbles in the distance. Margaret doesn't answer him. As he kneels beside her, shuddering at the mud squelching beneath him, he sees that her hands are covered in a pale liquid that sparkles like crushed diamonds. Coincidentia oppositorum. It oozes from a wound at Trouble's shoulder. His stomach bottoms out. "Is he going to be all right?" "Yes." She strokes Trouble's ears restlessly. "The Hala bit him." "It's made an alchemical reaction of her dog is what it's done, and they're lucky it didn't do worse." "We need to get you both home. I can make something to help him with the pain." Margaret doesn't move, even as the rain falls harder. She looks so frail like this, the rainwater glistening on her skin and plastering her coat to her body. He wants to reach for her, to shake her loose of whatever spell has taken hold of her. He wants to scoop her up and carry her back, if only to feel her heart beating against his. But there's a whole ocean between them he cannot cross. "Margaret, he says quietly.
We've already established that I'm thick. So you're going to need to explain this to me. You're angry with me. I want to do better, but I can't if you won't talk to me. So please talk to me. Please don't shut me out again.
You looked just like her. These past few days, you've acted just like her. You care about abstract things, your ideals and your ambitions. But do you see the people right in front of you? It stings, admittedly, because it sounds like a question Matt would ask him. That means it's probably got a core of truth to it.
Of course I do. I see you.
She flinches. And at last he knows he's hit on it. I told you I would do anything in my power to help you achieve your dreams. Do you remember? The memory of that night is still hazy, as though it's trapped behind a rain-streaked window. But that much he remembers.
As well as I can.
Then listen to me when I tell you that no good will ever come of what you've unearthed. You want to help people, and all that research can do is hurt.
Then I'll burn it all the moment we're home if that's what you want. I don't care about the research. I only care about it if it'll help us win. If it'll help you and... Well, I guess I've made a mess of that. I'm sorry. I've never been good at giving you what you need.
That's not true, Wes. Margaret stares resolutely at Trouble. But you're correct that the transmutation circle you drew, once it's complete, will be able to kill the Hala. That manuscript is the only record of how to do it, as far as I know.
Oh.
Wes isn't sure he wants to know the answer, but he has to ask.
I know you said you didn't know what your mother made that night, but what was it supposed to be?
It was supposed to be the prima materia. She performed what she thought was the second step of the magnum opus. What you were attempting to do is the first. The magnum opus. The great work. The creation of the philosopher's stone. With it, it's said an alchemist can live forever and create matter from nothing like a god.
And I take it you'd rather not let anyone see it through to its end,
he says. For a moment, he thinks she will shut the door on him again. She has that look in her eyes he knows all too well. There are times when a girl wants you to chase her, and times when she wants you to leave. And as much as it'll gut him, he will walk away if she asks him. Her expression softens. That's right. I would do anything to stop it. My mother wasn't always the way she is, but when I was about 6 years old, my brother fell ill and died in his sleep. After that, my mother threw herself into her work. She spent all her time acquiring and translating ancient apocryphal texts. Once she found Mutus Liber, she was able to piece together the process for the creation of the stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a footnote in most textbooks, relegated to background reading or a bullet point on a list of alchemical taboos. Ancient alchemists devoted themselves to research on the prima materia, the divine spark buried in the darkness of matter, one of his teachers had intoned, with the same intensity of an ascetic saint. They believed distilling that divine substance and fashioning it into the Philosopher's Stone was the key to the prison of materiality. No one had ever succeeded, though, and most who tried went mad. Eventually, the Catharist Church decreed it a heretical pursuit, an offense against God himself. Wes can almost understand how the quest for the stone would drive someone to single-minded self-destruction. Only the most desperate or power-hungry people would ever hope to achieve such a thing.
I would have expected your mother to be more pragmatic. Most people say it's a myth. Why would she devote her life to something like that?
Because she believes it can bring my brother back.
What?
If the stone can theoretically create anything, down to the very last atom, who's to say it couldn't bring somebody back from the dead? Or more accurately, recreate them from nothing but memory. Disgust sours his stomach. Even God couldn't get humans right. Would whatever the stone made even be human? Or would it be an empty vessel without a soul? A mass of carbon wearing her brother's face? It became her obsession. I think she blamed herself for what happened. She stopped eating and sleeping most days. And then she stopped coming out of her office for anything at all. My father tried to shield me from the worst of it, but I don't think he could bear it alone. He left. And he never came back for me. He never even wrote. What kind of parent would leave his daughter alone with someone like that?
Margaret, you don't have to spend your life waiting for someone to come back. You don't have to stay anymore.
She hugs herself around the middle. With the water purling on her eyelashes, you can't tell if she's crying. But I do. I have to believe she isn't changed forever. I can get her back. I can't give up on my own mother. Would you?
No, I wouldn't. But not because I'm holding on to who she used to be.
I'm doing it because I love her.
I know,
he says, even though he can't understand why.
But she hurt you.
Not on purpose. Never on purpose. Her voice wavers. Although the rain has begun to slow, both of them are soaked through. Rainwater drips from the ends of her hair. Her lips are pale, and her eyes are feverishly bright. I don't even know if she remembers the night she tried to perform the second step. But I can't stop remembering. Every time something reminds me of it, I feel like I'm in that room again. I feel like I stop existing except for how afraid I am. I'm sorry you keep having to see it happen.
Don't. Please don't apologize, Margaret. I'm sorry.
It makes a terrible kind of sense, and he wants to shake himself for not noticing the pattern sooner. Never has he felt so useless in all his life. Never has he so acutely felt the insufficiency of the word sorry. He wants nothing more than to touch her, but he can't risk frightening her away again.
Your mother, she's... Well, you know better than me how she is. But what happened to you? What happened to her? None of that was your fault. And it wasn't your job to keep her afloat. You were just a kid. You deserved to be taken care of. And someone should have done something. You deserve to be loved.
For a horrible moment, she looks at him as though he's uttered something unthinkable. I'm not so sure. Some days I thought I was invisible. Eventually, I learned how to convince myself that that I didn't exist at all. I think that's the only reason I'm still here.
You weren't invisible, Margaret. And you're not now. You did what you had to do to survive.
He lays his hand in the mud puddling between them, the tips of his fingers brushing hers.
I don't think alchemy is good or evil, just as much as I think people aren't good or evil. There's something within me, within all of us, that could turn. God, when my dad died, I would have done anything to get him back. Maybe if I'd known about the stone when it happened, I would have tried too. But I know he's gone. And all I have are the people still here. I swear to you, I won't abandon them.
He prays she hears what he is too much of a coward to say.
I won't abandon you.
When she says nothing, he crosses the space between them to twine his fingers in hers. Margaret jerks away from him and snatches her gun from the ground. As she stands, Wes watches something within her give way, like a dam finally breaking. And then she raises her gun, aiming it right between his eyes.
Hey, watch where you point that thing.
I am. He raises his hands in surrender, but doesn't move from where he kneels at her feet.
You're kind of scaring me.
Good. Wes opens his mouth to reply, but every word he knows escapes him the moment the clouds part. The sky is impossibly bright tonight. Beneath the near full moon, the water droplets falling from the leaves and the ends of Margaret's hair shine a glistering silver. Just like that, she is dripping with starlight. She's more brilliant than he ever could have imagined. It's then that he realizes she is crying. Margaret lifts her chin and smears away the tear tracks with the back of her free arm sleeve. Mud streaks her cheek in thick black lines. She's terrifying and wild, like one of the Eschi. And the sight of her punches a hole straight through his chest. He's left breathless and reeling, and this feeling, it's not only that she's terrifying and wild. It's not that he wants her in spite of her plainness, or that she's driven him mad or ensorcelled him. It is so much more than that. How could he have been so blind for so long? Margaret Welty is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and he is completely, hopelessly in love with her. Lord, he is in so much trouble. You told me our dreams live and die together, Margaret says. So here is mine. There won't be any more alchemists like Evelyn Welty in the world.
I'm not smart enough to be like her.
I'm serious.
I know it. I swear to you, if I ever even think of doing something like your mom did, I'll paint the target for you myself.
Wes rises unsteadily to his feet, and although she keeps her rifle trained on his forehead, he grasps the barrel. He can feel her trembling down the length of it. Carefully, he lowers it from his face.
Okay.
Margaret's shoulders slump. Her cold mask shatters, and her gun clatters to the earth between them. Okay. She flings her arms around his waist. Wes grunts in surprise as they collide, but it's the most natural thing in the world to enfold her. He slides one hand up the back of her jacket to pull her closer and cradles her head with the other, tangling his fingers into the hair at the nape of her neck. Through the cling of his sopping wet shirt, he feels how warm she is. He feels the beating of her heart against his. He presses his lips to her temple and breathes in the smell of rainwater and earth. He has to tell her. Now that he's almost lost her, now that he's held her like this, he can't silently bear the weight of it much longer. He wants so much more than he has allowed himself to imagine. He wants her, desperately and entirely. But for now, with her safe and whole against him, it's enough. 26. By the time Margaret finishes cleaning and stitching Trouble's wound, Wes appears in the doorway of her mother's lab, carrying 2 earthenware mugs of tea. Although he's toweled off his hair, it's still damp and wild as it's ever been. It begs to be smoothed into place. He sits cross-legged on the floor beside her and presses a mug into her hands. The steam wafting from it smells richly of cinnamon and orange peel and brown sugar. Thank you.
Sure thing.
He blows out a breath through his lips like a horse.
Hey, Margaret.
No one has ever said her name like that. Slow and deliberate, like he wants to taste every syllable. She waits.
Since we're clearing the air,
He trails off, tipping his head back as though he can find the words he needs written on the ceiling.
Me and the night. I don't know what I was thinking.
Her stomach drops. It's fine, Wes.
No, it's not fine. I've given you both the runaround.
He places his mug between them and clasps his hands on his knees.
When my dad died, it felt like the world shattered. All of a sudden, my mom had 5 kids to wrangle on top of her job. Christine was a complete wreck since she was closest to Dad. So after the funeral, Matt and I decided we were going to hold it down together. For me, I guess that meant shutting a part of myself off. It was too scary to confront how much I missed him, and I thought it would be better if I was the one who was fine. The one my mom didn't have to worry about.
Once, Wes told her,
I have to be cavalier or I'll lose my mind.
Now she sees what exactly he's been running from.
It kind of backfired on me, since now Matt doesn't think I take anything seriously, and apparently my mom noticed what I was trying to do, but they're my family, so I'm pretty good at ignoring the things they tell me that I don't want to hear. But ever since I've met you, you've never let me get away with a goddamn thing. You've chipped away at me. But when I saw you out there tonight, it was like everything I've ever tried to keep myself from feeling came back with a vengeance.
Wes hesitates.
I've messed up so many times. I've thrown away almost every chance I had to be genuine with you. I've hurt you, but you still trust me. You still let me in. You still push me to be better.
Margaret feels strangely lightheaded, like she has lost her grasp of language entirely. He smiles at her, rueful and hopeful all at once.
I've been a fool, haven't I?
No, she thinks, but I have. Maybe she should have realized it before now. Maybe he's already told her 1,000 times, in the way she catches him watching her, in the way he looked exultant at the end of her gun, in the way he has fought for her time and time again. But she doesn't want his confession. Would she even believe him? Would it change anything when it comes time for him to leave Wickton for good? She fears what will happen if she allows herself to take hold of this tentative happiness blooming within her. If she doesn't let him make it real, then she can't lose it. She can't lose him.
Don't,
she whispers. Relief and despair cycle over his face so quickly, she can't pinpoint exactly where he lands. It stings more than she expected. But to comfort him would be as good as her own confession. But as he searches her gaze, he seems to find what he needs. His expression softens.
Right. The more pressing issue is that the hunt's in 2 days. We are sunk, aren't we?
They are. Unless, of course, they take the most obvious path forward. No, she says. We're not.
What do you mean?
Margaret carries her tea to her mother's desk and opens the topmost drawer, where a stack of papers conceals the lock to its false bottom. Her hands tremble as she slides the chain from around her neck and takes the key in hand. She twists the key in its lock and lifts the wood panel from the drawer. Inside, there's a leather-bound journal, one that contains the missing piece of the transmutation circle, the last of her mother's secrets. Evelyn entrusted its location to her. Should anything happen to her, she asked for it to be destroyed. It's just as well that her life's work will die with her. There are no alchemists in the world who are pure-intentioned enough to deserve the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone. But Wes is different. Margaret brushes a layer of dust from the cover. which is stitched with gold and embossed with a blood-red image of a Ouroboros. Wes watches her as she approaches, his expression foggy behind the steam curling from his mug.
What is that?
You said you thought there was something missing from the transmutation circle you drew. You're right. These are my mother's complete research notes. You'll find what you need in here. It explains exactly how to perform the transmutation that will kill a demiurge. He goes slack-jawed.
No. After everything you've told me, I can't take that.
You have to.
No, I don't.
Then I want you to. She holds it out in the empty space between them. I can't punish you for my own fears. I won't let your family suffer because I was too much of a coward to trust you. If there's any shot that we can win, then we have to take it.
You'd really trust me with this?
Yes. Margaret presses the book against his chest. I would. Wes hesitantly cradles it against him.
You know that I can't just engrave a bullet with a transmutation circle, right? I can't activate the array from a distance.
Killing it in close quarters is far from ideal, but she'll manage. That's fine. If you put it on a hunting knife, I can do it.
Do you know how to perform a transmutation? Because if you don't,
then he will have to be the one who delivers the final blow. The very thought of Wes anywhere near that beast sends a bolt of panic through her. You can't. The Hala will kill you.
I'll be fine.
She can hear the fear tangled up in his usual breezy tone.
You'll just need to hold it down for me.
She lowers herself onto the floor beside him. They kneel in the center of the room, just above the scarred remains of her mother's failed transmutation circle. Margaret has always known what the hunt entailed. She's never been afraid to die. But tonight, with less than 48 hours before the starting gun goes off, every disastrous possibility feels too real. Losing, and worse still, losing him. This is insanity.
Maybe.
He holds her gaze steadily.
Are you sure you really want to do this? What if your mom doesn't come back?
Then we'll find someone else who can teach.
I don't care about that,
he says softly.
What does it mean for you?
It's a fate too cruel to entertain. But it's been almost 4 months, far longer than Evelyn promised. Maybe whatever duty tethered her here has snapped at last. If she doesn't come back, then she doesn't. I'm doing this for your family. For us. His lips part, and his eyes go misty with the emotion she has forbidden him to name. It's there and gone before he turns away from her, scrubbing at his unshed tears with his knuckles.
Damn. Sweeping the other day really kicked up all the dust in here, huh?
She lays a hand on his back. So it did. Wes sucks in a breath through his teeth, his shoulders slowly rising and falling as he composes himself. When he looks at her again, his dark eyelashes are matted and damp.
Well, let's take a look at what your mom's left us, shall we?
He places her mother's journal on the floor and cracks it open with fearful reverence. Her mouth goes dry as she takes in her mother's familiar, frantic handwriting. Wes takes one look at it and laughs. It is a breathless, bitter sound.
I think your mother has a dark sense of humor.
What do you mean?
It's Allen code. This one's completely different from the other book. I'm sorry. I still don't think I can do anything with... Where are you going?
Margaret swipes a pen from the desk, then snatches the book from him. With careful, uncertain strokes, she inscribes a single Yuadir word. Wes runs his fingers over the page when she hands it back to him.
What is that?
The cipher. What God used to make the world.
Doa.
They spend the night holed up in the library, piecing together page after page of her mother's encrypted journal. They barely sleep, except for a few stolen moments when Margaret blinks out of unconsciousness and finds her head resting inches away from his on the table. She has to bite down on her urge to trace the soft line of his jaw and comb the hair back from his forehead, especially when he jolts awake and smiles at her blearily, especially when he still looks at her as though he wants to tell her the most beautiful secret she's ever heard. It takes them until dawn to decode it, and when at last they finish, they're left with a codex of symbols, and the precise arrangement of them around a circle ringed by a serpent devouring its own tail.
You should go to sleep,
Wes tells her. He's been carefully painting the transmutation circle onto the hilt of her hunting knife.
I can finish this on my own.
She doesn't want to leave him. It feels as though they've been bound together with some unbreakable thread overnight. But she does as he asks. Exhaustion has caught up to her, and with the hunt tomorrow, she needs all the rest she can get. Hours later, she awakens to the steady patter of rain. The clouds are so thick she can't tell what time it is. Downstairs, she finds Wes hunched over the card table in the sitting room, surrounded by haphazard piles of their notes. What time is it? He startles, turning toward her blearily.
Almost 4.
She can't remember the last time she slept so late. Did you sleep at all?
Some.
Wes turns the hunting knife in his hands over and over again. The blade flashes white, silver, white, until she meets her own gaze in the steel. He offers it to her.
It's finished.
The detail on the hilt is breathtakingly intricate. Every scale of the Ouroboros painted red as blood. In her hands, it's a mean weapon. In his, it's almost divine. She can hardly believe that this will be what kills the Hala. That these symbols inscribed here denote what a mythical beast is made of. What Wes's magic will incinerate into ash. She traces each one with a delicate touch.
How are you feeling?
He asks. Fine. She places the knife back on the table. And you?
I'm exhausted, a little nervous, but I'm ready.
Both of them know it's more complicated than that. But Margaret supposes they're becoming adept at this game of meaning more than they say aloud. Well, shall we burn the evidence? While Wes gathers up their notes, Margaret stacks kindling in the hearth and coaxes the banked fire back to life. When at last it whooshes up the brick sides of the flue, she settles back onto her haunches and sighs at the sweet caress of its heat against her face. Wes passes her the papers.
Gotta do the honors?
She hesitates for only a moment before she tosses them into the flames. As the fire sputters and hisses, the notes scatter like fallen leaves, then blister. He stands with his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. It's only when the last scrap of it has crumbled to ash that the tightness in her chest loosens, borne away by the smoke. What now? She asks.
We should celebrate.
Celebrate?
Yeah, celebrate.
He crosses the room to where her father's old record player is collecting dust.
You know, unwind, relax, enjoy all last night on the material plane.
That's not funny.
It is funny.
He rummages through a cardboard box until he finds a bright sleeve and slips out the vinyl inside. Setting it on the turntable, he adjusts the needle until crooning horns come crackling out of the bell. She recognizes the song, one of her father's favorites.
Do you even know how to relax?
Margaret makes a face. He thinks he is so clever. Of course I do. You make it very difficult, though.
Then humor me. Why don't you make yourself comfortable?
Mischief glints like a blade in his eyes.
Or dance with me?
Never in a million years will she dance. Margaret glowers as she perches on the edge of an armchair. I'm very comfortable here.
Good.
Wes busies himself with extinguishing all the lights and raiding the bar cart tucked into the corner. With a self-satisfied, aha! He brandishes a bottle of scotch. It fills her with bitter nostalgia to be sitting in this room, listening to this music, while Wes uncorks the prize liquor her father never returned for. Wes beams at her in that goofy, boyish way she can't help smiling at. With affected pomp, he says,
Can I offer you a drink, madame?
Some of her apprehension ebbs out of her. Maybe she can bear it if he's here to chase away the memories. You may. He pours them each a dram of scotch. It glitters like amber in the bottom of their crystal glasses, refracting the firelight. And when he presses the drink into her hand, she inhales the painfully familiar smell of it. Peat and wood smoke. I haven't had this in years, she says.
But you've had it. You're full of surprises.
Once. Have you? He sinks into the armchair beside hers and kicks his feet up on the coffee table.
Please. This bottle is worth more than my life. I have to say, I'm glad I've projected the kind of image that makes you think I'd drink scotch and not cheap beer.
Margaret sighs with fond exasperation. As she swirls the scotch in her glass, it strikes her just how surreal this is. She feels as though she's peering through a window, watching another Margaret live the happy, domestic life she never envisioned for herself. It never occurred to her that she could exist outside her mother's shadow, or that she'd ever want to. Yet here she is, drowning in firelight and the deep brown of Wes's eyes. It's almost romantic. Before she can let herself get maudlin, he leans over and says,
Shall we toast?
To what?
Winning.
To winning, she echoes. Their glasses clink together. As they drink, he watches her over the brim with an expression she cannot decipher. A knot of tension pulls pleasantly taut within her. What? She asks.
Nothing.
His voice is as warm as the scotch in her belly. It's unlike you to hold your tongue.
Only because you asked me to. And I'll do it, because I don't want to push you. Even though it's killing me a little whenever you look at me, because I can see exactly what you'd say back. And why?
He sets down his glass on the table emphatically, his brow pinched in consternation.
Why won't you let me say it?
Margaret can't remember the last time anyone has told her they loved her. She can't bear the thought of those 3 words. They plunk into her gut like dropped stones, each one ringing hollower than the last. She doesn't want to see him hurt when the skepticism fills her eyes. She doesn't want to hear herself choke when she tries to say it back. It's for the best that they care for one another silently, that they remain in the safe realm of plausible deniability. Love terrifies her, and yet she doesn't want to dissuade him. Not when he's looking at her so desperately. Not when she doesn't want him to give up on her. Because I don't want to call you a liar.
I don't have to speak,
he says after a moment.
If that makes a difference.
A dull ache begins at the center of her chest, then unfurls like ink dropped into water. It's the drink making her face feel so hot. Even though it was barely a sip, it must be. Yes, I think it does. The arm's breadth of space between their chairs feels impossibly huge. Wes watches her like a coyote, hungry and skittish. He stands, And although she's not sure when she moved, she's on her feet too. He closes the gap between them in a single stride, grabbing her by the waist. He walks her backward until she bumps into the writing desk that overlooks the window. As he helps lift her, Margaret swipes aside the books and papers in her way. They hit the floor with a thud she barely registers. Once she's settled, Wes parts her knees and stands between them. His warmth rolls over her, and as he drinks her in, the ravenous intensity of his gaze melts into quiet reverence. The firelight paints his features in gold and washes his irises the same red as strong steeped tea. She can read his every thought right now. He wears no pretense, no swagger, no gilt armor. It's just him, earnest and hers. Her stomach flutters with nerves as he removes the clip from her hair, letting it cascade over her shoulders. Wes twines his fingers into it and kisses her forehead, then her nose. Finally, his mouth brushes against hers with such tenderness her breath hitches. He is far gentler than he is in her fantasies. Worshipful even, like she may shatter or bolt if he doesn't handle her with the utmost care. His hands set every inch of her ablaze as he trails them along her jaw and down her ribs until they settle on her knees. He traces restless circles against them, and every barely there caress is tantalizing, leaving her lightheaded and mortifyingly eager. She has waited so long for this, and it is exactly as he said. He doesn't need words to tell her how he feels. Wes, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. He takes the opportunity to slide his tongue past her lips. He tastes exactly as she imagined he would, like black coffee and scotch. Wes kisses her like he means to take his time with her, to torment and savor her. It's maddening how it deepens the ache building within her instead of easing it. Weeks of wanting him have consumed all her patience and rationality. Margaret grabs fistfuls of his hair, and his answering moan reverberates through her chest. It emboldens her, this strange new power she has over him. She glides her hands lower, down his chest and along the plane of his stomach, until she palms the cold metal of his belt buckle. She fiddles with it until it comes loose, clattering like ice in a tumbler glass. But her triumph is short-lived. Now that she has done it, she doesn't know what she plans to do next. Wes pulls back enough that she can see his widened eyes swallowing her up, along with all the light. He looks both panicked and game. His voice is gravelly with desire, even as his face goes pink. I should tell you, I've never actually. Me neither. She yanks him in by his lapels and captures his lips with hers again. He rewards her with another low sound at the back of his throat and drags her closer. His palm is firm against the small of her back. His hips press insistently into hers. With his free hand, he finds the hem of her skirt and hikes it up until the chill of the room sighs across her bare skin. His fingers, ghosting up the inside of her thigh, draw a noise from her she didn't think herself capable of making. She feels him smirk against her mouth, the smug bastard. And then trouble bays. Margaret startles. Their teeth clack together. The lock twists in the front door. Wes jerks away as if she burned him, and the horror that lights his eyes is a mirror of her own. There's only one other person who has the house key, which means her mother has returned at last. 27. In her pressed suit, Evelyn Welty cuts a stark figure against the soft, warm light of the sitting room. Although she's narrow as a branch, her seething presence fills the entire room. Once Wes recovers from the initial shock, the first thing he notices about Evelyn is that she looks alarmingly like Margaret. She wears her golden hair pulled back at the nape of her neck, and behind her glasses, her eyes are as round as her daughter's. But where Margaret's are the color of whiskey, Evelyn's are the color of dark, strong rum. He watches her expression morph from surprise to disgust to anger in the span of a heartbeat. Wes drinks in the scene through her eyes. Margaret, still balanced on the edge of the desk, her hair loose and wild. Him, equally debauched, fervently working to refasten his belt. A record jauntily spinning, a fire merrily crackling, and 2 crystal glasses sparkling with scotch. He can't even say it isn't what it looks like. He sputters, "Master Welty." At the same time, Margaret chokes out, "Mother!" They've rendered Evelyn speechless, but her anger is a palpable thing, poised against the back of his neck like an executioner's blade. It's painfully obvious now where Margaret learned to stare a man down like she's skinning him alive. Beside him, Margaret blanches. Her teeth chatter despite the heat from the fire. He should be mortified, and he is. But the sting of his embarrassment is swallowed up by the cold torrent of his anger, blacker than the ocean.
"Where the hell have you been?"
he wants to shout.
"Why weren't you here for her?"
At last, Evelyn finds her voice. "Get out. Now." She speaks to him like a stray dog, but he swallows his pride. For Margaret's sake and his own, he has to maintain his composure. Wes rakes a hand through his hair, but there's no hope of smoothing over what Margaret has done to it.
"Master Welty, please let me explain. My name is Weston Winters, and I don't care if you're the goddamn president. I want you out of my house."
Evelyn kicks the front door shut behind her. Trouble barks as he slinks around the edges of the room, his tail wagging anxiously. Margaret collects herself enough to shush him, but as she eases back onto her feet, her voice is meek and far off. He's a prospective student. There's nowhere else for him to go in town, so he's been living here.
"He's been living here,"
Evelyn echoes. The detachment in her voice frightens him worse than the alternative. And then she laughs, a humorless, staccato burst of sound that sets his blood to ice. "You let a stranger live in the house without me here? How naive can you be?" Margaret shrinks away from the scorn in her mother's voice. She's folding herself up smaller and smaller, disappearing before his eyes. She has none of her usual fire, none of the boldness of the girl he kissed, or the ferocity of the girl who pointed her gun at him. As for you, enough, Trouble! Trouble rumbles again, but obediently curls up by the fireplace, his eyes locked on Evelyn. She rubs her temples and hisses out a frustrated sigh. "As for you, I'm not taking any students, which my daughter should have already told you. I expect you can find your way out. You've imposed on her hospitality enough already, don't you think?" Evelyn grabs her suitcases and stalks toward the staircase. "Margaret, come here. We need to talk." When Margaret speaks, it's almost too quiet to hear. "No." Evelyn looks at her daughter like she's never seen her before.
"No?"
"You can't send him away. You're acting like a child. Come upstairs and we'll discuss this like adults." A memory resurfaces, and suddenly he's 6 years old again, glued to the half-working radio in the living room. Almost every night he would refuse to go to sleep, and his father would scoop him up and carry him to bed. Wes would cling on to everything in his path, the edge of the table, a door jamb, while his father patiently and silently peeled each of his fingers off whatever he managed to grab. That is what Evelyn will have to do to him. He won't leave Margaret alone with her, and he won't surrender so easily when he still has their trump card.
"I know you want the Hala. And I know what you're working on. You can't get it without me. Margaret and I entered the hunt together.
Evelyn stops on the staircase and turns toward Margaret.
Is that true?
Yes, she whispers.
When we win tomorrow, consider it my payment.
Wes injects his voice with as much confidence as he can muster.
For both your hospitality and your instruction.
Evelyn drops her suitcases and walks toward him with the cold, slow precision of a predator. She is tall, far taller than him, and fixes him with a red-rimmed glare that could corrode metal. The smell of stale coffee and sulfur stings at the back of his throat.
What pretty words did you fill her head with to convince her to go along with this scheme of yours, you snake?
Mother, don't! She snaps at Margaret.
I can't bear to look at you right now. Don't you dare talk to her that way!
Evelyn grins as though she's delighted by the outburst.
You have a hell of a lot of nerve, Mr. Winters, to take advantage of my daughter under my own roof, and then tell me how to parent her. I know you think you can outfox me, but believe me, you don't want to play this game. Did you truly think you had any leverage here? That I don't have the means of getting what I want without you? That the scholarly world is so large that you can hide an insult like this? If you insist on meddling with me, my work and my children, I will ensure you have no career, no future, and no hope. If you cross me, you will never perform another transmutation again. Do we understand each other?
Wes cannot think of a single word to say. What can he say? He has nothing. Nothing but the rage boiling off him. And what's that against her influence? No matter what he does, he will always be powerless.
That's what I thought.
Now, unless you want a letter sent to every university, every political office, every seminary, hell, every household in the country, I expect your things gone within the hour. She turns on her heel.
Have a wonderful rest of your night, Mr. Winters.
The edges of the room go hazy as he listens to her footsteps strike the staircase, as forceful as the crack of a gun. Somewhere upstairs, a door slams. Margaret kneels by the fireplace and buries her face in Trouble's side. Even from here, he can see her trembling. All the warmth has drained from the manor. What once felt like home bristles around him, cold and desolate.
It doesn't matter.
He chokes on every word.
Let her do it. If she won't teach me, my career is already ruined. My family should have gotten into town already. I'll get my things and then we can leave.
And do what? Margaret turns her face to meet his gaze, and immediately his breath escapes him. She's beautiful, but so remote, like a distant star. The vacant look in her eyes convinces him that he must have dreamed their kiss entirely. What kind of life would we have if we've both given up everything? His stomach sinks.
A good one. What are you saying?
Would we really?
Of course we would. It'd be better than this. Anything would be.
But would he truly be satisfied if he could never be an alchemist? Would he feel like this for the rest of his life, defeated and utterly helpless? It's hardly a future at all. I can't leave her.
What? Why? The way she treated you just now, don't. Don't presume to know anything about her. Sorry.
Wes sits on the floor beside her.
I only know what I saw.
She isn't always like this. She's just... She digs the heels of her hands into her eyes. Things might be different this time. And without me, I don't know what would happen to her. She's already lost everything. It would be cruel.
She managed fine without you for almost 4 months. What happens to her isn't your responsibility.
Although he doesn't mean it to, frustration creeps into every word.
Margaret, it's not your job to take care of her when she never gave you the same courtesy. This isn't how love is supposed to be. Can't you see that?
And how is it supposed to be? Her voice trembles. Following you without question?
No. God, no. That's not what I'm asking.
He wishes he could touch her again. That he could take her by the shoulders and make her understand.
We could go anywhere you want. We'd figure it out together.
For one moment, he thinks he's gotten through to her. Hope fills her eyes and her lips quiver. But then she presses them into a firm line and shakes her head. I can't trust that it would be better. I'm not like you, Wes. The only thing I've ever wanted is to be safe. This is my home, and it's the only safety I've ever known. I can't let that go any more than I can go through my life waiting for the other shoe to drop.
But what if it never does?
He's begging now. He can hear it in the desperate edge to his words. But it's far too late to worry about his pride.
How can you possibly know?
Her whole body tenses like she's braced for a blow. I can't risk everything for what-ifs. Empty promises aren't enough. It feels as though she's ripped him open. Empty promises? Is that still all she thinks he's good for?
So that's it, then?
Yes, that's it. Her expression freezes over. I can't leave with you. Something within him breaks. Just like that, he has nothing. No prospects, no money, no Margaret. Once again, he's nothing but a foolhardy kid from the 5th Ward with a dream too big for the likes of him. Only this time, he's out of chances. Worst of all, he doesn't have a thing to say to her. Margaret has always been so good at rendering him speechless. Wes goes upstairs to clear out his things. It's a familiar ritual by now, to pack up and leave. Later, as he walks to Wickton in the last of the murky evening light, he doesn't remember doing it clearly. Only that it took him no more than 10 minutes to shove all his belongings into the single bag he brought back from Dunway. What he does remember was the look on Margaret's face when he said, "Take care." Longing. He thinks he'll spend the rest of his life trying to rid himself of this feeling. It fills him up from the inside like cold, dark water. Margaret rejected him. That he can live with. The fact that he saw the woman he loves for the last time nearly does him in. But he can endure it. What's worse is that she rejected everything. His vision, their dreams, their future. He couldn't convince her. He failed. For the first time, Wes understands what heartbreak truly feels like. Without alchemy, he's just a man. And without Margaret, he has no idea how to orient himself anymore. Annette blanches as soon as she sees him walk through the door of the inn. On another day, Wes may have relished the panicked shame on her face. But right now, he's too far past the point of emotional exhaustion to care much about preserving her feelings, or nursing his grudge. Seeing her there, pressed to the wall as if she could convince him she's part of the scenery, feels eerily like nothing. Underneath the bright crystal lights of the chandelier, everything here looks fake and sterile. He removes his cap and shoves it beneath his arm before dragging his suitcase to the check-in counter.
"Hello."
"Wes," she sputters. "What are you doing here?"
"I'm looking for my family."
As if he said nothing at all, she blurts out, "I'm so sorry. If I knew what he was planning to do, I swear to God I never would have gone through with it."
No,
He keeps his tone light, almost conversational.
And what did you think was going to happen?
I don't know. I just thought he was going to scare you, not actually.
And you were still up for it.
I wasn't thinking. I was hurt, and Jamie can be very persuasive when he has a wound to pick at. She leans across the counter, her voice dropping to a near whisper. That doesn't make it right, and I'm not proud of it. But that's the truth. We both know I'm a coward when it comes to him. He's tempted to ask for his family's room number, bid her good night, and never speak to her again. But apparently he's not as emotionally boiled dry as he thought, because he feels flushed and shaky with a sudden rush of anger. All this time, he denied his feelings for Margaret. And for what? A girl just like him, trading in empty words painted over with gold? God, he is such a fool to not have seen through it sooner.
How much of it was fake?
Not all of it, she says quietly. He's humiliated that his voice breaks when he asks,
How much?
The first time I saw you, I flirted with you because I knew you were from the city and that it would annoy Jamie. I wanted you to want me. I wanted to believe you could be my way out of this place. But I ended up having a good time, and even though I was angry with you at the exposition, it still wasn't like it was an imposition when Jamie asked me to keep you occupied during the shooting competition.
You knew he was going to cheat?
No! I swear I didn't know. She lowers her eyes. But I did like you, Wes. I do. That's why I was upset when I couldn't hold your attention. And I guess after you told me about your parents...
I didn't seem as good of a prospect.
He asks wryly. No, she admits.
Then you never liked me. You liked the idea of me.
It sounds awful when you say it like that. Her eyes brim with tears. 4 sisters have inoculated him well against this. The kind of tears that come from wanting to be absolved, not from wanting to make amends.
If you want to leave, then leave. You never needed me to whisk you away. And you sure as hell don't need Jamie and the rest of them. They bring out the worst in you.
An edge creeps into his voice, which he does regret. It's part of his code to refrain from yelling at women who aren't his sisters, and he doesn't want to violate it now in a moment of weakness. Wes draws a steadying breath and rakes a hand through his hair.
What you did was cruel. But it doesn't matter now. Jamie's gotten what he wants, no thanks to his own antics. I quit.
You did? Why?
Evelyn wanted me gone, so I'm gone. I'll be back in Dunway tomorrow.
But what about Maggie? Even her name is enough to stab through his heart with hopeless longing. It nearly undoes him.
What about her?
The silence is filled with the chatter of people in the bar, the clinking of glasses over the glittery swell of music. It makes him feel unbearably, wretchedly lonely. I'm sorry, Wes, Annette says. For everything. If nothing else, I know now that Jamie isn't harmless. I wish I could take it back or find some way to make it up to you. He wants to laugh. How could anybody possibly make it up to him? If she could pull out the rotten core of New Albion that births sons of bitches like Jamie Harrington, maybe she could make it up to him. But she's just one girl who will never face consequences for what she's done to him and Margaret. All the same, he's soft-hearted. And this time she seems sincere.
I forgive you.
He sighs.
Mostly because I just want to go to sleep. Have you seen 4 women and a little girl come through recently? Loud. Kind of look like me.
Yes, actually. Wait, that's your family? Wes manages a real smile at the alarmed look on her face.
It is.
Annette flings open a drawer and begins rummaging. Then you have to let me comp the room. Please. It's the least I can do.
Won't you get in trouble for that?
I ought to get in trouble for something, don't you think? She thrusts a handful of bills at him. It's more money than he's seen in quite some time. Mad must have used a solid portion of her savings to get them here, which makes his stomach knot itself up with guilt and gratitude both.
Thanks. This means more than you know.
Sure. She smiles uncertainly. They're on the second floor. Room 200. Wes ducks through the lobby and up a flight of stairs, and almost immediately he hears them. God, he pities their neighbors. Colleen's speaking voice carries at least a mile, and Christine's cackling threatens to shake the gold-framed mirror at the end of the hall from its perch. Wes tears his gaze away from his own reflection. He's already feeling sorry for himself and doesn't need the visual reminder of how rumpled and hollowed out he looks to make it worse. His footsteps echo gravely against the glossy parquet floor as he approaches room 200. He knocks, and barely a second later the door swings open. Wes! Colleen throws her arms around his neck, nearly toppling him over. When she relinquishes her stranglehold to peer up at him, she frowns. Oh, you look awful. Before he can muster some sort of limply barbed reply, 4 other dark-haired heads appear in the doorway. His mother looks practically radiant with joy, but as soon as she takes stock of him, her expression dulls with worry. Oh, Hashka, what happened? Why are you sad? Edie chimes in. What's wrong? Christine asks. Mad stares at him silently, which he appreciates, considering he doesn't know where to begin with any of those questions. All he can think of is how desperately he wants to lie down. He drops his suitcase and flops onto the nearest bed, which is strewn with a truly astonishing number of colorful and unnecessary decorative pillows. The springs groan in weak protest as his sisters and his mother pile onto the mattress beside him.
Well, I'm out of the hunt,
he says, as cheerfully as he can.
But the good news is I got your money back, Matt.
As quick as a strike of lightning, his eyes start burning, and his vision goes blurry. And, damn it all, he's crying like a goddamn fool in front of his entire family. They'll never let him forget it for as long as he lives. Christine says, "Aww," in a way that somehow manages to be both comforting and condescending. Colleen leaps from the bed to fetch him a tissue from the bathroom, while Edie curls herself tighter against him. Stiffly, Mad lays her hand against his forehead and pushes the hair out of his face. Her tenderness surprises him. Where's Margaret? The story pours out. Everything from Jamie's sabotage to Evelyn's research to Margaret's refusal to leave with him. By the time he finishes, they've all gone silent. He can't interpret their puzzled expressions. Even the creepy painting of the fox above the headboard regards him with judgment. So, let me attempt to understand this, Christine says. You're telling me you just left her there?
What else was I supposed to do? Throw myself on my knees and beg her?
Yes! Colleen blushes when everyone turns to look at her. I mean, I think that would have been romantic. His anger and grief return with a vengeance, and along with them, all his self-pity. He scrubs the tears from his cheeks.
There's nothing romantic about it. Even if she came with me, I don't have anything to offer her. No money, no job, no prospects. Nothing. I'm worthless.
All he has is a dream of a better world where they could be happy together. But that's all it is. A stupid dream. An empty promise, just like she said. Once, he believed that the sheer force of his will was enough to carry him through. But now he sees that Mad and Margaret have always been right. He was naive to believe he could make something out of nothing. A worldview based on an alchemical impossibility. "Weston Winters," his mother says. "You will not talk about yourself that way." "Cut the bullshit, ma'am. Margaret told me as much herself, and it's true. I couldn't help you. I couldn't help any of you. And I sure as hell couldn't help Margaret. What good am I if I can't do a single concrete thing for the people I love? Your father and I had nothing but each other and a dream when we left Banva. You have more than enough to give her." She jabs him in the center of his chest. "This." Wes squeezes his eyes shut, desperate to hold himself together. "She doesn't want it. She doesn't want me." "Oh, shut up," Mad snaps. "When has that ever stopped you before?" Christine rounds on her. "Can you two not fight just for one night? I'm so sick of this. You've been at each other's throats for years, and I'm not picking a fight." Mad smooths her hands primly over her skirt. "I want him to answer my question. When has a rejection ever deterred you? When have you ever decided that you've run out of options? When has anyone's opinions of your naive, selfish decisions ever stopped you from making them?" Wes scowls. "Never." "Exactly. Now explain to me what makes this situation any different." "Because she told me to leave. And so has every alchemy teacher in Dunway. Not to say she didn't have a good reason to tell you to get lost, mind you. I love you, Weston. But I won't disagree with you when you say you're not the most promising of matches. You're a hot-headed idealist with no money, and she's a practical girl who's shut herself away in that house to hide from the world. It makes sense that she was gun-shy." "Not all of us have big dreams," she told him once. Wes thought her so small-minded back then, and now he wants to kick himself for being such a fool. Of course she had no big dreams when she couldn't see much past surviving another week. She can't hold them like a gun or eat them or burn them to keep the house warm. "Have you told her how you feel?" Christine asks. "No, but..." All of them, save Mad, shout something inarticulate and outraged. "But why would that be enough to sway her?" Wes groans. "Because you're not just offering her your love," Mad says. "You're offering her hope." "I can't risk everything for what-ifs, Wes. Empty promises aren't enough." Then he will give her something solid to hold on to. If he can convince her of one thing in his life, let it be this. A life beyond that house, beyond all the ghosts that haunt it, is a dream worth believing in. One worth trying for. "Ma, thank you." "Thank me later." She squeezes his shoulder. "Now go get your girl." 28. Now that her mother's laboratory door has locked and the silence of the manor has settled like a chill into her bones, Margaret doesn't know what to do with herself. She doesn't know how to rest with her mother's anger filling up the house like smoke. Soon enough, everything will return to normal. They will resume the comfortable rhythm of their lives, a planet and its orbiting sister moon. That prospect should be a comfort. The sliver of light knifing out from beneath the crack in the door should be a relief. Evelyn is at last home. All hers. And yet she's still alone. The sound of the door closing behind Wes still echoes through the halls, and she swears the strained formality of his farewell and the hurt in his eyes will haunt her for the rest of her life. Watching him go was almost more than she could handle. and now all her oldest wounds are aching. If she lets herself think about him any longer, she'll crumble. So she cleans the house. She scours every surface until it gleams, until her mind begins to disconnect from reality, until her pain feels distant. But when she begins to wash the dishes, she's yanked back into her body at the sight of the coffee-stained mugs Wes hoarded in his room for days on end. He's tainted even this routine. There's no one to annoy her or distract her or fill the silence with incessant chatter and humming and laughter. By all accounts, it should be a blessing. But it's not. It's stifling. There's nothing left in this place untouched by him. Margaret wants to throw the rack he hung his tattered coat on through the window. She wants to snap every one of her father's records in half. She wants to smash all the crystal glasses and burn every alchemy book collecting dust on the shelf. She wants to scream until what comes echoing back isn't her, just her, only her. As she fills a bucket in the sink, she watches her reflection shatter over and over again, pale and already half dead. Her mother has always contented herself with ghosts. But Margaret is alive for the first time in years. She isn't ready to go back to haunting this place, silent and unseen. Margaret. Evelyn's tall silhouette stands at the top of the stairs. We need to have a talk. Her hands are trembling so hard, she nearly tips over the bucket. Numbly, she sets it down. Water sloshes out over her feet, and she tracks wet footprints through the house as she follows her mother upstairs and into her lap. Over the past several weeks, she and Wes have replaced almost every painful memory of this room with something joyful and new. But when her mother takes a seat behind her desk and folds her hands, it once again feels oppressive and too dark for the evening light. The sleeves of Evelyn's jacket ride up enough to expose her wrists. It shouldn't surprise Margaret how frail they are, but it does every time. The window is broken, Evelyn says, and it seems my alembics and several of my manuscripts have vanished. Her mother is a brilliant hunter in her way. She has laid her trap with simple observations and an airy tone. Now it's only a matter of waiting until Margaret steps into it. But of all the places she could have started her interrogation, this is by far the easiest. She has nothing to hide. That was Jamie Harrington. He destroyed the lab. And why would he do something like that? You know why. I suppose I do. Evelyn removes her glasses and rubs the bridge of her nose. Has his father been informed of this? No. The first fine crack in her composure appears. And why is that? He wouldn't have done anything. Wes. She sneers through his name like it's sour on her tongue. Yes, let's discuss him. I think you understand why I'm frustrated, Margaret. Had you two not gone behind my back to register for the hunt, I very much doubt Jamie would have paid you any mind. I doubt I would be out tens of dollars for replacing my equipment. And I doubt we would be having this unpleasant conversation at all. But here we are. Her mother's leather-bound journal plops onto the desk between them. Fog swirls through the edges of Margaret's vision until she can see nothing but the gilt on the Ouroboros stamp gleaming red as sunset. It shivers like a coin dropped to the bottom of a well. Now, would you care to explain to me why you took this out of my desk? Margaret had replaced it in the drawer exactly as she'd found it. She'd erased any marks they'd made in it. How could she have known? Well, Evelyn still does not raise her voice. She's never had to resort to that to get her point across. Her anger is like the slow simmer of water. Confronting it is like taking the first tentative step onto thin pond ice. "I'm sorry," is all Margaret manages through the chattering of her teeth. "As I suspected," she hisses. She'd fallen right into this. The snare tightens around her throat. "I'm sorry." "Why are you cowering like a kicked dog? I haven't done a thing to you." Evelyn sounds muffled, as though thick wool has been pulled over Margaret's ears. It's getting harder to cling to details when she so desperately wants to flee. "You expect me to come home to my lab destroyed and ransacked, my daughter cavorting with some upstart, and be glad of it? To overlook it? No. I will not be disrespected like this. Now answer me. Did you show this to him?" "Yes." "Does he have a copy?" "No." Margaret curls around herself tighter. "No, I swear." "But he's seen it. God, Margaret, what were you thinking?" Margaret feels as if she's been thrown back into that inlet, crouching beside Mattis as the tide churned his blood to pink froth around her. She'll drown if she doesn't move, but she can't. All she can do is shiver as the waters of her own fear rise around her and fill her ears, her mouth, her eyes. Her mother has never raised a hand to her. But when Margaret thinks of what will happen if she disappoints her beyond forgiveness, it's a void as vast and terrifying as her memory of that thing that smoked at the center of Evelyn's transmutation circle. For so long, Evelyn has been her entire world, and the god of it, too. There are punishments far worse than being struck. To be forsaken and unloved, that is the worst fate of all. Wes was always so outraged for her. "Someone should have done something," he told her once. But what would they have done? What would they have intervened in? Evelyn has never hurt her in a way anyone can see. "Do you understand what the ramifications would be if that decoded transmutation were widely circulated? Do you have any idea what could happen if this research falls into the wrong hands?" "Yes, I do." Margaret freezes as soon as the words slip out. She can't be certain if it was actually her who said that. And clearly neither is her mother, because she blinks, astonished, as if she's been slapped. "Be careful of what you're implying." "I've seen firsthand what this research does in the wrong hands." Her voice trembles as badly as she does, but she forces herself to go on. "I showed him because there's no other way to kill the Hala. I showed him because I trust him, and he's my friend." "That was friendship I saw, was it?" Evelyn rises from her seat. Her shadow cuts across the floor. "Honestly, are you so starved for attention that you'll let any smooth-talking boy poison your mind?" "Yes! Because you left me here alone! For so long, I've lived like I don't even exist! I thought it was the magnum opus that consumes people. I thought it was alchemy. But all along, it was you. You let it consume you. How can you act like a mother to me now when you haven't in years?" Saying it aloud cracks open something within her. And now she can see with perfect clarity. The worst has already happened to her 1,000 times over, and she has survived it. Evelyn has already forsaken her. This isn't how love is supposed to be. Margaret cannot believe she just denied herself the chance to learn that firsthand. She cannot believe she all but shoved Wes out the front door. "What has gotten into you?" Evelyn's eyes shine with hurt. "You can criticize me all you like, but everything I do for our family. I'm sorry I can't be like all the good Catharist women in town and devote my entire life to you. After your father left, I had to support you alone.
And I wouldn't have left you here if you weren't mature enough to handle it.
Maybe I'm not mature enough. Evelyn draws in a deep breath, as though she is gathering the very last of her patience.
No, maybe you're not. But I'm home now, and I thought of you every day. I've been as patient with you as I could given the circumstances. Isn't that enough for you? The least you could do is treat me with some decency, instead of being cruel.
No, she wants to say. It's not enough. Evelyn is here, but she's not present and hasn't been for years. Part of her walked out the door on the day David died and never came back. Hot tears stream down her face, and Margaret tastes salt on her lips. She is so humiliated to be crying, so humiliated to prove her mother right. Maybe she isn't mature enough to handle any of this. But she's so tired of trying to be. She's so tired of waiting for things to change. She's so tired of being alone.
First thing in the morning, Evelyn says, we'll go to town and have him replaced with me as your alchemist. It certainly wasn't what I had in mind, but as long as you've presented me with this opportunity, it'd be foolish not to take it.
No, Margaret says softly. I can't do this anymore.
I won't.
Evelyn laughs incredulously.
Do you want to try extorting me, too? It turned out so well for your friend. Be my guest.
No, this isn't an extortion. This isn't a negotiation. I'm leaving. Tomorrow morning, Wes and I will win the hunt, and you can do as you like. By all means, continue working yourself to the bone for your family of one. Before she can lose her nerve, Margaret escapes into the hallway. She hears her mother's half-hearted pursuit. The exasperated scrape of her chair against the floorboards, the condescendingly slow clack of her heels.
Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that?
Margaret flings open her bedroom door and pulls her suitcase from beneath her bed. All she can hear is the wild beat of her heart against her eardrums, the panicked rhythm of her breathing. Pull yourself together. Her hands are shaking so hard, it's all she can do to not tear every cardigan she owns as she rips them from the hangers in her closet and shoves them into her bag. Surely there must be something else she is forgetting, something else that's hers. But apart from her clothes and her gun, nothing in this house holds any sentimental value to her. Nothing but her books, but the age-worn pages will crumble to dust if she tries to cart them down the mountain. She'll have to leave them. Evelyn waits for her in front of the landing, her arms crossed impatiently.
And where do you plan to go now? Have you thought any of this through?
Away from you. Anywhere. To Wes.
Move. I'm not letting you walk away from this conversation.
She shoulders her way past Evelyn and hurries down the stairs.
Trouble!
He springs to his feet as Margaret snatches the painted hunting knife from the sitting room. She slips it into her skirt pocket as discreetly as she can.
Don't!
The roughness of her mother's voice nearly sinks her.
You can't do this. You can't leave me too. I love you, Maggie. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
I love you. How long has it been since Evelyn told her that? Once, she said it every day in 1,000 different ways. When she reaches into that bright pocket in her mind, full of all her happiest, safest memories, she finds one as golden as rye and sunlight. In the spring, they'd walk the hilltops, where poppies bloomed riotous for miles, and hawks winged overhead. Evelyn would pick every wildflower they passed, and tell her their names like they were a precious secret. Yarrow, and Morning Glory, and Skullcap. They'd lie side by side in the grass as her mother wove them carefully into a crown. Queen Maggie, she'd say reverently, as she placed it on her head. Margaret chokes back a sob as she clutches the doorknob. How can she cut her own mother loose? How can she repay her love with abandonment? How can she force herself to forget all the small kindnesses, the tenderness that she has shown her? But that's never been the whole of her, of them. No matter how desperately Margaret wishes it could be. She has built herself a mother out of those precious memories and kept herself alive on them. But she can't subsist on crumbs anymore. As she opens the door, she makes the mistake of looking back. Although Evelyn is backlit by the eerie yellow light emanating from the sconces, Margaret watches her change like quicksilver. Her crumpled face smooths over into a mask so calm and collected, it's as though she'd never broken at all. Fine. Go then. You're your father's daughter through and through. Margaret slams the door shut behind her. She walks with grim determination to the paddock and fetches Shimmer. Then, with hound and horse in tow, she heads down the path and into the woods. As long as she keeps moving, she won't crumble. Mrs. Reeford once told her there's more to life beyond preserving that manor. That there are people who love her. People like her and Wes. They have thrown her lifeline after lifeline, and she's finally ready to take hold of them. Somewhere on the other side of these redwoods, there's a world waiting for her. Bit by bit, the towering trees give way to rolling, rye-covered hills. The half-moon sea sprawls out lazily against the beach tonight, glimmering beneath the light of the waxing moon. And there, in the distance, she sees the faint outline of a person. Her heart lurches with anticipation. It's unusual for someone to come out this far from Wigton, especially on foot, and at this hour. Margaret trots along the path until she can see the figure more clearly, bathed in the silver glow of the moon. From here, she can make out the whip of coat-tails and a tangle of disheveled black hair. "Wes?" she calls. The wind snatches her voice away. But she can tell he hears her by the sudden slackening of his shoulders. She's never tasted anything sweeter than this relief. She doubted him. She rejected him, and still he came back for her. He's as stubborn as ever. Margaret lets go of Shimmer's bridle and her suitcase and runs toward him. As soon as she's within reach, he enfolds her in a hug that squeezes the breath out of her. She could lose herself in this. The heat of his body against hers, the heady, ridiculous scent of his aftershave, and the wild, bright salt of the sea. The way he holds her as though she's something precious.
I never should have left you,
he says against her ear. I never should have let you go. Wes draws back enough to look into her eyes, but he still holds her by the shoulders. He's wearing a very serious expression, one that makes her stomach swoop low.
Margaret, I know I don't have much to offer you. And I know it's hard to imagine anything going right after the hunt. And I know you could probably think of at least 100 better men than me to marry. But I meant it when I said there's a life for us, a good one. A country where we don't have to be afraid. A house in the countryside. A whole library full of smutty books and a huge kitchen and 7 kids, or no kids, and 5 hounds just like Trouble. Whatever you want, I swear I'll make it happen. I swear I'll make you happy.
It knocks the wind from her. Once, when he was very drunk, he described this exact scene to her, and it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. She never could envision a thing beyond Wigton or the walls of her mother's house. But in Wes's eyes, she can see 1,000 possibilities, all of them bright and vivid as pearls. How can he truly believe he has nothing to offer her? She's never had the gift of imagination, or a dream, or a future to believe in. But he's giving it to her. She wants it, wants him, more than anything she's ever wanted. And that terrifies her. She feels as though she's stepped from the edge of a cliff. But maybe just this once, she can let herself believe that someone will catch her. Did you just propose to me? What? No, God, no. He blanches as he processes what he said. Not because I don't want to, but I don't even have a ring, and I still haven't told you. I know. Margaret cups his cheek. I just want to do it right. And I will someday, if you'll let me. He looks at her like she's the brightest thing here. Brighter even than the cold moon and all the stars above them. How are you doing? She laughs softly. I don't know, honestly. I've never been so miserable or so happy. I can work with that. He rubs his hands against her bare arms. They're stippled with gooseflesh. Where's your coat? I must have forgotten it. I left in a hurry. Well, we can't have you freezing to death. He shrugs his jacket off and drapes it over her shoulders like a cape. The same way he always wears it. It smells like him, and the fabric is soft with wear. He has a peculiar expression on his face as he smooths the sleeves out, like he's examining a very strange work of art. That bad? No, not at all. It suits you. I like it when you let me do this. Do what? Take care of you. He rubs the back of his neck. My family's all waiting for you. They're excited to see you. Really? Really. But I can fend them off if you're tired. Strangely enough, the thought of spending time with all 5 Winters women sounds nice. No, that's all right. I'm excited to see them too. He takes her hand and presses a kiss to her knuckles. Famous last words, Margaret. Jacket or not, as long as he turns that smile of his on her, she'll be warm. The 2 adjoining suites in the Wallace Inn look as though a storm has torn through them. With 6 suitcases, all the sheets, and throw pillows scattered across the floor, there is only a small corridor of open space. It makes for treacherous footing as she is wrested from Wes's grasp and passed from person to person. Margaret isn't sure she's ever been hugged so much in her life. It's a strange, giddy feeling. And when at last she's allowed to sit, a cup of tea is pressed into her hands. She's beginning to understand that the Winters family can make a home any place they land. We missed you, dear, Aoife says. And we're so glad you're here. Margaret smiles, lowering her gaze. Thank you. Trouble is, too, I think. He's quickly found a favorite in Edie, who crouches on the floor beside him and scratches behind his ears. I'm going to go out to pick something up for dinner. Can I get you anything? No, that's all right. Thank you, Mrs. Winters. Aoife sighs, clearly aggrieved. All right, then. I'll be back in a few. Once the door shuts behind her, Christine says, I hope you know you're going to be force-fed anyway. It's pointless to refuse. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Wes makes a grand show of yawning and stretching, then stoops to collect her suitcase. It's been a long day for both of us, so I'm going to put our stuff in the other room. Oh, no, you don't. Christine grabs it from him. You are not treating that room like some honeymoon suite while the rest of us are right here. Colleen covers her ears. Seriously? Can you not? Margaret and I will share it. All of their heads whip toward Mad, who leans against the window overlooking the ocean. She taps her long, lacquered cigarette holder on the casement, showering ash onto the ground below. I've been wanting to get to know her better anyway. Wes's face falls. Don't look so gutted. Christine, Margaret, come with me, Mad says. We're going to get ready. For what? Christine asks. To go out. With what money? Wes scoffs. If I recall, you seemed to have worked your magic on the girl downstairs. Right. Wes rubs the back of his neck. Hey, was that finally a recognition of my contribution to this family? Colleen claps her hands. Can I come too? No, Christine says pleasantly. Be annoying by yourself. Or play with your sister. I don't want to play with her. Edie throws her arms around Trouble, who grunts as he startles from sleep. He blinks blearily at her. I have trouble. Then I guess you're stuck talking to Wes. Too bad. Bye. Hey, Wes protests. It's all Margaret can do to keep her composure as Christine and Mad whisk her into the spare room. They seat her in front of the vanity, which is cluttered with more cosmetics than she's ever seen in one place. A mirror bordered by two bright lights reflects her weary face back at her. The two oldest Winters siblings study her, dark-eyed and assessing. Christine breaks the silence first. If you're tired, you don't have to come. Even though Mad says things like you don't have a choice. I want to, Margaret says, although she doesn't know exactly what she's agreeing to. She has never been out before. Her easy acquiescence, however, seems to please Mad. She lifts a strand of Margaret's hair. May I? She nods. Mad carefully gathers up her hair and tosses it so that it spills down her back. It's knotted from the rough ocean wind, but Mad diligently works her fingers through it until it lies flat. Her eyes burn, and Margaret wants to shake herself for being so easily moved by any small tenderness. Margaret doesn't want to cry in front of Wes's sisters, not when they're being so kind to her. Hey, Christine squeezes her shoulders. We've got you. It's going to be all right. It will be, Mad says absently. So what are your intentions with my brother? Christine groans. Is now really the time? I'm making conversation. No, you're gearing up to conduct an interrogation. Honestly, Margaret, ignore her. She's like a steamroller. I'm simply doing my due diligence. Besides, she ought to know what she's getting into. Mad meets Margaret's eyes in the mirror. He likes you, which I doubt he said to you in as many words, because he's allergic to being honest half the time. He talks a big game, but he clams up when he has to follow through. But when he does, he's not capable of doing anything halfway if he has the option of doing it extravagantly. I understand if you don't think you can tolerate it. I just don't want to see him hurt. He's very annoying when he's upset. Nothing Mad has said surprises or scares her, but she wants to ensure she gives her the right answer. Mad, undeterred by her silence, rummages through a bag on the vanity. She procures a small dish of eyeshadow and dips a brush into it. She angles Margaret's chin up with the crook of her finger and begins to paint her lash line. Her eyes water in protest, but she doesn't dare move or breathe until Mad withdraws and grunts her approval. You're right, Margaret says. He is all of those things, but he's also kind-hearted and good. Tomorrow I intend to protect him with my life. And after that, I intend to do everything I can to help him see his dreams through. And someday, she will be brave enough to let herself love him as she wants to, as he deserves. Mad caps the dish with an emphatic click. Then you have my blessing. Now let's go. Christine sighs in relief, and Margaret's heart swells with hope. Tomorrow morning, the hunt will begin. The dream she and Wes share hangs in the balance, as does the fate of his entire family. But right now, surrounded by people who've accepted her, it isn't so difficult to believe that everything really will be all right. 29. With less than 24 hours before the hunt, Wickton is lively and wild. In the Blind Fox, a band plays on a makeshift stage, and a fine haze of tobacco smoke swirls through the bar like mist off the harbor. People dance in short, swishing dresses and rolled shirt sleeves. Tonight, everything glitters. Sequins and crystal glasses, and Margaret's eyes as she drinks it all in. Wes can't keep his gaze from her. Near the back, they find a miraculously empty table. Christine sprawls herself across the bench to stake her claim. Margaret perches across from her, entirely overwhelmed by the ordeal, judging by how stiffly she carries herself. He still can't reconcile his Margaret, fierce, mud-streaked Margaret, with this Margaret and her black-lined eyes. "Wes," Christine bats her eyelashes, "I'm parched. Be a dear, won't you?" He sighs. "What do you want? I'll get you both a drink." "Anything is fine," Margaret says. "Jen!" Mad rests a hand on his shoulder. "I'll come." "Sure." It's a miracle his voice didn't crack with surprise and fear. They weave through swing dancers and whipping tasseled skirts until they reach the bar. Down on the other end, he spies Mrs. Reeford pouring a pint with lacy foam that dribbles down the sides of a frosted glass. Eventually, a harried bartender takes their order, which leaves him and Mad alone. Truly alone, for the first time in weeks. She props her chin up on her fist as she leans against the bar, scanning the room as though she's waiting for someone. Or something. "You said I could thank you later, so I'm thanking you now." Wes leans in so he doesn't have to shout over the noise. "And I'm sorry." "For what?" "What? You want a whole list?" "Yes. Gravel," she says, although it has little bite. Still, he wishes she would smile, or at least stop looking so unimpressed. "I'm waiting." "I'm sorry for making your life miserable." "Not good enough." The bartender drops off their drinks. Even after they've settled up, she doesn't make a move to head back to the table. She swirls her whiskey neat with grave focus. It casts a watery amber shadow across the bar. "I let you down. We promised to hold it down together, but I left you to handle a lot more than you should have handled alone when I started taking off all the time for my apprenticeships. I never wanted you to put your life on hold for my sake, you know." "I know, but I still could have consulted you more. I'm sorry for thinking you were out to get me, and that you didn't want what's best for me. And for expecting you to agree with everything I did, and all right, that's enough." "I miss him," he says after a moment. "I miss him every day." Her expression softens. "Me too." "I miss you." "I miss you too." Mad slings one arm around his neck and pulls him down into a hug. He has to bend over a little to accommodate her, but once he does, she kisses the top of his head. "And I'm sorry, too, for assuming the worst of you. You had reasons to. But I promise I'm going to make everything right. You better not die. If you do, I swear to God." Wes grins in a way he knows would irritate her if she could see it. "Aw, Madeline, are you getting weepy?" "Ugh!" She shoves him away. "You're impossible.
You love me.
Yes, I do. Wes doesn't much care for the scheming look she's giving him. It's somewhere between mischievous and calculating. She opens the purse slung around her shoulder, an oversized beaded number she got for her birthday last year. Close your eyes and hold out your hand. His childhood has taught him better than to oblige. Mad herself has placed a variety of upsetting things in his hands with a trick like this. An ice cube, one of their sister's baby teeth, a dead roach. But she's got that glint in her eyes that leaves no room for argument. So he does what he's told. Something crinkles between their palms, and when he looks down, he nearly hurls it back at her. Seriously? He sputters. A condom wrapper glints like metal in the light. Mad feigns innocence as she fishes a pack of cigarettes from her bag and lights one. Ma'am won't give it to you, and she'll burst into hellfire before she even utters the word sex. So you're overdue for this talk. If you two need to stay with us until you get your footing, Lord knows we don't need any more kids in the house. He wants to combust. Or melt. Anything to escape this hell. Great, thanks. Anything else you want to tell me? Any other advice? Advice? Sure. Don't be selfish. Ask what she likes. And for God's sake, don't stare at her like she's going to suck your soul out through your mouth all night. It's like you've never seen a woman before. Wes shoves the condom in his pocket, praying no one else saw it. Even though he has a pretty solid idea of what would have happened had Evelyn not interrupted him and Margaret, the very fact of having this makes him feel a whole mess of things. Mainly presumptuous and terrified. Maybe mostly terrified. I was being sarcastic. Good. Can we please not talk about this now? Or ideally ever again? One day you will appreciate me. Now let's go before Christine scares Margaret away. They take their drinks, and as they begin wading through the crowd, someone jostles him. Some of Margaret's beer spills onto his hands, and he lets out a slow, irritated breath through his teeth. Winters. Wes's stomach drops at the sound of that baleful voice. Jamie Harrington stands not an arm's length away, swaying slightly, his face flushed with drink and cold. Hatred burns solidly within him. But at least the bruises daubed on Jamie's cheekbone make it easier to keep his voice jovial. Harrington, a pleasure as always. Mad stops beside him and rakes her gaze across Jamie's face. Who's this? Jamie opens his mouth, probably to say something caustic and inane. But when he looks at Mad, his jaw hinges open. His eyes ping-pong between them, like he can't quite make sense of either their likeness or Mad's appearance. Wes has learned his lesson now, but God, what he wouldn't give to have another shot at him. The bastard has some nerve to look at his sister like that. This is Jamie Harrington, he says. And this is my sister, Madeline. Sister? He echoes. Ah, yes. I recognize the name. Mad smiles, sweeter than he's ever seen her smile in her life. It petrifies him. I like your jacket. That's an expensive brand. Oh. Jamie looks down, clearly still off kilter. Thanks. Before he even finishes speaking, Mad dumps the entirety of her drink down the front of his jacket. As she strides past him, she clips him on the shoulder. Oops. Jamie swears, and Wes is left floundering, half-stunned and waffling between dread and delight. Before he recovers enough to make his exit, Jamie grabs him by the collar and pulls. They're close enough that Wes can smell the stale beer on his breath and the whiskey drying on his jacket. Annette's not talking to me anymore. I know you're behind it. Maybe you ought to take it easy.
You're making a fool of yourself."
Wes watches the rage ignite in his eyes the exact moment Jamie recognizes his own words.
"I've been there. But I find women tend to like you better if you recognize they make their own decisions."
Jamie bares his teeth.
"Wipe that smug look off your face. You've always got a plan and a joke for everything, don't you? But I'm done playing with you, Winters. You better hope I don't see you alone during the hunt, because if I do, I'll have my hound tear you apart like the vermin you are."
Wes wants to laugh, but any retort he can think of dies as soon as he meets Jamie's gaze. There's a sharp, overeager look in his eyes he hasn't seen before. It runs deeper than frustration, deeper even than hatred. It's pure desperation. He really means it. Jamie lets go of his collar, but doesn't break eye contact. Unsettled, Wes takes a step backward, then two, before turning and hurrying back to the table. He hates that Jamie rattled him, but he can't deny it felt more like an omen than a threat. In his mother's legends, the goddess of war always appears just before a battle, spelling portents of doom for hapless men. It's as though she spoke through Jamie's mouth to foretell his grisly fate. Wes imagines himself dragged to the earth like a fleeing hind. He slides into the seat beside Margaret and drapes his arm over the back of her chair. Immediately, she pins him with that too perceptive stare of hers. Is everything all right?
"Yeah."
He tosses back his drink in a single gulp.
"Completely fine."
"Somebody's ready to dance," Christine sing-songs. "I certainly am," Mad says. "Let's go then." Christine drags her into the crowds, which have risen to a near fever pitch as the band strikes up a jaunty, breathlessly fast song. As Wes watches them spin and twirl, he's struck by how different his sisters look in this light. Carefree, like they're the kind of city kids who sneak into speakeasies every weekend. Like they're not on the brink of ruin. For their sake, they have to win tomorrow. When he glances at Margaret again, she's still watching him. He sighs. There's no point in hiding it from her.
"I ran into Harrington again. He was happy to see me."
I'm sure he was.
"He said if he sees me alone tomorrow, he'll kill me."
I won't give him the chance." Margaret presses her knee against his, which she realizes now is bouncing a mile a minute. "I promised Mad that I'd protect you with my life. I intend to keep that promise."
"What would I do without you?"
He swirls the dregs of his drink. Ice clinks in the glass, the sound as brittle as his nerves.
"You know, until now, it's always been easy to say I had the courage to do this. Now look at me. Afraid of Jamie and afraid of myself. What if I can't bring myself to do it?"
What do you mean?
"I can't do the things I need to do without power. But if I kill it, how am I any better than the rest of the alchemists in this country? If I'm willing to sacrifice my roots, if I'm willing to play by the rules of their game..."
But you aren't like them. You're playing their game, that's a fact. But the moment you joined the hunt, you broke their rules. And if we win, you're on your way to changing the game entirely. What would it mean for a Sumac kid from the 5th Ward and a Uadir girl from the countryside to win? It would mean nothing. And it would mean everything. It would, at least for one night, at least in this one nowhere town, force New Albion to reconsider what its heroes look like. To acknowledge its heritage, its identity, is not and was never homogeneous. He only wishes there was a way to do it without committing a mortal sin.
Is that what you tell yourself? He asks.
No. Margaret smiles at him gently, almost sadly. I don't know that I have the right to claim I'm betraying anything or anyone the way you do. I tell myself that I'm doing what needs to be done. And so are you.
Yeah, I guess so.
He rests his head on the table. You're a good man, Wes. The weight of her hand settles on his back, and he straightens up to meet her gaze. Your mother will forgive you. And if God put the Hala on this earth for our sake, then he can't be too angry with you for using it. Try to take your mind off it for tonight. You should join your sisters.
We should join them.
No, I couldn't.
Oh, come on,
He cajoles.
dance with me.
I don't know how. Wes extends his hand to her.
I promise it's not hard.
Very reluctantly, she accepts it. As she lets him sweep her to the edges of the crowd where it's thinnest, he feels some of his trepidation melt away. The song changes tempo just as he gets his arms around her, and he can't help feeling fizzy, even happy because she is here with him, letting him hold her, when he almost lost her tonight. I've never been so miserable or so happy, Margaret told him. He thinks he understands that well enough now. As the singer croons and the drums crescendo, the bar goes soft and hazy and twinkling, and the magic he feels among all these people finally makes its way into her eyes. They are warm and intoxicating as whiskey. And if he doesn't kiss her now, he thinks he may die. As if she can read his thoughts, Margaret catches him by the lapels. But before he can even think about closing the gap between them, he goes cold at what he sees over her shoulder. Jamie Harrington watching them with the look of a man who knows he's already won. On the morning of the half-moon hunt, Wes wakes before the sun. Christine snores next to him, still fully dressed in what she wore the night before. He makes a mental note to tease her for it later as he slides out of bed. His mother and Edie haven't stirred, and in the adjacent suite, Matt and Colleen lie on opposite sides of a wall made of pillows. Margaret's bed is empty, the sheets pristinely tucked and folded, as if no one slept there at all. Judging by the dull exhaustion buzzing in his skull and the darkness of the sky, it can't be later than 3 or 4 in the morning, which worries him a little. Maybe she couldn't sleep and went downstairs to read. Lord knows he can't, now that the jittery realization that the hunt will begin in a matter of hours has set in. He brushes his teeth, swills a mug full of water, and gets dressed in the dark before creeping downstairs to find her. It's deathly quiet in the lobby. Only Annette remains, drowsing with her chin on her fists at the check-in counter.
Have you seen Margaret?
He asks. Annette jumps. Oh, Wes! Good morning. Yes, actually. I saw her leave about 15 minutes ago. I think she said she was going for a swim? It sounds just ridiculous enough to be true.
Thanks.
She smiles at him knowingly. Good luck. Wes pulls on his coat and follows the rocky trail to the cliffs that overlook the water. A driftwood fire flickers near an inlet, its flames sparkling purple as the salt and metals burn off. The reflection of the full moon shimmers on the waves. A bridge of light he swears he could step onto and follow to the horizon. And there, out in the surf, is a dark shape. Margaret. He sees that she's left her clothes folded neatly in the sand, just out of the tide's reach. There's a timid, God-fearing part of him that says, "Turn around and go back inside." But there's a far stronger part of him that says, "Tell her now, you coward, before it's too late." Today, one of them could die. There's nothing for them to tell each other that they don't already know. He sees it in her eyes. He's tasted it on her lips. She writes it on his skin every time she touches him. But in all his mother's legends, there is binding power in words. And Wes doesn't want to die without his soul entwined with hers. He clambers down the path, swearing as the rocks loosen beneath his shoes. It is a still night. Only the barest breeze ruffles his hair and paints his lips with salt. He's afraid he might shatter this glass-like peace if he so much as speaks. He walks to the edge of the water until he can see Margaret clearly. The moon is enormous tonight, bright as a street lamp, and its silver light dusts her shoulders. Her hair is sleek and wet, fanning out around her where it meets the sea. Right now, she strikes him as entirely otherworldly. A siren, or one of the she liable to drag him to a watery grave. Fey magic as ancient and wild as the Hala, wearing a girl's skin. She is so beautiful. Over the past few weeks, he has memorized everything about her. Every shift of light in her honeyed eyes. The way she smiles at him when she's about to laugh, or can't quite pretend he's as annoying as she'd like him to believe. The way she looks when she's about to crumble. But this is uncharted. He doesn't know what will happen if he confesses without dancing around it or offering her hypotheticals. Their future is bright in its infinite possibilities, but the present frightens him as much as it exhilarates him. He doesn't know what he will do if she wants to finish what they started. But there's nothing for him to hide behind anymore. And no one here but the two of them. This time, he decides it will be perfect. Wes clears his throat loudly, and Margaret whips her head around. She sinks deeper into the water and gasps. "Wes?" He tries to smirk at her, but it feels wobbly.
"Hello, Margaret."
"What are you doing here?"
"Well, it seemed like a nice morning for a walk on the beach," he says as casually as he can. "Looks like I wasn't the only one who thought that."
"There's a lot of beach to walk."
"I like this spot in particular."
He finds his footing here, in the obsequious tone of voice that has irritated her so many times before.
"I think I'll stay right here if it's all the same to you."
She glowers at him, like she might really crawl onto the shore and drown him. He doesn't think he'd mind it much, to die by her hand. "Suit yourself."
"In all seriousness, I wanted to talk to you. We have unfinished business."
Her expression softens as she begins to put the pieces together. "So come here."
"The thing is, I can't swim."
She smiles at him, fond and exasperated, as all his favorites of her smiles are. "It's shallow enough to stand."
"I'll be right there."
Somewhere between tossing his coat in the sand and unbuttoning his shirt, it occurs to him that they are very much in public, and anyone could stumble upon them here. But it's still hours before dawn, and the thrill of it, of her, burns away his reservations like salt in a bonfire. He yanks off his shoes, then his belt, and when he's thrown the last of his clothing onto the shore, he takes a step into the water and goes rigid. It's fucking freezing, which isn't exactly doing him any favors, but at least she's turned her face partly away to preserve his dignity. Stealing his nerve, he wades deeper into the sea. The cold snatches away his breath as soon as the water rises above his waist, but he perseveres. Here, with only inches of space between them, he is paralyzed. He thinks of the condom in his pocket on the shore. He thinks of what it'd be like to touch her now. to trace the line of the water rolling down her neck with his tongue. So, what is it you wanted? He did come here to talk. He wanted to tell her something. It all eludes him now, especially now that she's worrying her lip with her teeth and watching him with anticipation. He lifts his hand to the curve of her neck and leans closer until he can feel her breath warm against his lips.
I don't remember.
Margaret presses her hands to his chest, putting some distance between them. And what if someone else decides it's a nice morning for a walk?
I don't care. Let them see. I know you told me not to, but I can't not tell you that.
I already know, Wes. He groans.
You're killing me.
Then tell me why.
How can I say it in a way that at all covers it? Nothing is ever going to sound sufficient.
He rests his forehead against hers.
Because you're loyal and kind, even though the world was determined to make you otherwise. Because you make me laugh, and ground me and challenge me. Because you could probably kill me if you wanted.
Oh, is all she says before she wraps her arms around his middle. Somehow she feels feverish through the cold embrace of the ocean. Wes lets out a helpless sigh as he slides his hand down the slick ridge of her spine, her waist, the swell of her hips. It's addictive, the way her breath hitches when he kisses the tender stretch of skin below her jaw. Her pulse flutters against his teeth, and God, that sound she makes is enough to sustain him. He could live on nothing but that. When he at last brushes his lips against hers, a fire ignites within him, hotter than an alchemical reaction. If she won't hear him, he will tell her he loves her in the only way he knows how. He tangles his fingers into her hair at the nape of her neck and drinks the salt from her mouth. The day he met her, streaked in dirt and despising him, he never imagined she could do this to him. How could Margaret ever think he'd lose himself to alchemy when he has already hopelessly lost himself to her? Margaret draws back just barely. It's cold.
Oh, really?
He asks hazily.
I hadn't noticed.
Really? He tries not to be too disappointed as she takes him by the hand and leads him to a small cove. It mercifully shelters them from prying eyes and the wind. They huddle close to the fire, which spits embers that swirl like dust motes into the night. By some miracle, she doesn't protest as he openly watches her towel off, greedily memorizing every inch of her. When she finishes, she tosses it at him. It hits his chest with a wet slap.
Thanks,
he says dryly. With a self-satisfied smile, Margaret pulls her dress on and wrings out her hair like a dish rag. The towel is as good as useless at this point. The sand caked onto it rubs his skin raw, but it gets the job done well enough for him to shimmy back into his damp trousers. He lays his jacket out by the fire and sprawls onto it. His head swims lazily as he basks in heat, and in her, lustrous as a saint in the blue flames.
What are you doing out here anyway?
I couldn't sleep, so I came out here to clear my head. She pulls her knees into her chest. The ocean always soothes me.
Did it work?
Mostly. He crosses an arm behind his head and flashes his most obnoxious smile.
Still thinking of me, Maggie?
She rolls her eyes. Don't flatter yourself.
Well, I'm still thinking of you.
He does his best to sound wounded.
Will you come here?
Margaret sighs and comes to sit beside him. Unable to resist, he snakes an arm around her waist and flips her so that she's lying flat beneath him. She lets out a soft oof of surprise. Her hair spills off his jacket and onto the sand like liquid gold, and her eyes darken to the color of warm molasses. She gazes up at him like she's considering shoving him off just to spite him, but the hunger in her eyes convinces him that he'll get to keep all his appendages if he stays put. He draws absent patterns along her ribcage, and when he slides his knee between hers, she shifts her hips at the exact right angle to make him nearly unhinged with wanting her. Against her, he is powerless. Useless. He buries his nose in her hair and inhales the briny scent of it. "You're insistent," she tells him, although there's no venom in it. "I'm weak," he mumbles, "and you're ravishing. But I'll keep my hands to myself if you want." "No. Please don't." Margaret brushes the wet hair from his eyes. Her palms, still coarse with sand, rasp his skin. And then she guides his face to hers and kisses him until his entire world and his every thought is her. He draws back and continues downward slowly, along her throat and collarbones. Then, after he gathers up her skirt, to her stomach and each of her hip bones. His mouth is gritty with salt and sand, but he doesn't much care. Not when she weaves her fingers into his hair and practically drags him where she wants him. He considers teasing her for being impatient, but decides it's best not to press his luck when it'd be so easy to toss him into the bonfire. He lifts his gaze to hers, admiring the way the cool light pools in all the curves of her body, and presses a kiss to her inner thigh. Margaret's breath catches. "Do you know how often I've thought about doing this?" He relishes the way her entire face goes red, how she squirms with every word he speaks against her skin. It's more endearing than it has any right being. "Ever since I saw that scene in your book, it's been torture watching you read it." "Sweet as candy," she says. "Then why don't you stop talking and put us both out of our misery?" He can't argue with that, so he does. When he finds the exact rhythm she likes, the distant thought occurs to him that maybe he ought to be more self-conscious that nothing but the pressure of her fingers against his scalp and the taste of her reduces him to this, overeager and moaning softly against her. But he doesn't think he's ever experienced anything more exquisite than the satisfaction of hearing her whimper his name like that when he pushes her over the edge. He's hardly had a chance to catch his breath when she rolls him onto his back and straddles his waist. Her chest heaves, and her simple cotton dress, which he has thoroughly rumpled, is maddening in how it conceals her from him. When she looks like this, flushed and hazy and haloed by the moon, he truly can believe God exists. And her name is Margaret Welty. As she leans over him, her hair slips over her shoulders and curtains them. "I want you." "God, yes," he says, which encompasses his entire faculty of language at the moment. Then, in a sudden burst of clarity, he stammers, "I just have to, hold on." His heart threatens to burst out of his chest from nerves, and his fingers don't quite work right as he rummages through his pockets for the condom. When he's at last found what he's looking for, he works down his trousers and tears into the foil. Margaret watches him roll it on with rapt attention. Never in his life has he felt so out of sorts, so insecure, so much. Her eyes are warm and puzzled as she traces his lower lip with her thumb. Are you nervous?
Of course I am. I want this to be.
Margaret stares at him expectantly. He should have known she wouldn't let him get away with it. She will extract every last truth from him.
I want this to be perfect,
he says. She blesses him with another of her rare, secret smiles. It already is. It already is. The 3 sweetest words he's ever heard. She settles onto him, slow and agonizing, and so good he fears he will never come down from the high of it. In her eyes are the very words he wants so desperately to say. But this is close to a confession. He could spend an eternity learning to love her this way and still want for more. But it's over far sooner than he hopes. When he pulls her down against his chest, he mutters,
"Sorry,"
against her ear. She laughs and nestles her head beneath his chin. Don't be. Please. Together, they listen to the sea crash against the shore. His ragged breaths even out until they keep time with the roll of the tide. A steady whisper of, "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." In a matter of minutes, she dozes off. And he lets her sleep until sky goes lavender with dawn. 30. In just 3 hours, the hunt will begin. After Margaret and Wes returned to the inn, they crept back into the room as quietly as they could to get ready. She's plaited her hair and armored herself in her formal hunting attire, a white turtleneck, tan breeches, and brown paddock boots. Her black jacket hangs over the back of the chair she's claimed in the inn's dining room. She sits at a small breakfast table, anxiously tearing apart the biscuit Annette insisted on bringing her, and waits for Wes to come downstairs. The window at her shoulder offers a view of the water, slate gray and marbled with restless whitecaps. It feels like a different ocean entirely than the one she lay beside this morning, listening to Wes's heartbeat steadily against her ear. Even now, she thinks she is half dreaming. She fears that this pleasant ache within her will wash away with the encroaching storm. That this impossibly bright happiness will be taken from her before the day is done. The sound of footsteps echoes in the silence. "Wes," says the giddy leap of her heart. But it's not Wes approaching her table. It's Evelyn. Mother. Evelyn wears a tweed suit and her golden hair in a loose queue that's draped over her shoulder like a serpent. Without the haze of despair or exhaustion in her eyes, she looks far more lucid than she has in years. She looks almost as Margaret remembers her before tragedy tore their family apart. "I need to talk to you. I only have a minute. I only need a minute." Margaret's heart climbs higher in her throat as Evelyn takes the seat across from her. The air thickens around her, harder to breathe. "You didn't have to leave, Margaret. How long do you plan to hide from me?" Margaret keeps her gaze trained on her mother's cufflinks, not trusting herself to speak. "I'm worried about you. What good can possibly come from running off with him? He's a good man. No better than the rest of them. They come and they go as soon as they get what they want. Perhaps I've kept you too sheltered if you don't understand that. Your father... You're your father's daughter through and through. I don't want to hear about my father. And I don't want to hear what you have to say about Wes. Why won't you listen to reason? You're a well-educated girl. Even if we've fallen on hard times, the Welty name means something. As for Winters, he's..." Evelyn gestures vaguely. "He's a ruffian. The only thing he can offer you is trouble. He'll ruin you. Assuming he hasn't already." Anger sparks hot within her. What I do is none of your business.
I'm your mother. Of course it's my business.
And you've shown me what that means to you. Evelyn looks genuinely wounded. Enough that Margaret wishes she hadn't said it at all. She leans across the table, as if she means to reach out and take her hand.
It means the world to me. Everything I do and everything I have done is for my children.
Children, not child.
I love you, Margaret. I've tried to take care of you the best I know how, and I suppose that wasn't enough for you. But believe me when I say I know men like Weston Winters. I've taught them. I've loved them. He will leave you as soon as he's finished with you. Whether that's after the hunt or after he marries you for my estate. You're wrong. He is using you, she pleads. Can't you see that? What interest could you hold to him? What has he given you besides promises and pretty words? Maybe he loves you now, but what about in a year when he grows bored and restless? I saw it the moment I laid eyes on him. He looks at the world like he wants to swallow it whole. Her mother speaks her worst fears into existence, the ones she has locked away since she watched him fall in love with her at the end of her gun. But now she can't shake the fear of what lies beyond the shroud of today. They could have a life together, a life as good as he dreams. But they could have a terrible life too. Wes, hungry for what he denied himself for her sake. Her, his sulky wife in the pitiless sprawl of Dunway. Both of them poor and resentful and trapped. He will grow bored. He will lie. He will leave you. He has shown her both sides of himself. Loving and spiteful, ambitious and selfless, untethered and hopelessly devoted. They are both him. They will both always be him. She cannot make the same mistake again. She cannot make a whole of only one half of him. If there is one alchemical law she believes in, it's that one. I see myself in him, the type who's more interested in the way things could be than the way things are. But that's not you, Maggie. His ambitions will exhaust you. He doesn't want to be an alchemist for the research. He wants to be a politician, to help people. Listen to yourself. Evelyn clutches her forearm. If you showed him my notes, then he knows how to distill the prima materia. If you win, you'll have the Hala. And as long as you have it, that temptation will always exist for him. Politics is nothing but bureaucratic drudgery. But what do you think will happen when he realizes what potential the stone has? What idealist can deny the power to make any dream a reality? There's no man alive who has the power of a god within his reach and turns away from it. Her hands tremble. And what would you have me do? Give the fox to me. Through the thick fabric of her sweater, Evelyn's fingers dig in hard enough to hurt. Her eyes burn. I'll get it right this time. We'll be a family again. A family. It fills her with a longing so intense she feels sick with it. For so long she's languished, as if in a desert, chained just outside the oasis of her mother's affection. Hearing those words is like the first sweet drink of water in years. If her mother fails, then her suffering will end. The Hala is the last demiurge, the last opportunity to create the stone. Once it's gone from this world, Evelyn's quest will be over. They really could be a family again. But would it ever really be the same? As easy as turning back the hands on a clock? After everything Wes has promised her, would she truly be content with the safety of that quiet, recovered life? Think about it.
Good luck today." With that, Evelyn releases her. She rises from her seat and straightens the lapels of her jacket. As soon as Evelyn steps into the lobby, Wes descends the staircase. The two of them stop dead as their eyes meet. Wes's fist tightens. The world freezes. The air crystallizes in Margaret's lungs. His expression, however, doesn't change. He shoves his hands into his pockets and continues walking toward Margaret as though he didn't see Evelyn at all. Margaret lets out a shaky breath, resting her face in her palms. The chair legs whine against the tiled floor as he pulls it out. The sound is too loud and garbled in her ringing ears.
"What did she say to you?"
he asks. Nothing, really.
"Margaret."
The concern in his voice and the way he glances at her mangled, uneaten food is almost more than she can bear. Her heart will rend itself in two before the day is done. "I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." She feels as though she's been threaded through with an electrical wire, jittery and wild with dread. Nothing can be fine when nothing is certain. The only thing certain in her life has been the same core truth. Survival means clinging to what she knows. It means fighting tooth and nail for what she has, not for what she wants. But right now, she doesn't know what she has any more than she knows what she wants. Wes takes her hands and presses them to his lips. They're soft and warm against her knuckles. His hair is smoothed back into submission and shining like lacquer. A few stubborn strands, however, slip free and fall into his eyes. Sometimes he is adorable. She's such a fool, she thinks, to love him. I love him. It doesn't surprise her to finally admit it to herself. It feels nothing like a revelation, nothing like falling, only like the punchline of some cruel, predictable joke. She has only given the universe more ammunition to wound her.
"Are you ready?"
he asks. Yes. Margaret smiles in spite of herself. Are you?
"As ready as I can be."
He hesitates.
"Are you afraid?"
I'm terrified. But it's not the Hala she's afraid of. She is terrified that when the time comes, she will make the wrong decision. It's too cold for mid-autumn, colder than it's been in weeks. By the time they register their alchemized items with the hunt officials, it's late afternoon, and the sky is gashed with thick, dark storm clouds. Somewhere in the distance, Margaret hears the rumble of thunder like a dog's warning growl. Anticipation crackles in the air like static. They stand in the waist-high rye, which stretches out before them for nearly a mile. It's cut up by pasture fences and fades into groves of cypress and maple, whose branches are gnarled and crooked like beckoning fingers. All around them are kennels full of dogs snarling at the bars and horses snorting their restless, cloudy breaths into the bitter cold day. Hunters dressed in scarlet regalia chatter among themselves, while children too young to join the hunt pass out glasses of sherry from silver trays. Closer to Wigton, the hilltoppers, eager to watch the spectacle, tack up their horses. The wind tugs greedily at their solid black cloaks. Fabric unfurls like a dark wave against the golden fields. There's more of them than Margaret expected. Most tourists follow the hunt for the pomp and not the bloodshed. They'll sleep off their hangovers until tonight, when the Hala is dismembered in the town square, and they anoint the first-timers with its blood. Everything the victors won't keep will go to the hounds, assuming there will be a victor this year. There will be. There has to be. But the prospect of winning, once so uncomplicated, fills her only with a horrible dread. If she surrenders the Hala to Wes, her mother will never speak to her again. If she gives it to her mother, she risks losing her to the stone. If she throws the competition, his family will be sunk. No matter what she does, she will hurt the people she loves. A phlegmy voice crackles over a microphone. I will now begin the blessing of the hounds. Pastor Morris stands with his back to the woods, dressed in a solemn black pulpit gown and a stole of black velvet. He squints into the invisible sunlight, out at the wall of kennels. Somewhere among all those hounds rattling their cages is trouble. Margaret can hardly bear the thought of letting him loose. The Hala's magic weaves through the air, calling to the hounds. And with all of them slavering for the kill, she fears he'll be torn apart. When Pastor Morris begins to speak, she can barely hear him over the eager howl of the wind and the hiss of the rye. It ripples like a storm-churned sea around them. Father above, creator of all things, who is all things, we are gathered here today to uphold the most enduring and most sacred of this country's traditions. We ask your blessing for all the hunters before me, and that one of them may at long last kill the Hala, the last of the false gods. We offer you our praise and thanksgiving for our spirited hounds, for our sure-footed horses, for the woods and the sea, and for all the creatures in our free land of New Albion. Keep us safe, lead us true, and bless all those here to celebrate this hallowed sport, and all those who have died in your name. Guide their souls to your holy light, free at last from the shackles of this material plane. Amen. A muttered chorus of Amen follows. As soon as silence descends again, the master of the hunt kicks her horse into a gallop and tears off toward the woods. Somber, Wes mutters. What's happening now? She's going to search the covert for quarry. It's tradition for the master of the hunt to flush the fox out and put some distance between it and the hounds. It's not a proper hunt if it's over too quickly. How long will that be? A couple minutes. A couple hours. A couple hours? I don't know. Shimmer drapes his head over her shoulder, and she absently rubs his cheek. This morning, Aoife braided his mane in a complicated pattern she assured them would bring them luck. They don't have to wait longer than a few minutes today. The blare of a horn swells across the fields beneath a roll of thunder. Then, distantly, someone shouts, Tally-ho! Whoops rise up from the crowd, and a group of volunteers rushes forward to slide open the doors of the kennels. Hundreds of dogs come pouring out, baying and snapping at each other. Like a copper and black river, they slip into the rustling tall grass. The noise is awful, unlike anything she has ever heard. First flight! First flight to the starting line! Margaret's stomach sours. It's all happening too fast. Just as she feels herself coming loose from her body, Wes twines his fingers through hers. She snaps back into herself. That's us, he says. Right. Keeping a hold of Wes, Margaret clutches the bridle tighter and begins to lead them toward the starting line. People press close, too close, and suddenly those few yards feel like they stretch on for miles. Someone's elbow lands in her ribs, and as they push deeper into the crowd, she hears them hissing through their teeth. Bon Fishman, you are dear. Word must have spread, and she'd be shocked if it wasn't Jamie who started it. Someone sloshes beer onto Wes's boots. Another tosses a handful of coins in their path that wink in the frost like droplets of spilled blood. Shimmer shies, whickering anxiously beside her. Her face burns with anger and humiliation, but she keeps her chin lifted. Beside her, Wes looks tense and more unhappy than she's ever seen him beneath the spotlight of a group's attention. They break through the crowd, where the rest of the first flight gathers. They fan out in formation behind the fieldmaster, all wearing jackets in shades as brilliant as gemstones. But she cannot let herself be cowed. Not by anything. Not even by Jamie. Margaret finds him in the crowd immediately, sitting high atop his mare. She's as stormy black as the sky roiling overhead, a shocking contrast to his scarlet coat. He turns away from her and mutters something to his alchemist, the auburn-haired woman beside him. She glances over and meets Margaret's gaze with a smirk. Her lips are painted for war in a venomous shade of blood red. All she can think of is what Wes told her last night. He said if he sees me alone tomorrow, he'll kill me. She'll just have to lose them as quickly as possible then. Tearing herself away, Margaret helps Wes onto Shimmer's back, then hoists herself up. Shimmer is restless beneath them, for once eager to run. She gathers up the reins as Wes locks his arms around her. Out on the horizon, the sun glows red behind a break in the seething clouds. It's the red of an ember beneath ashes, the red of the philosopher's stone. Her heart pounds in her ears. The wind hisses her name. A horn blasts, and with that, the hunt begins. 31. They race beneath clouds as dark as Caput Mortuum. In the clawing wind, Wes's hair comes loose from the layers of gel, Margaret's from her clip. They tangle together, blonde into black, and lash his face until his eyes water. Over Margaret's shoulder, he can clearly see the chaos of the field stretching out before them. The grass is charred in the Hala's wake and dewed with coincidentia oppositorum. More horses than he can count gallop past them, their hoofbeats echoing the roll of approaching thunder. Margaret's knuckles are white against the reins. His every muscle is wound tight as he clings to her waist, his feet grounded in the stirrups of their double saddle. Bit by bit, they gain on the hounds, all of them in full cry. Out in the middle of the pack, he spies a familiar copper coat, and Trouble's ears flopping behind him as he runs. He's lumbering in comparison to the small, lean beagles and foxhounds, but he keeps pace with them. Farther ahead of them is a streak of white slicing through the grass like a razor. The Hala. It slips beneath a pasture fence, pursued by a rising cloud of smoke. The hounds scrabble under the cross braces, snapping at one another. The hunters in the lead leap over the fence to follow the pack, but if they even try to jump, Wes will be flung off, or else break his tailbone. It'll cost them precious time to go the long way around the pasture, but they don't have another choice. Margaret urges Shimmer around the bend, hugging close to the fence. A few of the weaker riders press in around them. His leg nearly gets crushed between two horses, and he feels dizzy with the thickening stench of sulfur. But crowded in like this, there's nowhere to go. Gritting his teeth, he glances over, only to see someone matching them stride for stride. Jamie's alchemist. Her red hair streams behind her like a flame as she reaches toward Shimmer's shoulder. A transmutation circle embroidered in fine blue thread glows on her leather gloves. It takes Wes only a second to recognize the symbols for decomposing carbon. The moment she touches Shimmer's bare skin, it'll singe him. Wes has to do something. But like this, he's a sitting duck. He can't loosen his grip without losing his seat. "Margaret, to your left!" She jerks her head to look, just as another rider's hunting knife flashes and nicks the alchemist's horse. It bolts sideways, throwing her off. Wes doesn't dare look back when he hears her strangled shout of pain. "We need to get out of here," Margaret says. "Hold on!" His arms are already sore from holding on, but he finds it in himself to press more firmly against her. They pull ahead from the squabbling pack, eating up the rye beneath them as they close the gap between them and the leaders. He keeps his stinging eyes trained on the gleam of white fur until it disappears into the coiling underbrush. The hounds slip through the other side of the pasture fence and careen headlong into the woods. The trees loom, waiting for them. Over the baying of the hounds, someone shouts, "Lewin!" Wes's stomach sinks as he counts down the seconds until the woods swallow them whole. Here, beneath the pines, there's no light. His breath comes harder, misting in the air. Somehow, it's louder than the clamor of the hounds, then Shimmer's exerted snorting, then the branches snapping beneath them. They're close enough to the leaders now that he can see Jamie in his scarlet coat, a blood stain against the inky black of his mount. What the hell does he think he's doing without his alchemist? A gust of wind buffets them, sending a tremor through him. It's the same rush he gets when channeling alchemy, and the same horrible dread he felt before he saw the Hala alone in the woods. Wes blinks, and the hounds scatter like struck billiards in every direction. Their determined cries break into confused, desperate yelps. It must be the fox's doing. Some subtle pull it has on that divine spark within all of them. Margaret veers hard to the left, following trouble. The wind that whistles past his ears speaks with that eerily familiar, whispering voice. Come. He swears. Did you hear that? Yes, Margaret says grimly. The horse in front of them shies and stumbles. The rider lands in a heap, slamming his head against the edge of a stump. Wes only catches a glimpse of him as they gallop past, but the image is burned behind his eyelids, by the angle of his neck and the blood trickling from his ears. He knows that he won't be getting up again. Wes's stomach lurches. Death has touched his life profoundly, but he's never watched it happen, the plain and awful fact of it. Someone there and gone. He's never seen the moment someone's soul comes untethered from their body. What kind of person does this every year? It's been no more than 30 minutes, and he's already seen enough to last a lifetime. He buries his forehead between Margaret's shoulder blades and desperately tries to remember a prayer. Any prayer. God, he thinks. Just let Margaret live through this. When he turns his cheek against her spine, he finds the world has grown hazier, as if frost has bloomed over his vision. Silver fog weaves through the thick redwood trunks like a slinking cat. The whole forest hisses like the ocean, furious and wild, and although he can see little more than dark, indistinct shapes around them, he swears white eyes keep blinking open in the shadows. It's impossible to know just how many people are around them, if there are any at all anymore. It's like the Hala is trying to isolate them. It's flushing them out like they're its quarry. Shimmer's hooves kick up the sooty caput mortuum, dusting the undergrowth. The smell of sulfur hangs in the air, wafting up from the blackened swaths of decay the Hala has left like a trail of breadcrumbs. The bone-dry rattle of the leaves grows louder, harsher, and from that horrible swirl of noise, the sound of their names rises out of the mist. And then, the distinct 4-count drumbeat of a galloping horse closing in on them. We've got company. Wes turns to look over his shoulder, just in time to watch a sleek foxhound dart by them. Gunfire bursts. Shotgun spray whizzes overhead. A tree branch explodes into 1,000 pieces and batters them like hail. Shimmer tosses his head against the reins, his eyes white all around, but Margaret holds him fast. What the hell was that? She snaps. Wes chances another look behind them, and there is Jamie Harrington, emerging like a wraith from the fog and gun smoke. He has a fistful of his horse's mane in one hand, a shotgun dangling from the other. No wonder his aim was so piss-poor. Are you insane? Wes shouts. You're going to kill someone!
I told you if I found you alone, Winters, you're dead!
I can't shake him, Margaret says, an edge of panic creeping into her voice. He's too fast. It's fine. I'll figure something out. But his thoughts are churning so quickly, he can't hold on to a single one of them. His mouth sours with the taste of fear. Their only blessing is that Jamie can't reload another round while he's moving. Jamie gains on them quickly, until they're riding side by side over the treacherous path. They duck beneath the eager grasp of low-hanging branches. Jamie could easily overtake them, could easily follow their hounds to where the chase would end, could easily make his move to win. But he's not playing to win, Wes realizes. He's playing for them to lose. As they skirt close to a ravine, Jamie forces them closer and closer to the edge. Pebbles clatter down the side of it with every strike of Shimmer's hooves. They're shoulder to shoulder now, near enough that Wes can see Jamie's eyes burning with pure, determined malice. Time slows to a crawl as Jamie throws out his arm to shove him. If he loses his balance now, he'll drag Margaret down with him. He doesn't think. He unhooks his feet from the stirrups and lets go of her. He grabs Jamie's wrist. Then, there is nothing but open air. Wes! He strikes the ground hard enough that the breath is knocked from his lungs. Hard enough that he hears something pop. Together, he and Jamie tumble over the ridge, snarling and tangled like fighting dogs. Exposed roots and rocks tear at them all the way down. When they land in a heap, Jamie crawls over him. His knees dig into Wes's arms, pinning him beneath his weight. He couldn't feel whatever snapped earlier through the sudden rush of adrenaline, but now his shoulder throbs with a pain so sharp the world flickers black. He shouts into the pulsating dark. Jamie's scarlet coat is spattered with mud, and his eyes are veined with red like a cracked slab of concrete. The curl of his fist and his vicious smile are the last things Wes sees before his vision bursts with stars. The agony comes a split second later, licking into his skull like a flashfire. By the time he comes to a second later, he feels blood streaming down his face, hot and wet.
I've been waiting a long time to do that.
Wes tastes copper and spits out a wad of blood. A quick sweep of his tongue over his teeth, at least, lets him know that they're all still intact.
Got it out of your system, Harrington? You threw the whole damn hunt for this chance? Better to let it go than let it fall to you.
Even after what happens to your friend? You want that thing to come back next year for another shot at him?
This is the last thing we have! The last new Albion tradition that's ours!
Jamie shrugs off his backpack, rummaging until he finds a shell glinting dull and gray. He hauls himself to his feet, then reloads his shotgun.
I'm not an idiot, Winters.
He pumps his gun.
There's no stemming the tide of people like you. No matter how many quotas are put in place. Soon enough, even places like Wicton will be overrun. But I'll be damned if I don't protect our way of life for as long as I can. And you've done a fine...
He levels the shotgun at him.
I don't want to hear one more smart-ass comment from you. I'm serious.
So am I.
You've made your stand. So why don't we call it even? You're not a murderer. And I won't be by anyone's estimation, even if I kill you. Do you think anyone will think twice about it if you don't come back? Do you think they'll miss you? It'll be 2 less vermin in this country. 2 less. Leave her out of this, you son of a bitch! If you lay a single hand on her...
Before Wes can clamber to his feet, Jamie kicks him in the ribs. He curls in on himself, wheezing. Jamie!
Margaret!
Wes rasps. She stands a few yards away, her rifle trained steadily on Jamie and her golden hair billowing in the wind.
"Get out of here!" "Put the gun down, Maggie,"
Jamie says. She doesn't move. Her eyes blaze with quiet fury.
"Now! I swear to God I'll shoot him before you can even blink!"
Tension ticks in her jaw. Every second stretches into an eternity.
"Please,"
Wes thinks.
"get out of here. Just go."
His heart drops when she sets her rifle down and raises her palms in surrender.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Jamie turns the barrel of his shotgun at her.
"I'm going to make him watch the life drain from your eyes. And when I've done to him what he's done to me, I'm going to kill him."
No. It can't end like this. He can't fail to protect someone, not the one time it truly matters. Wes jolts upright, but collapses again at the sharp pain in his ribs. Every drawn breath feels like a twist of a knife in his lungs.
"Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare! Haven't you done enough already? Do you really think we can ever be even? My parents were driven from the city by her people. I lost Annette because of you. You, a bondfishman with nothing. You take and take what you don't deserve, and you'll leave this country a shell by the time you're done with it. Nothing but a puppet for your pope and your sham of a religion. This is just as much a service to this country as killing that monster is."
Jamie lifts the gun to his shoulder, draws in a steadying breath. Margaret doesn't say a word, but Wes knows her well enough by now to see the wild spark of fear in her eyes. She squeezes them shut and rolls her shoulders back.
"Don't! I'll kill you!"
Wes can hardly recognize his own voice, raw and furious.
"I'll kill you! I swear to God I'll—"
A gust of wind tears through the clearing. It hisses over the fallen leaves and clatters the bare branches. Salt coats his tongue, and the stench of sulfur scrapes down his throat. And then, in the corner of his eye, he sees it. As though yanked on marionette strings, all three of them turn toward it. The Hala sits barely an arm's length away, luminous in the fog. Those horrible, empty eyes are flung wide open, wide enough to fall into. It stares directly at Jamie, perfectly still and perfectly silent. Even when he saw it alone, it didn't feel like this. The aura it's radiating is malevolent.
"What the hell is it doing?"
Jamie mutters. Its lips part slowly in a grin, each tooth locked together like a zipper. Jamie turns his gun on it, but before he can pull the trigger, it lunges. Its teeth sink into Jamie's calf with a sickening crunch. He screams as his skin chars and bubbles. His gun clatters at his feet, and the mud drinks his blood, the earth running silver and red and black. As soon as he crumples, the fox releases him and clamps down on his shoulder. His flesh yields easily, exposing a stringy mess of red gore. Wes can only watch in stunned horror as he scrabbles to his feet. Margaret unsheathes the knife at her hip. Its blade reflects the glowing white of the beast's fur. She drives it into the fox's back. It screeches, a sound that rattles all his bones and curdles his blood. It's awful, like 1,000 human screams layered beneath a fox's shrill, eerie cry. The Hala thrashes until it finds its footing, then darts into the trees with the engraved hilt still notched beside its spine. "Go!" Wes says. "I can't kill it without you. I'll find you in a minute." His gaze flickers to Jamie.
"I need to take care of him."
Margaret hesitates, but nods. Once she disappears into the underbrush, Wes turns his attention to Jamie. He lies at the toe of his blood and mud-caked boots. He clasps a hand to the gaping wound on his shoulder, as though he can push the ruined muscle back inside. There's a small part of Wes that admires him for holding it together as well as he is. No tears. No begging. He only glares at Wes, his eyes full of spiteful pride.
Do it, then,
Jamie says.
What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Isn't that what you're staying for? Revenge?
Wes can't deny the prospect fills him with a strange sort of fascination. Maybe Margaret has always been right to doubt and fear him. There is something dark within him that enjoys this heady rush of power. It's intoxicating to at last hold all the cards, to cradle a life in his hands. The divinity of God lives within each of them, but only an alchemist can harness that spark. Jamie's is just a pale, insignificant glimmer against his. This is what he wanted to be an alchemist for. To protect people from those like Jamie Harrington. For everything he put them through. For everything he would continue to do to the vulnerable populations of New Albion. It'd be just to put him out of his misery now. Or at least to turn his back and let him bleed to death. No one would question it was the Fox's handiwork if he finished the job with alchemy. 99% of the human body is composed of 6 simple components: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, calcium, and phosphorus. He wonders if it hurts, or if the body goes up in flames all at once. He wonders if it would be as easy to dissolve a human as it would be to dissolve a stone. If all is one and one is all, what's the difference, really? Jamie clearly sees what's on his mind. His throat bobs. But Wes can't do it. He can't solve a systemic problem like this. And it's not enough to believe in a better future, as though it's something as inevitable as God himself. He has to demand it. He has to work for it. And even though Jamie deserves to suffer, even though he will never change, even though he hates him, Wes can't bring himself to wield this stolen moment of superiority like a club. If he wants to change the world and kill the Hala with a clear conscience, he has to do this on his own terms.
Come on, then,
Wes says.
Get up.
As best he can, considering Jamie is twice his size and unwieldy as anything, Wes slings Jamie's good arm over his shoulders. The ache in his ribs worsens with every step, but he manages to drag him to a tree. After propping him upright against the trunk, Wes shrugs out of his jacket.
What are you doing?
Jamie groans.
Stripping,
he snaps.
Do you want to die or not?
Jamie keeps silent, even though Wes can still feel the anger radiating palpably from him. He winces as Wes knots the sleeves just above the wound on his shoulder, tight enough to stanch the blood flow.
Why, I'd sooner let you die. But I think Margaret would kill me for it, and I can't let that happen yet.
He claps him on his good shoulder.
And now, you're in a banishment's debt. Remember that.
As much as he wants to stay to relish the bitterness and confusion twisting Jamie's face, he has a girl to find. And a fox to kill. 32. Margaret's lungs burn like they're full of seawater, but she doesn't slow down. If she lets up even for a moment, the Hala will go to ground. Everything they've suffered, everything they've fought for, will be for nothing. The branches overhead tear the feeble wash of moonlight to shreds, but it's enough to cast an oily, iridescent shimmer on the trail of the Hala's blood. Out in front of her, Trouble and Jamie's hound are streaks of copper and black in the fog. They disappear through a thicket, and Margaret breaks into a clearing only moments behind them, shaking off leaves and trails of spiderweb. She's just in time to watch the Hala scrabble up the thick trunk of a redwood. Trouble bays triumphantly as he circles it. Finally, it's cornered. Margaret unstraps the rifle from her back and takes aim. It's almost pathetic to have something as majestic as the Hala wounded and fearful in her crosshairs. It brings her no joy to end its long life. Not when she feels a strange kinship with it. It's more than her dear blood. More than the fact that it saved her life. It's that for hundreds of years, it has evaded everyone who hoped to kill it. It's survived. Just like her, maybe that's all it's ever wanted. Drawing in a shaky breath, she fires. The thin branch it's made a refuge of collapses beneath it, and although it desperately seeks purchase with its claws, it goes down, twisting through the open air before landing with a broken thud on its side. The hounds spring immediately. Trouble seizes it by its scruff, Jamie's hound by its leg. The Hala snaps at them, writhing and screaming. It feels like a terribly cruel thing to let it suffer like this. But until Wes finds them, they're both pinned. She's done it. But it feels nothing like triumph. She's nauseated with guilt and indecision. The last demiurge will fall by her hand. A dear girl will be remembered by this country. Wes's family will be safe, and Wes, if he wants it, he will have the power to bend the universe to his will. Her mother's words torment her even now. What idealist can deny the power to make any dream a reality? There's no man alive who has the power of a god within his reach and turns away from it. She trusted him with the magnum opus. But that was before there was anything tangible for him to claim. Now, staring down the reality of the Hala, either the instrument of her downfall or salvation, she doesn't know how to do what Mrs. Reeford implored her to. Decide what's best for her. Survival or hope. The pain she knows or a life beyond Wigton, infinite in both disastrous and wondrous possibilities. Evelyn or Wes. Even now the two of them tear at her heart like hounds. Leaves rustle behind her, and Wes stumbles through the underbrush, breathing hard and clutching at his side. His right eye is swollen shut, but the other is wide and shining with awe. Bruises, mottled purple like the band of a galaxy, rake down the side of his face. Even like this, he's the most breathtaking thing she has ever seen. More than anything, she wants to keep him. But she can't. Yesterday, she thought she was strong enough to leave her mother. For a night, she believed his love was enough to save her. But if she's let herself doubt him again so easily, she doesn't know if she will ever be more than this core of fear within her, than this cold, feral will to survive. There's a break in the clouds, and the cold light of the moon washes over the clearing. It looks as though they're standing in the center of a giant transmutation circle. Magic shimmers in the air and prickles along her arms. Did we do it? His voice is full of wonder. Almost. All there's left to do is for him to activate the array painted on the hilt of the knife. As he takes a step closer to the Hala, Margaret lifts her rifle and aims it at him. Don't move. When the safety clicks, he turns slowly toward her, his hands lifted and his expression entirely unreadable. I told you I would shoot you if you gave me reason to, she says. You did? And have I given you reason to? No. She searches his face. That's the problem. Confusion softens his features. I don't understand. You've promised me everything. Her hands tremble. And yet I still can't. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to trust that you won't break your promises. I don't know how I'm supposed to believe that you won't leave the moment I close my eyes tonight. Or that you won't create the stone. Or that we can be happy. That I can be happy. How can I know?
You can't? Margaret, please. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do?
Nothing. There's nothing you can do and nothing you can say. I'm never going to get better. I'm always going to be broken. This is all I am. The wind gusts through the trees, hissing and seething.
You're not broken. You're incredible. You've come such a long way since I met you, even if you're still afraid. Even if you have doubts. When I look at you, I don't see someone broken. I see someone hurting. Someone healing. It'll take time, but that doesn't matter to me.
Wes tentatively closes the gap between them, until the barrel of her gun is nestled against his chest, right above his heart.
I love you. Please, let me.
She rears back at the sound of those words, but he curls his fingers around the barrel and holds it in place. His expression is unbearably earnest, his eyes as warm and rich as coffee.
I said it, and I'll say it again. I love you, Margaret Welty. I think I've loved you since I first saw you. I love you now, and I will love you when we walk back into Wigton with all the world hating us. And I will love you whatever happens tomorrow. Look me in the eyes and call me a liar.
She can't.
As soon as it's dead, it's yours. You can give it to your mother if you want. Hell, tonight we can burn it all to Caput Mortuum and scatter it in the sea, if that's what it takes. No more words, no more promises. No more chances for alchemists like your mother to exist. And if that's not enough, His voice breaks. We could throw the competition.
He can't mean that, the romantic fool. What a stupid, self-destructive thing to promise her. If her mother won't teach him, and he doesn't have the Hala's corpse as proof of his skill, then he has no recourse to become an alchemist at all. If we don't win, you won't become an alchemist. You won't become a politician.
I know.
You won't be able to pay for your mother's surgery. This time he hesitates.
I know.
Margaret squeezes her eyes shut. No. That's not acceptable, Wes. I can't ask that of you. I can't ask you to give up everything for me.
That's the only guarantee I can give you.
Then I don't want it. As soon as the words leave her mouth, her vision blurs with tears. She doesn't want to live in a world where he suffers because of her. She couldn't bear it if she was the one to smother his dreams. A guarantee against something he's already sworn not to do isn't worth that. Nothing is worth that, especially when her peace of mind can never truly be guaranteed. She's lived her whole life braced for another blow, but no amount of preparation or precaution has stopped them from landing. All her life, love has been a scarce and precious resource. Something earned or denied. Something she starved for every day. But with Wes, love is different. It is reckless and inexhaustible. It is freely given. It simply is. Time and time again, he's stayed beside her through her doubt. He's shown her that she is enough, lovable despite her fears and her walls. That she is more than what happened to her and the pains she's taken to avoid it happening again. And now he's given her the chance to prove it to herself. For so long, she has survived. Now, she wants to live. All I want is for you to be happy. So I have to trust you. I do trust you.
I'm easy to please,
He says quietly.
Just let me take care of you. I swear I won't let you down. I won't leave you until you ask me to go.
Then don't go. Margaret drops her rifle and winds her arms around his neck. I love you too. Wes looks stunned, red zipping up his face. Then he smiles at her so radiantly it hurts.
I wish I could lay you down right here, but we have a hunt to win.
He is incorrigible, and she is so in love. The fizziness in her chest dissipates when her gaze lands on the Hala, puddled in the moonlight. Its sides heave laboriously, but it's gone still and slack against the jaws of the hounds. This is the beast half of the hunters here today would have killed them for. The last demiurge, the last of the Catharists' false gods, the last of the Sumic gods' children, the last of the Uadir gods' gifts. Nearly all the fight has drained from it, but the trees still rattle and shiver as they approach. Margaret kneels beside it, and it's almost a comfort when the voice of the wind sighs her name. It recognizes her. Once, she asked her father how anything so terrible and destructive could possibly be a gift, even if God did place the secret of the making of the world in its heart. This is what he told her.
There is a Uadir word for wisdom, Chokhmah. Scripture tells us that Chokhmah is the unspotted mirror of the power of God, the image of his goodness. Fear of the Lord is the foundation of understanding. We must always seek Chokhmah, even at a great cost to ourselves.
Wes grips the hilt of the knife, still embedded in the Hala's back. Between his fingers, she can still see the brightly painted transmutation circle. He looks up at her through the tangle of his hair, as though he's asking her permission. She nods. He draws in his breath. The blade glows, as blinding white as lightning, as white as the Hala's eyes. It lets out a strangled, mournful yelp. It shudders, crumples, and does not move again. The hounds release their grip on it. The wind quivers, as tremulous as a long-held breath. And there is less magic in the world. Wes whimpers softly. Margaret crouches beside him to smear away the tears streaking his cheeks. He pulls the blade out and lets it drop between them. It's coated in black caput mortuum that flakes off like rust.
It spoke to me.
What did it say?
I don't know exactly.
He smiles ruefully.
I know it had to be done, but it still feels wrong.
My father told me that God gave the demiurges to humanity so that we could learn from them. He believed that an alchemist's purpose is to always seek Chokhmah, the truth. She takes his hand in hers. He said, true understanding of the world doesn't come without hurt and sacrifice. There's a psalm he would quote. Chokhmah can do all things and make all things new. If there's anyone who can do that, make the world a better place, it's you.
Margaret.
His voice wobbles. Besides, your family will be safe. No one else will die because of it. And you believed it had dignity. Those are noble things.
Thank you.
He offers her a small, uncertain smile and squeezes her hand.
What do we do now?
We have to sound the call. He pauses.
What call?
The death Hala.
Excuse me? The death Hala? You made that up.
I did not. You do this 3 times. She cups her hands over her mouth and lets out a whoop. It begins low and swells, like the rise of the tide. A 3-part cry that Trouble takes up with an excited bay. Wes blinks at her, perplexed, like he can't believe such a sound came out of her. Then he throws back his head and echoes her. By the 3rd call, they're both delirious, collapsing halfway through into breathless laughter. It hums in the stillness of the air. Before the silence smothers the woods again, the bright, clear sound of a horn swells in the distance. It's finally over. Wes gives her a sly, silly grin that makes her heartbeat stutter. Despite his bruised face, despite the blood drying on their skin, he pulls her against him and kisses her until there is nothing in the world but the 2 of them. Without Shimmer, the coward is probably off grazing in someone's garden by now. It takes them the better part of 2 hours to make it out of the woods. Overhead, the night sky is impossibly clear and bright, the solid jewel blue of the ocean at dusk. The full moon is nestled in the clouds like a pearl in the mouth of a clam. On the earth, however, grim reminders of the hunt remain. Ash swirls listlessly in the breeze. Blood beads on the leaves like dew. Bodies lie draped in white sheets. Wes keeps Margaret tucked close into his side as they emerge into a wide-open expanse of field. A cavalcade rides toward them, little but charcoal smudges against the golden rye. Jamie must have done a good job spreading gossip. Margaret can tell by the look on their faces they share the same concern that chafes at the back of her mind. What will the crowds do when they realize who exactly has won? As they approach, Wes whispers against her ear.
Do you think they're going to feed us to the hounds?
Margaret fixes him with a deadpan glare. Probably. The hunt officials come to a stop in front of them. They sit astride a row of imposing black horses, their snorted breaths pluming in the air. The master of the hunt gives them a long, assessing look.
You kids, wait here a minute while we figure out what to do with you.
They return almost an hour later with Mrs. Reeford and a paramedic in tow. Her horse has barely slowed to a walk when she slides off its back and storms toward them, looking like a fluffed-up cat in her thick fur jacket.
You 2,
she growls.
Had me scared half to death.
She crushes both of them into a hug. Wes whimpers in protest. It lasts only a moment before she draws back and gestures toward the hunt officials. One shuffles over to take Trouble's leash from Margaret, while Mrs. Reeford gazes almost wistfully at the Hala.
May I?
When Margaret nods, she takes it from her and wraps it in cloth like cheese from the market.
As you can imagine, we're concerned about what a mob of people may do if we drag the fanfare out. So we're going to make this quick and efficient. First, we're going to do something about your face.
Wes flushes as she jabs a finger at him.
And then we're going into town to present you to briefly. You will not say a word, and you will not wander from my sight until we get you home, or so help me. Do you understand?
They nod.
Good.
Mrs. Reeford sighs.
Since I won't get to do this later, I may as well do it now. It's tradition to anoint all first-timers with the blood of the kill.
She cradles the Hala in one arm and runs a finger along the seam of the wound in its back. Setting it down, she grabs Wes by the chin. He grimaces as she paints his forehead and cheeks with lines of glittering silver. Its blood illuminates the planes of his face with a soft, pulsing glow.
Don't give me that face, Weston. It's disrespectful.
Mrs. Reeford hisses under her breath, although Margaret can tell she's only pretending to be annoyed.
Now go get your wounds looked at.
She turns her attention to Margaret next. Cupping her face, she brushes the Hala's blood onto her cheekbones. It goes on warm. As it dries on her skin, as Mrs. Reeford meets her gaze with quiet reverence and the world softens with a haze of silvery light, it sinks in that this is real. Even if the whole town despises them for it, even if it's only 6 people and the cold moon as their witness, here in the quiet of the night, what happened tonight is undeniable. A Yuadir girl and a Bonvishman have won the half-moon hunt, and all of their dreams are within reach. Well, did you figure it out? What you're going to do? Margaret glances at Wes, who's already begun animatedly chatting with the harried paramedic, shining a flashlight into his eyes. She can't fight the smile tugging at her lips. Yes, I think I have. Mrs. Reeford's eyes brim with tears, and she kisses her forehead. I'm happy for you, Maggie. Come visit sometimes, won't you? The rest of the night passes in a blur. As hoof-churned dirt gives way to cobblestone, and the golden light of lanterns washes softly over them, the noise of the crowds reaches a fever pitch. They're paraded through the packed streets, beneath strings of red flags and the wide-open eye of the moon, and toward a makeshift stage that's been erected in the main square. Every single person in Wigton is watching them. In their jackets, they are a mass of color, brown and blue and black, like the swirl of a tide pool at night. Not all of their gazes are unkind. She catches a glimpse of Annette Wallace and Hallinan enthusiastically waving at them as they pass. But the ones that are steal her breath away with dread. The ceremony is as brisk as Mrs. Reeford promised. They are presented, and Pastor Morris gives his closing remarks, a droning speech about the goodness of God and the wickedness of materiality. There are pictures, more pictures than she ever could have imagined. But she wants nothing more than to sleep for 1,000 years. Wes basks in the attention. The paramedics did their best with his face. They managed to bring down the swelling, although his one eye is still bloodshot, and a bruise snakes alongside his nose like the bend of a river. He spends the majority of their photo shoots turning his head this way and that to make sure it's always out of sight. By the time they're released, most of the participants have gone to ground at the pub or to their rooms. Margaret, however, has one last thing to do before she can rest. When the worst of the traffic clears out, they hire a cab to take them to Welty Manor. As soon as she sees it, forlorn and curled up like a sleeping dog in a hollow, she wishes she could turn back. Her breath quickens with fear, but Wes's hand in hers keeps her grounded as they pull into the driveway. A single light burns in the second story, bleeding out from the jagged pieces of her mother's broken window.
I'll be right there with you,
Wes says as they climb out of the car.
I've got your back.
The driver leans out the window.
I'm only waiting 10 minutes. Got it?
Thank you, sir. He sounds convincingly gracious.
That's all we need.
Margaret breathes steadily through her fear as they climb the rickety porch stairs and open the front door. Cold sweat trickles down the back of her collar. Inside, dust swirls through columns of watery blue moonlight. It's like walking into a tomb, still and oppressively silent. There's no movement upstairs, even as they shut the door behind them, even as they trudge to her room to load the last of her things into her suitcase. Evelyn will let her go without a word. And somehow that's worse than any alternative. It's only when they make it back into the foyer that she appears at the top of the stairs. Her gaze is trained on their joined hands, then lands on the suitcase Wes carries for Margaret. Behind the white light glancing off her glasses, Margaret can't read her expression.
I see you've made your decision.
I have.
Very well.
Evelyn sounds exhausted.
Then I'll direct my appeal to you, Mr. Winters. Maybe you'll be more reasonable, or can talk some sense into her. You'll be disappointed. I'm not really in the business of telling your daughter what to do. She's kind of stubborn. A trait you share, then. Since you don't respond to threats, then I'll compromise. Have her. Take the house, too, if you insist, when you inevitably spirit her away to the courthouse and wait for me to die. All I'm asking is that you give me the Hala. I'll give you anything. You want an apprenticeship? I can do you one better. I'll graduate you now and write you a recommendation for the University of Dunway. Or anywhere you'd like that I have connections. You name it. Whatever is in my power to give is yours. No, I don't think so.
Her face draws taut with anger. But as the silence lingers, it crumbles into defeat. Evelyn curls her fingers around the banister with a white-knuckled grip.
Margaret, please. Don't do this to me. I'll have nothing.
Margaret at last sees her for what she is. A frail woman clinging to her last scrap of power. She feels sorry for her. It's wrong to see a woman like her mother reduced to this. Once she was vibrant and passionate and doting. But Wes was right in saying that there is a darkness in everyone. Maybe all of them have another self. One that waits unseen like the far side of the moon. David's death sparked something within her, and passion festered into obsession. Is the stone truly what you want? Margaret asks. It won't make any of this right. It won't bring him back. And even if it does, will it even matter after everything you've thrown away? Or did you always love the memory of him more than you loved the reality of me? There it is. The small, horrible fear she has kept locked away for so long. I've always been right here. Growing up with you, it felt like starving. For everything. Your affection, your protection, your interest. I thought if I never needed anything, if I never bothered you, if I took care of us until you finished your work, you'd love me. But it didn't work. You never saw me. You never cared. It goes both ways, Margaret. If that's how you want to paint me, then I suppose you've never seen me either. Those words are like a shock of cold water. She will never change then. Why did my father never write? Of all the things she expects herself to say, it isn't that. Why did he never come back for me? Evelyn seems equally surprised. She sighs, a defeated sound. He wanted to take you with him. But I couldn't bear to lose you, too. I told him he'd regret the day he came near you again. It feels like a knife in her gut. And it feels like absolution. He didn't forget her. He didn't abandon her. Her memories didn't deceive her about what kind of man he was. The thought of what kind of life she could have had fills her with a longing and rage that tears through her like wildfire. But Margaret still cannot bring herself to hate her. When her anger cools, all that remains is grim certainty. This will be the last time she steps foot in Welty Manor. Thank you, she says softly. Goodbye, Mother. Margaret doesn't wait for her response before pushing open the front door. Their driver honks the horn impatiently as soon as they step into the headlights. But she can't bear to sit in that stifling car when she feels like she wants to peel off her skin. Like she'll crumble to dust if she so much as draws a breath. Margaret slumps over and sits on the porch. Wes lowers himself beside her. The horn blares again, and he waves at the cab with a strained smile.
Asshole,
He mutters. Then to Margaret.
that was brave of you.
It didn't feel like it. It felt cruel and unfair.
It wasn't.
Wes wraps an arm around her. Margaret wishes she could drown in the comforting heat of his body, in his familiar bay and sulfur scent.
She's the one who's been cruel and unfair to you. You don't owe her anything, Margaret. You're doing what's best for you.
You really think so?
I like to think so.
Wes offers her a small, shy smile. It's nothing like his usual cat-like grins or flirtatious smirks. This is one of the few he saves just for her.
But I wouldn't presume.
She leans her head against his shoulder. You can.
Come on.
He brushes a soft kiss against her temple.
Let's go home.
33. The town of Wigton writes him a very, very large check. When the bank teller hands it to him, there's a delicious sort of satisfaction in seeing Walter Harrington's name in thin, jagged letters, as if the very act of signing it was an intolerable imposition. The number on it boggles his mind. $75 is more money than Wes has ever seen in his entire life. More than he expects to see ever again. Enough to cover his mother's surgery. Enough to put toward moving with Margaret somewhere, anywhere, other than here. Enough, he hopes, to make up for everything he's put his family through. The town has emptied out since the hunt ended yesterday. Only the gulls crying and squabbling over pieces of stale bread disturb the mid-morning quiet. From here, he can see the waves lapping gently at the shore, docile as a kitten. The crisp breeze that wends its way through the streets cards its fingers gently through his hair. It carries no voices. No secret to the universe he feels like he'll spend the rest of his life trying to remember. It smells like the sea, full of promise. He finds his family with Margaret at a cafe. They're seated at an outdoor table, surrounded by a pile of suitcases that looks like the beginnings of a small city. His family is being his family, which is to say far too loud. Margaret sips her tea out of a dainty ceramic cup, clearly trying to decide whether she's amused or embarrassed by them all. Wes approaches as silently as he can, then covers Colleen's eyes.
Guys.
She jerks back in her chair, flailing, and clocks him in the ribs. All the air rushes out of him, and a hot burst of pain lights up his entire body. The paramedics told him his floating rib was broken, and although they were able to speed up the healing with alchemy, it'll be a while before he's fully recovered. Even longer now. Colleen claps her hands to her mouth. Oh my God! I'm so sorry, Wes! You deserved it. Christine sets her teacup down on its saucer with a prim clink.
I ought to withhold both your cuts for that,
he says.
But luckily I'm feeling generous.
He lays the check on the table in front of his mother. She gasps. Actually gasps, which makes his stomach twist into knots. Wes, that's too much. I can't accept it. Mad takes a long drink of her coffee. I can. Christine snatches it off the table. No way. Let me see. Colleen reaches for it. If you rip it, I'll murder you both, Mad says. Everyone needs to share, Edie says serenely. While his sisters bicker, his mother stands up and enfolds him in a hug. I don't know what to say except thank you. He rests his chin on top of her head.
Don't thank me. Thank Margaret.
Margaret flushes, but hides it quickly behind the gilded lip of her cup. It's nothing. It's everything. His mother carefully takes his hand in her bandaged one and ensnares Margaret's with the other. I'm so grateful to you both. And I'm so glad you found each other. I've always wanted a fifth daughter, you know. And Weston needs to settle down. Ma'am, he protests. Enough, okay? You scare her off. All right, all right. She smiles knowingly. We'll have a room set up for you when you get home tonight. I think that's our cab coming now. Wes kisses her on the cheek. See you soon. Be safe, all right? A sleek black cab rattles down the cobblestones and rolls to a stop in front of them. He peers through the window, catching a glimpse of a curled blonde mustache, and groans. By his luck, of course, it's Hone. Wes sees the exact moment he regrets taking their call. His face goes deathly pale, but he rolls down the window and smiles uncertainly. Oh, Mr. Winters. And the Mrs. Winters? That's right, Colleen says brightly. While his family piles inside, Wes unlatches the trunk and loads all their things inside. Take care of them, Hone. And good luck to you. Lord knows he'll need it. Wes waves goodbye, and as the cab trundles away, he swears he can hear his sisters shrieking and laughing all the way down the block. The sea breeze caresses his face and sweeps the hair from the back of Margaret's neck. She gazes up at him pensively, the sunlight warm in her whiskey eyes. They have the whole afternoon to while away as she makes her peace with leaving. And then from there, well, he supposes the possibilities are endless. Alone at last, he says as deviously as he can. So we are. Her words are clipped, but he can hear the smile behind it. He snags her by the waist, pulling her close enough that he can nearly taste the sweetness of the tea on her breath. Mint and honey and something uniquely Margaret. And however shall we pass the time? Margaret bites her lip to keep from laughing. Before she can reply, a voice cuts in. Sorry to interrupt. Weston Winters, right? Yeah, that's me. Wes slackens his hold on Margaret and glances up begrudgingly. It takes a moment to recognize the young woman standing there, considering she's dressed much plainer than she was when he first met her at the alchemy exposition. But he wouldn't forget someone with such a guileless smile, or someone who helped him for nothing in return. Miss Holland? You remembered. Call me Judith. Well, I think congratulations are in order. I thought I saw a spark in you. But I'll be damned. Who would have thought an unlicensed alchemist would be the one to finally pull it off? Margaret stiffens beside him. They exchange a look. He still hasn't quite figured out what to say if someone asks him how he did it. Not me, he says with a nervous laugh. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. Of course. I'm glad I ran into you. I have a proposition for you, actually. What kind of proposition? How about we take a walk? He glances at Margaret, who nods. He sees the warning in her eyes. Tread carefully. But her voice is pleasant when she says, I'll wait here. All right, then. Wes tucks his hands into his pockets. Let's walk. They stroll past a row of colorful storefronts, where the vendors are desperately trying to get rid of the last of their hunt-themed knickknacks, fox fur stoles and bugles carved from cows' horns, and cupcakes iced with white-masked foxes. They hardly make it a block before he's ready to burst out of his skin with anticipation. I'm not going to ask you how you managed to kill it, Judith begins. And somehow I doubt you'd tell me anyway. That doesn't matter to me. I was recently licensed myself. And I'm a little short on funding right now. You know how it goes. I live in Bardover, a few towns north of here, and was hoping to take on a student to get some government support and build a reputation.
And you're asking me? Why?
Us Fifth Ward kids have to stick together. Besides, you can't teach talent, and you've clearly got talent. It'd be a shame to let that go to waste. Judith slows down to inspect another market stall, which is laid out with glazed cinnamon twists. Tell me, what do you want to do with yourself? Wes hesitates.
I want to be a politician.
Well, I happen to have graduated from the University of Dunway, so maybe we could help each other out. She rummages through her purse until she procures her card. He takes it from her gingerly. Give me a call if you're in the area and want to get that letter of rec squared away. Bring your girl, too. Voters love a good rags to riches story, you know, especially if there's romance. Wes turns her card over in his hands. Her name is embossed in gold. It catches the light like a pendant. He feels like a shaken-up champagne bottle. The pressure building in his chest makes it hard to find the exact words. His girl. A letter of rec. Another shot at his dreams. It's everything he's ever wanted. What do you say?
Let me talk to my family first and, my girl.
Wes clears his throat, searching for his most mature, even-keeled voice.
We'll be in touch soon.
So we will. It takes every ounce of strength he has to walk, not run, back to Margaret, wearing his widest, stupidest grin. The future is finally as rosy as he always dreamed. 34. That night, they go to the sea. Margaret sits on a piece of driftwood as smooth and pale as marble, watching Trouble run laps at the waterline. He snaps up the salt water that splashes up from his paws with every joyous leap. Farther down the shore, Wes traces a transmutation circle in the sand with a stick. His shoes are discarded beside her, and his slacks are cuffed above his ankles. When he finishes, he places a wooden box at the center. In it are the remains of the Hala, drenched in waning moonlight. Like an icicle winking in sunlight, its fur sparkles coldly against the velvet lining of its makeshift coffin. Wes crouches beside it and lays his hands over the array. It's no wonder people think of alchemy as magic. There's no effort in it, it seems. There is Wes kneeling in the sand. The next moment, there is Wes lifting his arm against a gust of hot air that arcs off the flames he's created. They leap into the night, brighter than a felled star. Once the fire exhausts itself, crackling down to embers, all that remains in the box is a pile of black caput mortuum. With one more transmutation, he could purify it into the prima materia, and from there, forge the Philosopher's Stone. After tonight, no one will ever get the chance. Margaret rises from her perch and approaches Wes. Even now, she can feel the heat of the alchemical reaction. It washes over her, the smell of sulfur twining with the rich brine of the sea. Wes picks up the box and presses it into her arms. It is warm against her skin, and its contents are black as the sea. All her pain, all the tradition and hatred and fanfare, for just this pile of ash. The tide rolls over their ankles. Her toes curl into the sand at the sudden sting of cold. Out on the horizon, the reflection of the moon sparkles on the waves. Like God has scattered a handful of diamonds across the water. Wes shoves his hands into his pockets, his eyes fixed on some far-off point she cannot follow. The wind tangles in his hair and whips the tails of his coat. Like this, Wes looks very serious, almost mature. There's a small part of her that's ashamed to be throwing away the opportunity to achieve the magnum opus, to so callously discard all her mother's fruitless ambitions. "Are you sure?" she asks.
"What use do I have for a pile of ashes, Margaret?"
There is no smile in his words. He treats this with the reverence of a funeral, which she's glad of. It's relieving that he doesn't find this makeshift ceremony ridiculous. Mad was right about him. When it comes to dramatics, he will never do a thing halfway. Her heart squeezes with longing. Someday, when he achieves what he sets out to do, there will be radio broadcasts and newspaper articles written about him. One's about a man who loves a country that never loved him back. A man who changed it for the better. She knows they will capture many things about him. His grit and bullheadedness, and his temper, and his hunger for justice. But she hopes more than anything that the world will see what she does when she looks at him. His compassion and gentleness. His willingness to walk into hell beside her. She says, "If anyone could finish it, you could."
No, I don't think so. I'm still trying to figure out what it told me, what I was supposed to learn. But I think the magnum opus is a trap, or a test, or a fool's errand. I don't know. All I know for sure is that if God, or the truth, or whatever you want to call it, is out there, and we can reach it, we're not going to find it in that box. We'll find it in other people.
Margaret considers this.
Or maybe just in you,
he amends. She lowers her head, if only to keep him from seeing her smile. How sacrilegious. Wes winks.
Maybe you should have found a nice Catharist man instead.
I think I'll manage with you. She doesn't know exactly what lies ahead. All their belongings are crammed into the suitcases stacked on the beach behind them. But when she stands beside him, the rippling band of the horizon doesn't feel as much like the end of the world as the beginning of it. Wes meets her gaze, and what she sees there fills her to bursting with a sparkling, giddy happiness. It's safety. It's love. As trouble turns merry circles in the sea, and Wes slides his hand into hers, the wind tenderly lifts her hair from the back of her neck and whispers its secrets in her ear. With her eyes fixed on the horizon, she lets the ashes go. We hope you've enjoyed this production of A Far Wilder Magic by Allison Saft, read by Jesse Valinsky, a Macmillan audio production for Wednesday Books. This title was produced by Steve Wagner. Post-production by John Marshall Media. Text copyright 2022, Allison Saft. Production copyright 2022 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.